All right, so once again, welcome to Underdog B2B Con. My name is Ruben, and we have people joining us here in this room, and we also have people joining us online. So thank you for being here again, and let's kick this off started. So I'm going to take a few minutes of your time to get this event going, and introduce a few things, and then we're going to get into the whole meet. We have Jonathan already here. I think he's ready, but I'll pass it in a few moments here, okay? So welcome again, and I want to start off with a quick little backstory, right? So Underdog Con started off sometime in 2022, right? And this is the 8th time we've been doing it, right? So this was the very first one, and some of you may have been there. This was in Bukit Bintang, Common Ground, and that was the first one, right? Then we decided to do something a bit cheekier. We did a conference in a cafe. This was in Bin Brothers in Sunway Damansara. We took over the whole cafe, ran the whole conference, and it was pretty fun. And then we did something more cozy in a co-working space as well. This is Common Ground again. That's the third one. And then we decided to have some drinks after that, which was a bad idea, right? So because most people coming for a conference, we figured that they were tired at the end of the day, and they wanted to go home, so they didn't stay long for the drinks. Then we did one in a restaurant. This was on top of gardens, and the flash grill. And we did one also inside a gudang, a warehouse. This was in APW Bangsa. And then was very interesting one we did in Taylor's. This was a 360 one, so there's people on the front and back, which sound fun, but turned out to be a bad idea. Because you got to do like that, right? So it didn't really work, and no, we didn't really enjoy that one too much, but nevertheless was a good experience as well. Then we did a smaller one as well, and now it's the 8th one, right? So some people may ask, are you an events company? And the answer is no. So why are you running so many conferences? And I realized that, through running these events, I've met many different people that I've not known, right? So like these are the speakers that we have invited to all these events. Today is the 8th one. And I realized that, one of the things that we put out numbers, and I realized that, we have spoke to 58 speakers coming to the conference, right? And out of that, we had about nearly 1,000 attendees. So each time we run a conference, it's a small one, around 120 to 150 people each, right? And collectively, we have gotten in about nearly 1,000 paid attendees. And that made the whole difference, okay? Okay. Right, so one very common misconception is that people will ask me and say, hey, they think that the speakers are my friends, so I know them, and I would call them up to speak here, right? But the truth is, for the 58 speakers that I've invited, I don't really know them, right? I actually cold call them, I dropped them an email, I found a way to actually reach out to them, including all the speakers today, including Jonathan. This is my first time meeting Jonathan as well, right? with your ads, right? And then in the middle of the funnel, you have fewer prospects filling up a lead or something like that, right? And then the bottom of the prospect is where you actually convert. Okay, my slides are going a bit crazy, sorry. Okay, right? So we all know the funnel. And in the real world, what that looks like is something like this, right? We have lead magnets, where people actually go up and, okay, my slides are going crazy here. Can we just stop at this one here? Okay. It's just auto-playing right now, sorry. Okay, anyway, we all know in the B2B marketing funnel, it all starts with top, mid, and bottom, right? And at the top, what do normal people do? They come out with like lead magnets, they come out with checklists. You all know what's a lead magnet, right? Okay? Okay, so to put out lead magnets, what they do then, so something like this, right? And what they do then is they would spend on ads. If you look at this, these are ads, right? From two very popular SaaS platforms, HubSpot and also Shopify, right? They will spend ads, and ad costs money, right? So what happens then is they're spending money to acquire leads who might not convert. That's the mindset we all have as a marketer. Oh, we're spending money on ads, but maybe it will not convert, right? And then there's a group of marketers who came up with a smarter plan. Let's not pay for leads, but get them to pay us to become a lead, right? And have you seen such models where they give out a free book, but you have to pay for shipping? Right? And the shipping cost goes back to the ads. So they're constantly churning ads, right? And getting leads for free, right? And I figured that, oh, paid events is something like this because you paid to be here and you became a lead, right? So if you look at a conference, you look at the flow, right? It's basically, you buy a ticket, right? They go into our email list, we nurture them, they might become interested in what we have to offer at the end of the day. That's how most events are done, and I think you should consider running events. So let me just establish that you should run paid events. I think paid events are one of the best vehicles, again, and basically we have to think about turning transactions into conversations. So what I mean by this is that instead of looking at each and every one of you as transactions that came in, I look at it as conversations, right? And I know in the crowd there are many of you who came for the past conference, and that is what we are after, right? Okay, so how do you run an event? I just want to go some very quickly here. I don't take too much of your time. So I have 7 steps for you on running an event, and although this is not the ultimate steps, these are little clues that you might need to run an event, okay? So number 1, the way to run an event is to run a pre-sale. This is what I believe, right? And the reason for this is because if you run a pre-sale, you are almost guaranteed whether your event will work or not. So how this works, what we normally do is to send an email to our list. It can be very small, 50 people, 100 people is fine, run a pre-sale. If people buy, you know you have a great product, right? You know that people want your product. Compared to people who create something and then try to sell it only to find out that nobody wants it, all right? So run a pre-sale. And you look at one of our emails here, we actually sell or do a quick little call to action at the end of the email, right? So a great tool to do this is Engine Mailer. You've seen outside there, right? And one thing that I want to shout out about Engine Mailer is that Engine Mailer has, compared to a lot of email marketing platforms, most email marketing platforms will charge you based on the number of database you have, right? Now Engine Mailer only charge you based on the emails you send. So you can have as many leads as you want inside, but you won't get charged for it, okay? They do have a free account for us today. So if you scan this one here, you should do it right now, it's free. Go and sign up for an account right now, okay? And use it to pre-sale your next event or your next anything that you're offering in the market, all right? Go and scan it right now. So this one here, scan it, go and sign up for a free account. And if you want guidance on using the account, you can always check out with them later on during our breaks or during lunchtime, yeah? Engine Mailer is amazing, and it's free for the first 10,000 emails per month, which I think is great for a start, okay? All right, so moving on. Now that's step number 1. Now step number 2 is to make a video explainer, and I have tested this, yeah? So we run ads, obviously, right? And we run plenty of ad creatives. So if you look at my screen here, you see all different kind of creatives. There's static ads, there's carousels, there's videos, and I can tell you without a doubt anytime, the videos are the one that converts the best, right? In this screenshot, this is just a quick screenshot. You can see, the first one here is the one that got us the most purchases, all right? And And I've tested a few versions of the videos as well. So I can share more with you on that. But this videos is the best converted one. I mean, the one that converts the most audiences, right? And maybe you bought a ticket from watching this video as well. So I believe that would be true. So create a video, right? So where do you create videos? One of the best places to create videos is to go to a co-working space like this, right? So what I realized, right, is if you want to take a good video, you have to take it in a place that looks nice, right? If you take it in a place that looks ugly, people will not bat an eye, right? So you go to surprising places, and one of the best places to do this is Infinity 8, which is our event partners as well for today, right? And I think they have an offer, right, for all of us here if you use our little code here. So it's I8, that's Infinity 8, then Daily CMO. So just go to the counter, go to the vote form and say, hey, I saw this one. I tell you what you're doing. Take a photo of this and say, nah, Ruben said this, right? And I guarantee you, if they don't give you a discount or something, look for me. I'll talk to them again, okay? That's a deal. They do have offices and centers in JB, Johor Bahru, in Mid Valley, just next door, and also in Penang. This one is in Penang. And I'm from Penang, right? And I've not been here, but I would go to Penang and see this one because this is built in a bank ward, and I want to see the ward, right? So it's interesting. All right, so that's step number 2. Now, step number 3 is make sure it can be found online, right? Because what I realized is that, hey, ads is the one that brought us a lot of sales, but you realize that, or what we see from the data is, people will actually search up for you based on your name. So they'll see an ad, they won't buy. They'll see something again, they won't buy. And then something strikes, they go online and search, Underdog B2B, right? So that is SEO, right? And you can see, I can guarantee you almost all the time that the one that came from organic Google is the one that is always the highest value compared to ads, right? So SEO is really important, and the best place to get SEO done is to get a free audit from Growth Pro, who is outside today as well. And if you go up to Growth Pro, they will give you a free audit, and I believe we have talked about a little bit of discounts for the audience here as well. So Alvin is there, the founder of the Growth Pro, so he would actually be able to lead you through getting your site ranked online, okay? All right, so number 4, nothing is built solo, right? I'm not able to run a conference like this or event like this alone, and although we are pretty lean, right? We are pretty lean, I believe that no one built anything solo, right? Any great apps out there, any great business out there, it's not by one person, it's by a whole group of people behind that one person, right? So if you're looking for a team, again, I think that's Highly, right? And Highly is outside there. So Highly has some offers for us today as well. Just give them a quick shout out to Highly, and look for talents there. Highly is a great place to hire people, right? And I'm also in the midst of starting a campaign with Highly, so kudos to them. Okay. Now, step number 5 is you got to hit them again and again, right? Now, one glaring mistake I see in marketing is that people do one time, send a message one time, send an email one time, and then they stop, right? Now, in marketing, you got to constantly hit them over and over and over again. And even for a conference like this, we have to constantly remind people to come as well. So we have run 8 conferences. In the past 1 to 5 conferences, we've only communicated via email. You know how many people forgot to come on the real day itself? A lot. Right? And then, today. So people don't read emails. Malaysians, they use WhatsApp. So we decided to use WhatsApp, right? And I think WhatsApp is so important, and that's why we remind people on WhatsApp. And you got to go to where they are familiar at. So I'm a fan of emails, but unfortunately, a lot of people are very familiar with WhatsApp. So you have to go to WhatsApp, right? And of course, Ottawa by Automate Me is one of the best tools for that. So one interesting thing today that they have is that they built an AI WhatsApp chatbot for us, where you can ask questions about today's event. So you can go to this, if you scan that, you'll be brought to a WhatsApp channel, a WhatsApp chat actually, and you can ask that chat anything you want about today's event. So like, what time is that talk, who is talking about, who is his sponsor, the chatbot will answer you any precise questions that you want. So you can go try that out for yourself, and yeah, you should scan this right now, okay? Okay, I'm moving fast because I'm going to go run out of time. Okay, so, get that scan. I'm going to give you a few seconds in boosters, right? I found a hack, right? If you run an event without food, you're going to fail because people don't come and they won't be happy. You know what makes us happy? Eating food, right? And that's why at Underdog Con, we organize the best lunch. I would dare say our lunch is one of the best out there from any conference you'll find. A lot of you would know that, right? And this time around, we even brought in coffee and snacks, right? So a quick shout out to the Kettle Gourmet for sponsoring a lot of our snacks that you have in your goodie bags. I tried the snacks myself, and they're amazing, right? And we also have King Nguyen with their Vietnamese coffee just outside. I hope you're going to try it later on. So go and try this. So again, big shout out to them, right? And lastly, leave them with a good taste. So this little T-shirt that I wear here, we have gotten it from the second or third conference onwards, right? And we give this to some of our participants, to some of our speakers and some sponsors, right? And we leave them with a good taste. So this is something that you should do in a conference that you run or in any events you run, right? And it always warms my heart when I see people like this wearing my shirt and posting stuff on that online. That's Mr. Money right there, right? I don't have a lot of screenshots of other people who actually wore the shirt online, but I managed to get this one here, right? And it warms my heart so well. I think he must have felt like an underdog when he did his workout, so he wore the shirt, I guess. Anyway, that's the 7 steps. And if you follow these 7 steps sparingly, I think you'll be able to find some success in the events that you run, okay? And last but not least, print shirts as well. Just a quick shout out for printing all the lanyards, the tags, and also the tote bags that you have today. All right, thank you so much. So to give you a quick conclusion to running events, I think events are a great tool for prospecting, right? And you want to shape, sharpen, and repeat again. And that's why we have run this 8 times, and we're going to continue running this again and again and again, okay? So please take photos today, and if you do, please tag us up on our hashtags here, or just alias us on Instagram, daily.cmo. We love to see your videos, let's see your photos, and yes. Oh, you want to go back to the slide? Okay. Here? Next one. Oh, okay, shake, sharpen, repeat, right? So you're just repeating things, right? You're basically, when I say shipping means running an event, refining it, and then repeating it again. And it goes again and again, like a flywheel, right? Okay, so please take a lot of photos today, right? I love to see your photos, and I love to connect with you as well. I will see them online. We will see them online. And we do have an online community for this, where the live stream is going on, and all the talks will be recorded and also be available there. Plus, you can also ask questions, you can also post anything you want to on this wall here. It works just like social media, right? And you can access it via dailycmo.net/base, right? You should have the link in your WhatsApp already. And okay, I'm going to skip that, right? And the reason I'm skipping Wi-Fi, I'm so sorry, is because we're using the Wi-Fi for the live stream. So if everyone here uses Wi-Fi, our live stream will go down, okay? So I'm going to leave that out. So if you really need it, let me know, and we'll give it to you. But please try to avoid the Wi-Fi. I appreciate that. Anyway, we're going to have a Slido open for the speakers later on. So this would be the Slido channel. So if you scan that, open the tab, and that's where you're going to ask questions. And all the questions will be stored for today will be inside there. All right, I'm going to give you a second to do that. Okay, and with that, I'd like to introduce you to Jonathan Nis, right? You have a very unique name. So Jonathan Nis is a head of marketing at StoreHub, and we all know StoreHub, right? When we pay for our food and all that, right? I think we have 15,000 over retail stores. 18,000 now. And prior to this, Jonathan was in the fintech space, in BigPay, in BNP, right? Yeah. And a fun fact is that he posts a lot on LinkedIn about leadership because he has, I think, a training on leadership. He has a certification on strategic leadership, right? And I read his post. An amazing person to follow. So please go and follow him on LinkedIn. And I think, Jonathan, you'll be able to do a much better introduction than me. So this is your slide, and the stage is yours. Thank you.
I honestly wasn't expecting to see so many people because I always feel a little bit lonely in the B2B marketing space because all my friends are in B2C, and so seeing so many people from the B2B space is really, really cool. If you can't hear me, because sometimes I tend to pull away from the mic, just make a sign just to make sure you keep hearing me. So I'm going to talk about building a scalable B2B marketing engine in Southeast Asia. The keyword here is scalable, but there's some caveats, and I'll get to that. But first, I think, who am I? And why should you, really listen to me? And after all, I'm a white guy, I'm an introvert, and I'm the head of marketing at a B2B company in Southeast Asia, I have 25 people in my team. So, you know, what do I actually know? The thing is, I was never really good, even when I was working in Europe, at understanding people's motivations. And so, you know, I never had any assumptions that I knew what was going on in customers' mind. So I always had to do a lot of research. I always had to do a lot of work, a lot of talking to people to understand, you know, what makes them click, what's good for them, what motivates them, and all these things. And so when I came to Southeast Asia, I think it was no different, right? So I'm a white guy in Southeast Asia. I need to work 10 times harder than anyone else because I have no assumption that I know anything about the markets. Okay. So I've been in Malaysia since 2016. Sorry, both my kids born in Malaysia. You know, so long-term Malaysia and Southeast Asia is home in general. I went viral on Threads once because I was talking about how good Malaysia is, and apparently it was very hard to believe for Malaysians. It's like, why? You know, why is Malaysia so good? And so I had to do a lot of explaining, and then eventually some people got it, I think. But so the topic is conditions of satisfaction for this are that our CAC, so our cost of acquiring customer, needs to be positive. It means that the money that we spend to acquire customers needs to be lower than the money that we make from acquiring those customers, right? So we need to be CAC positive. So that's one condition of satisfaction for us. The second condition of satisfaction is that the lifetime value of our customers, so you know how much money each of our customers is going to bring to the company in their lifetime with us, needs to be at least 3 times the cost of acquiring that customer. Yeah, so the LTV to CAC ratio, that's what we call it, needs to be above 3. So these are the 2 fundamental conditions of satisfaction. If we don't do this, if we don't achieve this, we're not doing a good job, right? It's not 2019 with VC money. I don't know, I was working at BigPay in 2019. We had a lot of money. We're just throwing money at people, you know, to get them in. No consideration for unit economics. Are we profitable? Are we even making money? And like, we don't care. You know, there's growth at all. You know, tariffs, all the uncertainties, everything. You can't afford to be a company that's not thinking about these core conditions of satisfaction. So I'm going to share some of the blueprints, you know, how we think about even structuring the team, and then I'll go down to some of the tactics that we use, right? So I'll go from top to bottom. I'll be focused a lot on acquisitions or acquiring customers because I think it's a key part of, you know, of our B2B marketing, and our job in general. I'll touch a little. But first, I'm going to talk about our team structure, very important in order to achieve scalable results. Have you heard of this 3-line framework? No? 3-line framework is basically a way that you can assess any company, right? So your cost of production, that's how much it costs you as a company to produce any kind of service or good, right? And then there's the price at which you sell your goods or your service. The difference between your cost of production and your price is your financial margin, right? It's how much money you're making per customer, yeah? And then perceived value is what some people call branding. So it's essentially that emotional connection that's very, very rational that people have with brands, and just as much in B2B as in B2C. But let me give you an example. I think it's going to be clearer. If you look BMW, right? When you look at BMW, like the emotions that come up is like, wow, you know, it's like German engineering, it's fast, it's big, you know, it makes me feel like good and strong and all these things, right? So how does BMW work? Actually producing the car, it's probably like 30,000 USD, right? It sells for 60,000 USD. So this 30,000 USD worth of financial margins that are mainly driven by the emotional margins that you create with branding, okay? All the investments you make to position your brand as like German engineering, sports, youthfulness, and all these things, like it makes it the perceived value is like 60,000 for BMW. Yes, that's like, I'll pay for that, right? Even though it costs half to produce. So the financial margin and the shareholder value is immense. A very different example is Walmart in the US, right? So Walmart, you go, you can buy anything. It's very, very cheap. And the way they work is actually their cost of production is, you know, they try and push it down as much as possible, right? They're trying to really keep it as low as possible. And their prices are low as well. So it's tiny financial margins, but on a much wider market share. Yeah, so BMW smaller market share, huge margins, billion-dollar company. Walmart, small price, small financial margin on a super wide market share, which makes also a billion-dollar company, okay? So two different models, but this is not by accident. So any brand, you can design your brand and your strategy based on these things. What kind of brand you want to become, right? Louis Vuitton, one of the most valuable companies in the world. They sell bags for like $1,200 US dollar. For me, it's mind-boggling, right? And they're worth more than Nike and Lululemon and Levi's combined. But the financial margins are so high that even with a smaller total addressable market, they're worth a lot more, okay? So if you compare, BMW is built on brand, on perceived value. I'm not saying that they not put any effort in cost, like reducing the cost of production and all these things. They do, but it's mostly a branding play. Where the Walmart is mostly a production, cost of production, reducing cost of production play. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay, so how does this actually relate to, marketing team structure for us? So the way we structure our marketing team is basically 3 functions. And each of these functions need to have KPIs that are tied to core business value, right? So our acquisition team, which is mainly performance marketing, work together with sales in order to expand our market share, like widen our market shares in the 3 markets that we're in, okay? So they work on driving leads, sales qualified leads, and all these things. So that's the first team, acquisition team. KPIs are sales qualified leads, not leads. I think what I saw is that when you give performance marketer a target around lead and low cost per lead, they optimize for volume. They do not necessarily optimize for like bottom of funnel, like revenue, or good outcomes for the sales team, right? So we switched that, and now it's sales qualified lead volume, and then cost per sales qualified lead as well. So they have to optimize for metrics that make sense in terms of revenue and cash flow. The second team is product marketing. Product marketing basically works on increasing the lifetime value of customers. And lifetime value is a function of annual recurring revenue and churn rate, okay? So what the product marketing is really focused on is, for instance, if you're launching a new product or relaunching a new product, is making sure that that new product is bought by existing customers, right? So that customers where we already have a relationship with them are going to expand how much they're spending with us. So the ARR is going to go up, right? And even if you launch a feature that's not necessarily paid, or that people don't have to pay for, you still need to drive that adoption, because the assumption is that the more features people use, the stickier it's going to get, right? It's going to be harder for them to churn because they're using more and more feature from you, right? So churn rate goes down. So that's the product marketing team. And then the branding team, which works on the perceived value. And branding team, for us, it's made of internal videographers, graphic designers, writers, social media team, script writers, all these things, right? So what they do is they create content for every stage of the funnel. Pre-purchase, acquisition, during the purchase, right? So they work with product marketing to make sure that the sales decks are really good, look really good, drive like high perceived value, that every message that we send customers like, super good. And then post-sales as well. So for instance, what we do is we identify merchants that are expanding with us. So they're opening new shops. So we flag them, and then we send them gifts, personalized gifts and goodies. It's cost us like about 100 ringgit per customer. But we send it with a nice note, and people are like super happy. They take a picture of it, they post it on social media, so it increases the perceived value, right? We've done this with merchants that are closing as well. So just to show, like our mission is to care about you. And so if you're closing, it doesn't matter. Like we still want to, show you that we care. So we'll send you a note to say, thank you so much for your journey with us. They post it on social media as well. Usually these posts like go, like really, really viral, or like they perform really well. And so that's all part of like increasing the perceived value. The other thing I want to quickly touch on is if you're working in B2B marketing and you don't have that data available at your company, like think about it. So let me explain. Starting annual recurring revenue. So now I look at how many customers I have and what on average they pay me per year. Okay, that's my starting ARR. where we are now. Then I look at actually what's the percentage of my customers that are churning every year, that are leaving, right, for whatever reason. You take that percentage, or that amount, right, and you multiply it by your average ARR, and then you understand, oh, actually, in the next 12 months, I'm going to lose that amount of ARR to churn. Yeah, it's not good. You don't want it. But maybe I can make it up. Maybe I can make it up in terms of acquisition. So new business that I'm going to acquire in the next 12 months is going to make up for the loss of businesses that are churning, right? Okay, let's see. And then maybe for my existing customers, some of them are going to expand. They're going to buy more products from us, metrics. Then you look, okay, in 12 months from now, this is my ending ARR. Have I done a good job? Yeah, cool. My ARR has increased, right? But there are ways you can diagnose this. So for instance, if you look at your acquisition, new business ARR, you see it's doing really, really well. It means sales team is doing a really, really good job. But then your churn is too big. This stat already, right? So it's in B2B, it's 95% of your total addressable market that are tailored to the bottom of funnel. This versus that, right? Store hub versus cashier. Someone who looks for that, who searches for that on Google, is super high intent. They know what you do, they know a competitor, they're comparing options, right? So you want to be the first article that they see when they Google this. And we've done this with all our competitors. I've gotten many, many angry emails from the competition saying, what you're doing is unfair, blah, 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 blah. I was like, yeah, sorry, bye-bye. Yeah, exactly. So it's marketing, it's positioning. You put a legal disclaimer at the bottom to say, by the way, do your own research, but you try and position it in a way that makes sense. Review content, pros and cons of StoreHub, right? Alternatives to cashier. All these are highly high intent, bottom of funnel type of content. You can do them on blogs, you can do them on videos, on social media, and all these things, right? Especially with the rise of search engine optimization for TikTok and Instagram, getting those keywords in is super, super important. So that's how we think about it. So that's one of the first things I did when I came to StoreHub, just making sure we had a shit ton of content in the bottom of funnel, high intent part. And then sure, you can move down to high intent, but top of funnel. So high intent, top of funnel means they know they have an issue, they're trying to solve it, but they do not necessarily know what's going to help them solve it. So if you're looking for an SEO tools, how to research keywords, you can give a lot of value on how to explain, how to research keywords. And by the way, these are the tools you can use and you position yourself, right? Or Listicle, for instance, 21 AI tools for SEO, and then you position yourself there as well, right? And so this way, you make sure you capture 5%, high intent are ready to buy now, and then you expand your funnel by making yourself known to who are not necessarily in that stage of buying. Does that make sense? Yeah? I think, especially because, for us, a lot of leads come from paid advertising. We made sure that we were matching an intent with a messaging, with a targeting, and with a, let me explain. Our whole goal is basically to get people to these bottom in our case. The other thing that's also more tactical that I want to touch on, I think, especially in B2B marketing, we tend to be obsessed with our features. Look at my inventory retail management system. Look at my loyalty system. What does that mean? If I'm a merchant, what does an inventory management system mean? It doesn't mean much to me, right? So we tend to present feature first, and not necessarily things from a merchant standpoint. And so, especially for videos, which is obviously a very, very big part of our creatives, we always use that storytelling framework. It's called the POP framework, right? It's problem, opportunity, promise, practical steps. You start with the problem from the merchant's perspective. Is it really hard to know how much you sold at the end of the day because you're using pen and paper? If you're someone who has that issue, you're like, yeah, that's me, yeah. Oh, well, what's the opportunity if you solve this? Imagine how much time you would get back if you didn't have to do this, and if you could check your sales at the end of the day just by going on your phone. Wow, yeah, you start with a low, you bring them high, yeah, and then you bring them back down again. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. right? You're going to have to do some work. It's going to cost a bit of money. But if you do this, you're going to be able to go on holiday again. You're going to be able to get home to your wife by 8 p.m. or your husband by 8 p.m. instead of like 9:30 because you spent an hour and a half just counting numbers, right? And so that's a key thing, I think, that in B2B marketing, maybe we tend to think that people are too rational. They're not rational, they're emotional, right? We're all super emotional and justify that emotional decision with some rational elements. And so using that framework, you bring people down, up and down, It's just how the algorithm works anyway, right? So you need to optimize for the algorithm as well. So that's a little bit of acquisition. Some of the frameworks we use, but are very, very fundamental. I think for us, as I was saying, like being predictable is really, really key. And so we need standards, we need processes. Anything that's not repeatable, that's not documented, is worthless. If it lives in someone's head and that person leaves, you're doomed, right? So everything needs to be super, super frameworked as much as possible and documented so that when new people come in, you can just onboard them and, this is how we do things. If you want to improve, sure, but document it first, right? So when it comes to product marketing, I was saying this earlier, right? The number one KPI is lifetime value. LTV. And lifetime value is basically taking your ARR and you divide it by a churn percentage. And so our lifetime value to CAC ratio needs to be above 3. I already said this. But the product marketing's job is twofold. First is bringing new features to market. So, go to market. We're working really, really closely with the product team in order to understand what are some of the features that if we release them, we're able to capture a new market, or we're able to really cross-sell this to existing base to increase our ARR. So that's very cross-functional. But then once these features are live, you also need to work on the adoption, right? So I'll give you an example. We're launching payments in the Philippines, for instance, for StoreHub. So product marketing team works on helping the sales team create sales enablement materials. Say, we're launching QRPH, it's great, but if there's no adoption, it's meaningless. It's great, but if there's no adoption, it's meaningless. Branding, as I was saying, is really about building emotional connection between your target market and your brand, right? We're all emotional beings. Like, we're working B2B, we can think we're rational, but fundamentally, we're all emotional. And so branding is not logos. Branding is not the colors of your brand, the fonts, and anything. It's the emotions, right? And so branding can be applied to pre-purchase, purchase, and post-purchase. So, you see a brand for the first time before buying it. Like, what emotions does it invoke? If you use the POP framework for your first ad that you see, oh, yeah, they really understand my pain point. And it looks like, they have a solution for me. Like, that first contact is like, well, it's like, makes me feel good. Like, I feel understood. I feel seen. We all want to feel seen. And then you decide to talk to a salesperson. And that salesperson, instead of shoving features down your throat, is actually asking you questions about your business. Yeah? And the way the pitch is structured is like, oh, they're really trying to find out if I'm a good fit for them. Yeah? That's a really good emotional connection. And then post-purchase, okay, cool, I'm convinced I bought this. Now I'm in. And a lot of people fail at post-purchase. It's like, they massage you until you pay. And then you're like, oh, I have an issue with my POS. It's like, there's nobody on the line, nobody replying. It's super hard to get in touch. So everything, customer support, it's branding. Merchant success, it's branding. All of these things are opportunities to build emotional connections with your merchants. All the way, if they close, you send them a gift to say, thank you so much for being part of our journey. We're really honored. Like, that's branding. These people are going to talk about it with other people, right? So never, think about branding as just being this superficial thing. We need new branding. We need a new logo. No, you don't need a new logo. Like, you need values. I need to make sure that these values are communicated and lived through every stage of the funnel. That's super, super important. So just to recap some of the learnings, you need to structure your marketing team across core business value. So, for us, we use that 3-line framework, and then we design KPIs that are in line with the 3-line framework. You know, we want to expand our market share, we want to increase our lifetime value, we want to make sure that we're a beloved brand. Yeah, it's super, super important. You need to obsess over high intent bottom funnel activities, whatever they are. But you need to make sure that whoever is in the market to buy, they need to see you. Also means, you know, having proper tracking on your website, you understand people's behavior, making sure that your lead forms are up, like you obsess over conversion rate optimization. If I move the button here, what happens? If I take off one field from the form, does it remove friction and I get more leads, but quality remains the same? So you really, really need to obsess over all these details. You need to really implement systematic tracking and create feedback loops. So for instance, I'll give you an example. People have a meeting with us, and then they end up, you know, not buying us. What we do is we track, okay, why do you not want to buy us? Well, because I don't see the value enough, right? Or I decided to stay with my current system. Okay, that's, you know, that's useful, that's interesting. Earlier in the funnel, it was like, you get the marketing qualified lead, but then it doesn't end up being a sales qualified lead. And so you track the unqualified reason, and like one of the unqualified reason is that, oh, actually they mistook us for another industry. If you track those unqualified reasons, then you can, okay, let me see which ad is driving more of that unqualified reason. Oh yeah, actually it makes sense. This ad doesn't call out restaurants, does accordingly. LTV, super key, especially now, 2025. Yeah, we don't know how long Trump's going to be there. We don't know the impact of tariffs, like all these things. But so just making sure that you focus on lifetime value through ARR and churn. I think in Southeast Asia, hyper-localization is a matter of channels. I think Ruben was saying, like, you know, WhatsApp, very, very big, right? And so we run ads directly to WhatsApp now, where people send us a message. And we have an AI that takes over and talks to the lead and say, hey, like, how's it going? Like, you know, what are you looking for? And like, it sounds like a real human. Like, oh, you know, you're opening a cafe. That's interesting. You already have a location. You have a budget. You know, the AI qualifies the lead and then it hands over to a salesperson. So optimizing for WhatsApp, really, really key, especially in Malaysia. And empathy, as I was saying, like sending a gift to someone who's closing, it's also hyper-localized. And very, very well regarded. I'm just, at this point, I'm just, like, you know, hammering all the points I've already made, right? But true branding builds emotional connection at every touch point. So again, it's not about colors or branding or logo or anything. It's really about the perceived value of your brand. And if your perceived value is high, your price can be higher as well. People are much more likely going to be okay to pay for you if they feel like what they're getting is like really, really significant in terms of return for them. So this is the recap. There's one last thing I really want to talk about. AI. So AI is both scary as fuck and super exciting. Sorry for swearing. People sometimes talk about AI being like, oh, this great equalizer. I think it's exactly the opposite. I think AI is actually going to create a bigger gap between people and between teams in general. When I survey people and I talk about people, and like talk to people about their use of AI, I think it feels like the struggle is human adoption to AI. It's like GPT is not bad, but you know I can't really get like really good answers. It's like, actually, you can, and we all can. I'm not a technical person. I have zero coding background. Last week, I built an AI app that takes my monthly reporting, like monthly feedback. I just talk into the app, and then it takes my unstructured feedback and structures it for my direct reports. It uses AI, it processes my unstructured feedback, and then it gives me something that's super actionable. I have zero coding background, none. If I can do this, we all can. We all can, right? And so I think one step we've taken as Startup is really thinking, what does the AI marketing team look like? What skills do we need? Where do we need AI agents to come in, you know, to augment or support our work? And so these are some of the principles that we've laid down, but it's like, We are AI native, okay? AI first. Any process that's currently taking us time, that's repetitive, we want to abolish this, right? So we used to spend a lot of time on Monday morning looking at all the results from the previous week, trying to process them, like understand correlation, reconciling data from Salesforce and Meta and all these things. Now we built an app that takes all the data, pulls it into a sheet, reconciles everything, does a first high-level analysis. And so, our people can just like, oh, everything's already pulled, there's a high-level analysis. Let me add value where I can really add value, looking at creative, looking at optimization and everything, right? For a few months, we've been using AI agent to create about 3 blog posts per day. And we just publish them every day. And we saw traffic going up until there was an update of the algorithm in March where traffic crashed down again. But it is what it is. Like even before AI, any Google update, then you look at your traffic and start panicking, like, fuck, what's going on? But the same thing here. So we published a lot, helped us a lot. Now we have to adjust again. And so, these are some of the things that we're implementing, that some we've already implemented, but we're going to keep implementing, and that are going to be a complete part of our workflows. And so my goal in the next 2 years is for our team to do not even 10x, but 100x the amount of work we're doing now with the same amount of people. That's my goal. I don't want to hire anyone. At this stage, I don't need to, I don't want to. Right? I just want the same team to be able to do 100x of what we're doing. So that's where we're going, and I think that's really, really key for everyone, is just to make sure, as much as possible, don't think that AI is not smart enough yet today. It is. It is. It's just our adoption. We're all a little bit resistant to adopting something that might be smarter than us.
All right, so thank you so much, Jonathan.
My
if
pleasure.
I may, we're going to pull up a Slido channel here so that people can ask. I'm going to get you to sit down here.
Oh.
Yeah, so.
Cozy.
It's because you've been standing for half an hour, right? All right, so we have a Slido channel here, and this is a time to ask the questions that he has not answered in his presentation. So scan that, and now's the time to ask, right? We're going to have 10 minutes of Q&A before we move on to the next talk, right? Now, as they are asking the questions, I've got a question for you, right? So you've done marketing beyond Malaysia, in Europe and some countries, right?
Yeah.
What's the biggest difference you see in the Malaysian market? That is something that marketers have to know.
Honestly, the skill level in Malaysia and Southeast Asia is really high, in general. And I know that Malaysians tend to say, oh, but it's got to be better, like maybe in the US or like in Europe. It's not. It's not. Like, believe me, I've seen it. Malaysians are like incredibly talented, and some incredible people doing some incredible things. The skill of what they think they can do is magnitude higher than what people, like, at least in my experience, people in Europe have been doing. So it's like, what can I do with, like, is so much bigger when you talk to Malaysians than when you talk to people in Belgium or Luxembourg or all these things. Yeah.
So a follow-up question to that, right? Now, a lot of marketers in Malaysia, we tend to learn from the West, right? How to build funnels, how they're doing things, the tools they're using, and then try to incorporate that in Malaysia. Do you think that still works, or we should do things a little bit different here?
I mean, take inspirations for sure, but build your own systems, build your own ways of doing things, like test and iterate. Like, it's not because it's working in the West that it's going to work here. So you can take that first step, try it out, and then make assumption, and then iterate. And so that iterative process, I think you mentioned it in your presentation as well, is key for any marketing position. But it's the same for Southeast Asia in general. Yeah.
Yeah, like one key insight I've discovered is that a lot of Malaysians, they don't really open email. They do, but WhatsApp is still like the #1 channel here, right? And that could be different in other countries, maybe. All right, so let's go for this question here by Hong Yi. Hi, may I know, based on your experience, is AI generated SEO content able to improve SEO ranking and result?
Yeah, 100%. But you need to do it in a way that's not, that's a little smart. So the way we do it is use a API to Hrefs or Hrefs, I don't know how you said it in English, like, just to pull keywords, and so we get those keywords, we get an AI to do an outline first, we get another different AI to look at the outline, criticize it, give that feedback back to the first AI, and the first AI then generates a blog post. The second AI judges that blog post again, gives it feedback, and so it's reworked, and then eventually, like, there's been so many iterations that the end output, if you prompt it well and if it's designed well, there's no way you can tell it's AI generated. And so for us, it's really, really helped with increasing traffic. Yeah.
When you generate AI content that way, right, do you put a disclaimer that this is generated by AI in that sense?
There's always a last QC by human, just to make sure, and it's been trained on content that we've written and everything, but we do not put any disclaimer, at least for blog articles. Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next one. I hope that answered the question. Let's see, the one on top, right? So what is your, oh wow, what is your reward structure for rewarding marketers when they meet their KPI? What's next for those who don't?
Really good question. I think the first step is making sure they have KPIs that are very, very clear. So the way we function as the hub is we do quarterly OKRs, like company OKRs, and then each team then works on their own OKR. So OKR stands for objectives and key result, right? So when we have those team OKRs, usually there's one at least objective, per sub team as well, and then individuals get their own key results for the next quarter as well. So it's always very, very transparent in terms of what they need to achieve. We try and quantify it as much as possible. We have monthly performance reviews, so every month there's feedback that's given. Did you achieve your KPI or not? And if not, then how can we help you achieve it? And every 6 months we have what we call like growth conversation. So like potentially you up for a raise every 6 months, because I think once a year is not good enough. There's a recency bias. When you assess people once a year, it's like, what have you done the last 3 months? Well, maybe it was not so good the last 3 months, but like the 9 months before that were amazing. But you still tend to think about the last 3 months first. So every 6 months, I think makes sense. People who do not necessarily meet KPIs, so first of all, we offer a lot of support to help them meet those KPIs, and then we're very transparent because we have that monthly tracking. Like after a while, if you're not meeting KPIs for 3 months in a row, we put people on a performance improvement plan. Performance improvement plan is not designed to scare people to move them away. It's more like, okay, let's work together to make sure that you can hit those milestones and that you're growing. Like our goal is for people to grow, right? But we set goals for them that are a little scary. They're like, oh, how am I going to do this? Like they need to figure it out, right? If it's too comfortable, you're not growing. So that's how it works roughly.
All right, so to just clarify, the reward structure is more on the increment of pay rather than bonuses.
There's no performance-based bonuses for marketers. Like this is something that we have in the sales team, but not in the marketing team. Yeah.
Got it. All right, let's move on to the next one. If you may. AI is in the picture right now, right? So let's go to the top one. I'm going to go for the highest voted ones, right? So what's the most underrated AI tool that's been in your day-to-day? ChatGPT.
So we have subscription to ChatGPT, to Gemini, to Claude, and I use them for different purposes. But I do have like a custom GPT that I built and trained myself around people management. And so whenever I have a question, like say someone in my team has been very emotional and has been affecting other people because when they're angry, they're very angry. Like everybody is like, oh, it's affecting other people's performance. I'll go into my custom GPT, I'll ask that question, and I'll get like a detailed plan on how to handle it. So that's been very, very useful. So like the power of like custom GPTs is incredible. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So there's your answer, ChatGPT, I guess. Okay, let's go. Okay. From Rahim, how do you gauge the perceived value performance for your branding team? Oh, this is a big one, right? Do you buy or use any market intelligence services or reports? Wow.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think the way you design KPIs in general influences people's behaviors, right? So as I was saying, like if for the acquisition team, the KPI is number of leads and cost per lead. They're gonna optimize for this, but which is not necessarily great for a company level. And so for a while, we were doing views, website views, as like KPIs for the perceived value in branding team. I think it has flaws as well. So for instance, now in social media, we are optimizing towards shares, comments, and engagement because, like our goal is to create relatable content, content that makes people think in general. And so we think that interactions and whether it's shares or comments is a much better gauge of whether we're creating valuable content than just like if it gets a lot of eyeballs.
Okay. Since you're on this topic, right, just a follow-up question for myself, right? What are your thoughts on attribution? Some people believe that attribution is mostly bullshit because you see a billboard somewhere that made you Google out something, and then you go on Facebook, and then you buy something, and then the Facebook ad got credited with that attribution, right? But it was a billboard that made me...
Yeah. Attribution is really difficult. And so, you can optimize for last touch or like the last touch point, which probably going to make sense for a lot of teams for a long time. I think as you're really trying to make the most of your budget, you need to move towards multi-touch attribution. And so there are some ways of modeling data using like mathematical models where you can get an understanding of the weight of each touch point in the conversion journey. It requires tech work. You need to tag each lead, plug all the connectors and everything. But eventually you get to a stage where you understand, oh, actually that piece of content where there was no directly coming, from that piece of content is oftentimes the first step, and then people go on our website and convert on the website. But it's right now, multi-touch attribution and attribution in general is vastly unattainable or like very hard for marketing teams to solve, yeah.
Okay. So maybe you can do one more question, right, before we go. Let me choose the best one here. Wow, there's 3 words there. Yeah, let's go for the... Okay, now, which one is better?
Let's read all of them and then pick one, yeah.
All right. Maybe the one by Izzat, yeah? Is frequency of posting content, does it affect the leads of generation? Because I saw from StoreHub, you post only once or twice a week only.
Hey, research. I need to send a message to my social media team now.
No, but you post very often on LinkedIn.
I
do, right?
Yeah, but my content is AI augmented, so it helps.
Oh.
Yeah, it's automated as well.
Know.
Yeah. It's all stuff I agree with. Yeah, I wouldn't post anything. Okay. But no, in my experience, frequency of posting will artificially inflate your views and reach numbers without necessarily driving the kind of traffic that you really want. And so I would rather for the team to spend more time creating content that resonates, where people comment, share, send it to other people, rather than content that just gets likes and views, and at the end of the month it adds up, and you're like
an underdog as well, right? So they are against a field where it's saturated, right? It's already a red ocean market, and yet he's able to build highly to the size it is today. So I'm glad to get Derek on the floor today to share with you how he has done that. All right, so Derek.
Oh, hello. Hi. I know people. Thanks. Wow, such a nice photo of me. Thank you. My team should do better next time. Anyway, I've never given this talk before, by the way. So, Ruben asked if we can share some of the stuff that we've been doing in Hirely, and I agreed. So I stitched all this together. So I have about 30 minutes. I don't know whether this is longer than 30 minutes or shorter than 30 minutes, but we're going to find out soon. Okay. So B2B marketing, right? So I'm going to share some of the real experiences that we've done in Hirely. So just a quick introduction of Hirely first, right? So we are leading white-collar recruitment, one of the leading white-collar recruitment platforms in Malaysia. We specialize in professional and executive talent. And from an employer point of view, we level the playing field for employers. So regardless of what size you are, you're a big company, small company, we give employees control over their brand, their story, so they get to attract the best talent that they can, right? So that's our concept, Hirely, for those of you who don't know who we are. So we've grown quite a bit. In 2014, we were called WOB, WBB, which was short for Working on Beanbags. And then we evolved over the years. We raised a sizable round in 2019, and then we, in 2021, we rebranded to Hirely because we needed to grow up. Not a lot of corporate companies didn't like working on beanbags, so the brand needed to change. So we became Hirely. We broke a revenue record in 2022. We got funded by one of the biggest recruitment companies in the world. In fact, they might be the biggest in Asia. And we launched Night Gaji, which is blue collar. We crossed 1 million users in 2023. And 2024, we are also now in Singapore. So it's been quite a journey. But recently, we made, especially in 2024, we made some drastic changes internally, especially on the marketing side. And that's some of the stuff that I would love to share with all of you. So Hirely has always been very strong with job seekers. So here's the chart of how we've grown with our job seekers. So most of our marketing team was very, very much focused on acquiring job seekers, which is more consumer side, right? This is it's a very big pool, so you use marketing. And then for the employers are the ones that pay us. So we are like a job portal, right? So employers pay us. So we just go direct. We build a sales team, and the sales team just cold calls employers. So we are two-sided marketplace. So the job seeker consumer side is mostly marketing, and then to acquire the employer, which is the customer, they pay us, we use sales, and it's cold calling. It was this way for a very long time. That was our job seeker growth term, but this is how our employers have grown. It's actually, it's like climbing up a mountain like that. In the beginning, when we were WOB or WBB, a lot of startups knew us is very targeted. But as we tried to break into the bigger market, we found that if you just cold call people, it's pretty difficult to acquire enough customers fast enough because cold calling didn't build enough trust. There's a lot of established job portals and job boards out there. Many employers have been used to using them very long. I mean, I'm not just competing with like the big local like monopoly. There are giant international players like LinkedIn. They are in the space also. So, and we are, compared to them, we are tiny, right? Even as a brand, So when you cold call them, the first, I hired people, by the way, from some of these companies, and the salespeople will always complain, right? Some of them will say that, oh, I used to, when I called the company, right, we immediately just talk about price because they knew who we were. But when I call from Hirely, the first question I get is who? And they have to spend like 1 hour trying to explain to the customer who is Hirely because the brand did not reach them, right? So job seeker growth didn't actually drive revenue for us. So and we needed revenue to keep growing. So we needed to change fast, which is why in 2024, we knew it's not, unless we do something drastic, nothing's going to happen. So all our marketing or advertising spend used to be only for job seekers. All advertising spend, or maybe not all, maybe 95% job seekers, right? 5% for B2B advertising. Then last year, we switched 180, all the marketing and advertising spend went to the employer side. And we spent 0 on job seeker acquisition, no more. Job seeker side completely organic, all advertising spend direct to employers. And it was quite a journey. So I'm going to share with you some of the stuff that have worked for us, what didn't really work, because we were aggressively experimenting, right? First thing I want to share is B2B marketing is actually going to be very different for all of you. Depending on the nature of your business, right? And this is something also I kind of learned over the last 10 years. So I have this little thing you can look at, you can kind of reference to. So one is, we can start here at the bottom, right? So first you need to figure out actually how much revenue do you make per client on an annual basis. I use the term annual contract value. Maybe you don't sell subscription, but you can take an average. Roughly on average, how much money does your client spend with you on average in a year? So you start from 500 all the way to, let's say, the thing went wrong. This is exceeding 100,000, more than 100,000. Okay, this is your deal size. And then on the left, this is your monthly volume. Are you doing how many do you expect to do? Do you need to do over 1,000 deals a month? You know, or you can go down to like, let's say 5 to 10 deals per rep, per salesperson, or 1 to 3 per team, right? So it depends on your volume. So if you are on this end, where you are acquiring high volume, very high volume deals, right? Then something like a freemium type style would work better for you, right? The reason for it is just to paint the picture what I mean. If you are making 500 ringgit per customer, you're not going to build a team of like 5 people to service this customer, right? It's not going to make any sense for you, right? Like economically, right? It's not going to make any sense. So versus on this end, if you are making like over 100,000 ringgit in revenue from your customer, let's say 1 million, then it's fine. You can have a team of 2 or 3 people going to pitch to the customer, sell to them, and then when you close very big, so that it pays for the cost of the team, right? So highly, we've always been somewhere here, like between 3 to 10,000 ringgit per client. We have a handful of clients that spend over 50,000, very small handful, but most of our clients are in this space. So we are very familiar with like inside sales model, very, very familiar. Inside sales model, and then a bit of field sales sometimes for bigger clients. That's all we've ever been, right? But how does marketing play a role depending on your go-to-market strategy, right? So, the different model, you have kind of different ways that marketing therefore supports that kind of growth. So, and as an example, at the freemium level, it's product-led growth, right? You are trying to generate a lot of inbound leads organically or at very low cost, right? And all the way at the other extreme is like team sales. That means salesperson going with the marketing team. Sometimes your CTO goes in, you know, depending on what kind of deal you're trying to sell. So it's very deep collaboration between sales, marketing, sometimes product. Again, depends on what you're actually selling, right? So the channel, let's say for something like this, right? If you're selling at over hundreds of thousands or million, the way you marketing is a lot of PR, you do a lot of C-level event, have dinner lah, you know, have a nice breakfast with all of them. You know, that's what marketing looks like. Very high touch. Marketing and sales are like almost the same. The salesperson and the marketing person is almost indistinguishable at that level. But at that level, at the freemium level, you have, you know, you do like SEO lah, TikTok lah, you know, do like email drips, you know, organic referral variety. So, and in between it's everything in between, right? So, here, most of it is inbound. As you go up here, most of it becomes outbound, right? And then your marketing strategy evolves. So smaller deal sizes typically lead to high volume transactions, less and a bit less coordination. That means, you know, marketing and sales team can still somewhat work independently at small and when you are at the other side of the chart. But as your deal size gets bigger, then the complexity of trying to close the deal increases and there's more high trust needed. So you're going to find that your marketing and sales need more collaboration and then both tend to be more customer facing. Your marketing person, I once met someone who told me that if the sales director is going on leave, the head of marketing should be able to speak the same language as the sales director. Literally like that, and vice versa. If the head of marketing is not there, the head sales director should be able to speak marketing language, just like the head of marketing. But that's at that level, right? So B2B marketing isn't just marketing, actually, it's like a company-wide effort. So sales and marketing have to work very well together to drive B2B marketing. And again, depending on product, it could also be your tech team or your product team, right? So if marketing and sales is not aligned, nothing really works. This is one hard lesson that we learned from a few years ago. In Hiredly, the departments are very independent one. So we always hear like, oh, how come I don't know what's going on in marketing? Then marketing says, I don't know why is sales doing this? So they're not really speaking to each other. So sometimes we want to drive growth is pretty difficult. We want to drive strategy. So CMO and sales director must be best friends in B2B marketing, I know it's usually not the easiest. I hear a lot of stories that sales and marketing hate each other. I don't know why. But this is how we reorganize, by the way. So this is before reorganization. So we knew that, oh, this doesn't work anymore. So we used to be a bit more hierarchical, a bit more fragmented. So that's me, CTO, CEO. Then we have a strategy team, we have a tech team who drives product. And then we have like a marketing team, right? Drives like digital marketing, social media events, 3 separate teams, right? And then last year, we literally just flattened the whole thing. So I just put everything under one team. So it's under the Chief Operation Office, COO now. We call it the Commercial Acceleration Team. Digital marketing, social media, creative, partnership, product, they all sit together, right? They're all in one team. They're actually talking to each other, like they are on the same island, and it's very close. Right? They literally know what each other are doing now, right? And if such a small team, I would say that the output of the team is amazing. So every squad has one goal only. So we have about, maybe this needs updating, right? So we have one squad that's driving social media, one squad that's driving scraping, technical skill, one squad driving university partnership, one squad driving user reactivation, and the squads usually meet bi-weekly. Just one goal. Every squad is just driving on, very clear, right? And then there's every squad has their own data sheet. They're tracking different metrics. These are fake numbers. Yeah. Real numbers hopefully are much higher than this. So every squad has this data sheet. They track very, very deeply. Yeah. So anyway, so it's incredibly focused. Right? And the squad depends on like whoever's needed. So if we are trying to drive, let's say, customer win back, if I need sales to be there, sales will be there. If I don't need tech to be there, they won't be there, right? So every squad, you just see you just choose who has to be there. And they drive very clear goals. So from our transformation, here are some of the stuff that we've been driving. So I showed you just now the go-to-market thing, right? So we are actually trying to push into the freemium space right now as we scale the business. So we're going to try to bring in like, our deal size typically 3,000 to 10,000. We're going to see if we can push in below the 3,000 space. But the one question we've been asking, once you go freemium, wouldn't it sort of dilute the value of the main product, which obviously what we've grown, right? So we have a strategy around this. And before I kind of go there, right, the reason why we are kind of like thinking of like reducing our price to go to that other market is there's one kind of painful lesson we learned in the last few years. So early days, we had 2 sales teams. One sales team was like a tele-sales team. This tele-sales team, when they pick up the phone and call the client, they just tell the client, our job advertisement is very cheap. That's it, that's their sales pitch. It's very cheap. Cheaper than all this. They don't, sometimes you ask a salesperson, actually what is the product? Some of them don't even know how the product works. All they do is call the companies and say, our job advert is very cheap. Then we have a field sales team, which is the other extreme. They sell value. They go into this consultative sales process. Here's why we are better, blah, 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 our product. Also, they know the product very deeply, but when they close very big, but very low volume. So I always stare at this, I wish both of you were the same person, but they're not, right? And so one day, as I think it was 2023, 2024, we decided to change some strategy and say that, you know what, this selling based on discount and reducing price is not right. You need to sell value. So we told the sales team, from now on, I don't want you to give discount. I want you to focus on selling the value of the product. We forced them. But the sales actually dropped so fast. Sales dropped very fast. So in theory, it makes sense, right? Your sales team should know how to sell the value of the product. But when we make them sell the value of the product and not just sell price, the sales drop very fast. It's not because the product has no value, but it's because when you are in a red ocean, red ocean means there are a lot of competitors out there and they all have products. You actually need to lead with price. You actually need to, if you're more expensive than competition, most of them won't even talk to you already. Basically, they don't want to talk to you. So you should go in and say, okay, look, fine, we are actually cheaper than the competition, but then you have to try to still win them with value. not just price alone. So the mistake we learned was that actually, yes, it still matters if you're going to a very competitive space. Price is a factor. So now we're very clear lah. So most other major portals, they're averaging, let's say, 600 ringgit per post per month. And then we say, okay, we're going to do 300. But in fact, when people buy bulk, right, it goes even cheaper. No, so we are really using price to get a break into this market. But we make sure that we are still profitable lah. I mean, I won't go into the details. So there's a lot of stuff that work out. But what I'm trying to say is pricing does matter. I know people want to sell value a lot, but pricing opens the door at the very least, right? And now going to freemium. So how do we protect our core business while still being able to capture a larger market, maybe at a lower price, right? So Highly has always been a company that, you know, has been built by the youth, for the youth. I always joke that, I think, this is not a joke, this is data. A few years ago, I asked HR to kind of have a look at our team, right? I think they said like 75% of the team in Highly joined us either as an intern or fresh grad. 75% of the team joined us either as an intern or fresh grad. So I said, well, actually, we are a company built by fresh grads, you know, really? And they build this for their friends. The reason why they love being in the company is because they are building a platform that they love so that their friends can use it. So we've always had this very youth-driven kind of culture. And then, so as we are trying to explore this freemium model, we just told ourselves, what can we do here that makes business sense, but still aligns with who we are as a company? And so from, well, actually it may not be 1st of May. I need to update this maybe later. But in May, Highly will create more opportunities for our youth. So we're going to give free internship posting going forward. Like, so any employer can come in, I don't care, you don't need to buy anything. You can just come in and just post internship for free, right? So we decided we're going to enter the freemium market this way, just give internship for free, right? Whether you're a client, not a client, doesn't matter. Come and post internship for free. So by doing this, we hope that more youth will have more internships to apply to. I know the government is also very supportive of creating more internships in the market. So this aligns, right? But at the same time, companies that want to hire full-timers, the core product is still there. That doesn't change, right? So I won't go through this, but that's how. So we are actually rolling out this free internship thing. So we let employers, some of them, to try the platform using this concept also. And if they want to, then they can still buy the full-time jobs. So the full-time stuff stays premium, if you like. And for everyone here today, actually, we have a booth out there, Highly. So I don't know exactly what date we launch free internships, but if you're an employer, you're interested to get early access, you can just go to the booth later. The team has a laptop there, right, to take your details. So that's the free internship stuff. The other thing that we fixed was our landing page. Right? So our landing page was not very clear what we actually did as a company. So here's how our sales team, by the way, here's how our sales team sells Highly. But this is not what was on our landing page. So our sales team, when they talk to employer, they say, oh, you know, we specialize white collar, so you help you reach the right talent. We have a very modern, media-rich platform, helps you attract quality. We do AI, we are 50% cheaper. You know, this is how our sales team talks to the client. So all the salespeople right now consistently say the same thing. But when you go to the landing page says something completely different, right? So our landing pages used to look something like this, you know. Oh, why choose Highly? We have 1 million job seekers, right? This is true, but this is not how the sales team is pitching, right? Oh, we have over 90,000 jobs posted. This one got the cost saving, you know. Oh, we got all this follow on social media, but this is not how the sales team is pitching, even though all this is true. So there was a misalignment between the marketing message, the landing page, and how the salespeople were pitching. And then there's a lot of focus on how the product works on the landing page. Oh, you got this job slot. This is how the job slot works, you know, on the landing page itself, how the product. But the sales team were not even doing this. So what we did was we actually cleaned this up. We actually transformed the entire landing page. I want the landing page to mirror exactly what the salesperson is saying. Exactly, right? Oh, you know, target quality talent, you know, you modernize your hiring image, you get AI faster matching and better screening. So when we change this, our conversion rate doubled on the landing page. Same ad money, we didn't change ad money, but the number of conversion doubled, right? So it's so important to align that messaging, right, from sales and marketing. And this is why, I mean, the landing page is the fastest way to test this. Or just a small, some of you might have gotten this. This is on LinkedIn. We've been trying some LinkedIn messaging ads. So if you're on LinkedIn and you're in the target, when you log in, right, you might suddenly get a message from me. It's not me, I'm here talking to you. Okay? But LinkedIn sends a message to people and just tell them about, come and use Highly, etc. automated. So it's been hit and miss, by the way. We tried these LinkedIn ads. I think some of the organic posts does work, but the ad ones got us a lot of leads, but it wasn't easy to convert. The conversion to win is very poor. Although we got a lot of people kind of like sign up for interest. So that didn't work. Thought leadership and earned media. We are really big on this in Highly. So I think sometimes you need, in order to have thought leadership, we need to kind of stand for something. So we get a lot of, if you see us on the media a lot, we don't pay for any media coverage, but we get invited a lot to talk to the media, right? I mean, I'm not just talking about even our head of departments, we go out there and talk to media because we stand for something. We have a message that we are very clear on. And so, we're doing this like VIP press review. The first time, so every year we launch this work culture report. This is the first year we decided to launch it and then invite the press to come and join. It hasn't happened yet, it will happen very soon. And to our surprise, a lot of them are turning up. So we always launch it very quietly. We use it as a lead magnet, a work culture report. But the point we're trying to make is that if you want to build a very strong brand and you want, I guess, like organic growth of that brand, you don't spend a lot of money, then you need to stand for something, right? Have very clear message, be known in the market, be clearly known for something in the market. In which case, most of the media know that we are a very youth-driven kind of like a talent recruitment platform. So anytime there's a youth-related topic, they'll ask us. Events and community building. So we tried all kinds of events. We did like direct sales events before. So direct sales events basically means that when you come to the event, we clearly tell you you're going to be sold to, right? This is a Highly sales event. Come and learn what the Highly product is. And then we pitch the product, how it works, etc. End of it, you get like a special package or deal that you can buy. And it does convert, by the way. It can actually convert, but mostly small to mid-sized deals. So if I'm experienced, the most 5,000 most of the time, maximum one transaction 5,000. Small to mid-sized deals, it does work. But the problem sometimes with all these events is because you don't use a lot of advertising money, people discount the time it takes to organize the event, and like, let's say you have to go and talk, or the sales director to go and talk, all those things people don't take into account. It may or may not be profitable if you take everyone's time into account. So, but we tried it a few times, it does generate revenue, and it works. So you can invite people to say, come and learn about our product. At the end of it, you allow them to buy something special. We also do a lot of non-sales community building. So these are more like, we have like, for example, we have an employer branding community that meets up every quarter. So when they come to this community event, it's a highly branded one, but sometimes they're just purely networking, sometimes there's a speaker there. And the first sentence we have at the event is, there's no sales here. We are not selling to you. If you're actually interested in Highly as a product, there's a little fishbowl there, you can put your name card, but no sales, right? There are no sales people in this room. And then we find that actually encourages people to turn up, keep bringing their friends, because they won't feel pressured that they come here, oh no, my God, I'm going to be bombarded by sales pitches, and it's like a trap like that. And when we said that, right, we actually found that a lot of people will put their name card in the fishbowl because it felt more like voluntary. Like I'm giving you my contact because I want to, not because I'm being forced to. So build like a non-sales community building thing. It actually really does work to build people. So like the last one, like AirAsia came and talked at our. So I mean, very big brands have been involved in our communities, giving talks and stuff like that. And we never thought about the Highly product, right? And through all these events, we've actually opened doors to a lot of enterprise clients. We've had, after this, we have meetings with all these big companies, you know. Some of them have closed, some of them nothing happened. But at least it opened that door, right? It helps create this, it encourages these big companies to turn up, right? And then you get to put your brand in front of them. So anyway, so here's kind of the stuff that we are still testing. Some of our stuff that's ongoing. First is obviously the internship premium concept, which we are launching in May to see whether it really works or not. Even if it doesn't work, we still help the youth have more opportunities, so that doesn't matter, right? And then we are also experimenting a lot of like content and thought leadership in the age of AI, something we're thinking very deeply about, because even as a company right now, we use a lot of AI. Like our directive is like, oh, your AI augmented team right now. Every day I tell you, your AI augmented team, your AI augmented team, right? So we use a lot of AI. And what does the talent market look like, the job market look like in this age? So it's something that we are also, we are trying to understand, and hopefully we can take a stand on it. And that's it, right? So thank you. Was that 30 minutes? No, not bad, huh? Okay.
Yes, all right, thanks. Yeah, spot on, I think. So, very good time.
Oh, okay, great.
So, thank you, Derek. So, again, we have this Slido on, so they can ask deeper questions about what you've just mentioned. But let me just start with one question, right? You have been very experienced in the hiring process, right? What is the one broken thing that you have seen? Like one thing that is broken in hiring?
The one thing that's broken in hiring.
like one thing like maybe the employers always have a misconception on.
Well, the one thing that's broken in hiring is still broken. It's also the reason why we started. I feel that we've reduced how broken it is, but it's still broken. Okay. So the reason why we started was because I felt that actually if someone wants to look for a job now, right, if someone wants to look for a job now, actually it's pure luck, where you end up working. Because you think of how a fresh graduate looks for a job, right? Most of the time they think about maybe the top 50 companies they know, they go directly to the website, and then they try to apply, and then let's say they get rejected, then they go to, I don't want to say the name, they go to this job portal, and there's the Wild Wild West already, right? Then you just spam see who hire you. Hey, that's how everyone's careers. And when we build the product, right, we have this principle called job seeker experience. So if doing this doesn't improve the job seeker experience, we won't build it. So it's always about the job seeker side. So we've always been leaning to pro talent, because end of the day, right, the employer, they're only paying us because of the talent.
So that becomes a better thing for the employer.
Yeah, so we just focus on what the talent want, the employer will come, right? So that's how we look at it.
Good point, good point. All right, let's go. Is Highly hiring?
Yes, we are. Yes, yes. Highly is still hiring. You can go to highly.com and have a look. We are still hiring.
Okay, so from someone who is anonymous here, what is your biggest challenge transiting from full B2C to B2B? And what was the biggest win so far in this journey?
What's the biggest challenge? Right. I think the biggest challenge is people. As in, because the entire team was so used to doing B2C, right? So when we suddenly woke up and said we need to do B2B, and everyone was like, I don't know. I don't even know where to start. That's actually the biggest challenge, I would say. And over time, some of them didn't want to do B2B. They didn't stay, right? They went and do their own thing. And the ones that stayed, they adapted, they were able to unlearn and relearn a lot of the marketing. So what's the biggest win so far in this journey of moving from B2C to B2B? Well, that we did it lah. We successfully did it. I'm actually so amazed. Like sometimes I think, well, oh, we actually managed to do a 180, and now our inbound leads are so high. The entire team understands B2B so well. And everything that we said we wanted to achieve came true lah. In the end, I think we said, okay, when we embarked on this journey, said we're going to flip 180 to B2B. Everyone was very worried. Is this the right decision? But we said, no. At the end of this rainbow, this is what's going to happen. Dong, 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 and all of it came true. So this is the what I'm really happy about. But it was very painful, by the way, incredibly painful that switch.
So you mentioned you have a lot of inbound leads right now, right? Do you think that's because of the brand that you have built, or is it for something else?
Yeah, it's really a combination.
So very passively right now.
Yeah, it's a combination of all those things kind of added up lah. We've always been very strong on the PR, earned media side, like mass market. But the reason why this inbound leads kind of grew is all those small things like the landing page. We have one squad just staring at the landing page every week. One just looking at like what kind of ads we run, which channel, how does it align the landing page, all the way to our CRM. How does the lead, when they come in, integrate with our CRM, And by the way, when the lead come in, right, within 30 minutes, a salesperson must call you. 30 minutes, If you don't call, you drop. Someone else will call. Like literally everything is so integrated from the start all the way to the end. So all those things took a lot of time, but it added up. How we drove all the volume of our leads.
Got it. All right, let's go to the top. This one cannot say lah, but maybe you can give a figure lah. Like, if I may know, how big is the marketing budget for ads monthly? Oish.
How big is the marketing budget? Let me think of it. Maybe I'll try answering it in a different way. We spend about maybe 15% of revenue, something like that lah.
Oh, that's a marketing gold standard, right? 10 to 15%, right?
I used to be 30%, so now it's 15%. Yeah.
So you find out the revenue that highly makes, and then you know the budget already. Yeah. Reverse engineer a little bit,
If you make enough effort to find our revenue, then you deserve to know lah. Okay.
All right. So which platform gets you more leads? What platform costs more but give you quality leads? So we're talking about platforms that you get inbound leads on, I guess, and then which one actually works that converts?
So far, it's still Google search. But again, because it's the nature of our business, because when someone is searching on Google, it's very high intent. So the conversion rates are always higher, it's always cheaper. We run ads on like Meta as well. Everywhere. Those also convert. But at the moment, like the cost per conversion, right, or the cost per win, the Meta ads more expensive. But we're not giving up yet. We're still going to experiment on that channel. Maybe we just need to change the way we do it. Yeah, but Google search for us, the best.
All right. And have you had any challenge with Google Ads before and Google SEO? Like, is there very high competition?
Google SEO. Yes. SEO is. I would even say that I don't think it's our strength. We've been like trying different agencies to help give us ideas and sometimes when these ideas come in, by the way, when you speak to different agencies seems to be telling us different things. So that's a bit confusing, doesn't help. And then after that, we need the tech team to implement it. And then the tech team will be like, but I've got this 100 things you asked me to build, right? Derek, like you asked me to do this AI thing, this AI that, and then you want me to do SEO, so which one, right? And the issue with SEO is you do it and then you don't know. Did it work? Then you have to wait like a few months. So, it's not our strength, but at the same time, we need it to be our strength. So I'm still working on it. I don't have a very clear answer, but we believe that it's very important because we have, on Highly right now, we have about 10,000 jobs. So you imagine the amount of, I don't know, again, I'm not an SEO person. The amount of content we have, that if our SEO game is very strong, it should generate a lot of organic traffic, because of just so much content on the platform.
Got it. Okay. Let's go on for maybe 2 more questions before we call it. Right. So from Jean, I like how you split your digital marketing, social, and creative teams. should marketing or sales have the bigger headcount? Marketing, lah, of course. I know I'm just being biased, right? But I think sales is important, right?
Well, it depends actually. So it depends on your company. So for example, if you remember the go-to-market thing I showed you just now, if you're on the freemium section, you should literally have almost no sales team, right? Your sales team might always be like customers. That's your team approach, building trust with corporate clients. Well, one of the things we do, for example, is the community building that we're doing. Get cold call all the time. All the time, everyone wants their business. And the ones I found that with, if they are the one that write in, then the probability of closing is extremely high. Extremely high. So it's the stuff that I've shown you just now, community building, like PR and stuff like that. Go on LinkedIn. LinkedIn obviously happens to be the perfect social platform for us because HR people are very active on LinkedIn, right? But that may not be the one for you, so it actually depends on what business you're doing.
Okay, so it depends where people are at, right? And then I think one of your teammates actually messaged me for a job hiring process. Right. Yeah, and what I found out, he knew about me, right? So I think he did his research, and that's what I appreciated about him, right? So I think that something you can take back anyway. Anyway, thank you so much, Derek, for sharing. Please give him a round of applause, and I think you stay around for a while as well, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you so much, Derek,
Thank
for
you.
your presentation and for sharing with us. All right, we're going to take a short little break. And the next talk is going to be at 12 p.m. before lunch, right? So now's the time for you to go for a toilet break, to take a little wiggle, or get some coffee outside if you want to. And we'll see you back here at 12 p.m. Thank you. Okay, so thank you, Jeff, for being here. I have Jeff. Engine Mailer is something that I'm very fond of because I'm very involved in email marketing. Why did you start Engine Mailer, and what was that one problem that you're looking to solve?
The company, the group as a whole, has been around for the last 20 years. So by DNA, we are a digital company. We build websites, we build applications, and email happened to be one of our core strengths. 15 years ago, we started and we service all the large enterprises, right? The CIMBs, insurance companies, the FMCGs and all that stuff. And after a while, we realized that not everyone had that 10 million, 20 million, 50 million emails to send, right? So there are a lot of customer base that wanted to send, 500 emails, 20,000 emails, 200,000 emails, which we could not do because our product was very, very enterprise, on-premise, install base, it's the traditional type of software. So for the longest time, we were the biggest advocates for cloud system. I go and sign up to MailChimp, I go and sign up to MailerLite, go sign up to GetResponse, right? Because we just could not do it. Yeah, about 7-8 years back, we decided that enough, right? We literally send billions of emails from a group standpoint. So why don't we come up with our own SaaS flavor? Our enterprise product was going through a product transformation. We were having from version 4 to version 5. We concurrently use Engine Mailer as a catalyst or incubation project to drive innovation into our core product. But eventually it led to Engine Mailer being this rocket that we've killed off this enterprise product.
When do you see the Engine Mailer became like a product on its own?
I think it took us about 18 months.
18 months.
It took about 18 months, so we started an MVP.
Okay.
Because starting a SaaS is not that easy, right? Building the features is easy, but you got to think about onboarding, you got to think about scale, you got to think about microservices architecture.
Yeah.
So it took about 18 months for us to have a base product. At that point, we were deciding, do we now take this innovation to put into the enterprise product, or do we just take this and fly this
as a
way
local
forward? At that point, I think we made the call because the innovation was so big that we didn't want to deal with upgrading an enterprise product anymore, because the cloud is the way to go.
Yeah, they say.
To go, right? So I think that's one. While we address now, we wanted everyone to be able to use Engine Mailer. Naturally, it expanded our audiences. So rather than being a Malaysian company, now we're a global company.
And this was 7-8 years ago.
Yeah, 7 years ago.
Oh, amazing.
test 1 2. Mic test 1 2.
So this is a very difficult problem for us to solve 7 years back, because we are a product that is in a market that's already very saturated.
Yeah, I mean, you have a million all that,
I
right?
think companies, billion-dollar companies are right there, right? So it's a game of a David and Goliath. How do I fight? Are you confident? Do you know how to send emails? Is it even going to end up into the inbox rather than the spam box? You know, you've got so many things that you know.
If I fail this,
Mail gun, type of services, right? So we went out there and said, hey, shit, that point 7 years ago, how many people are sending automation emails in Malaysia? It's hardly anything, right?
Yeah.
So we had the platform.
All right, welcome back to Underdog Con. And just want to know a few announcements here. So we're going to have lunch later on at 12:45, right? It will be over there where you had your breakfast. And if you want to go to the toilet, it's over at the end, because some people ask me where's the toilet. It's over at the end, behind the backdrop. You'll be able to find it there. All right. Now, I'd like to introduce you to our next speaker, who is a stranger turned friend, which I mentioned to you earlier when I started off the event today. He's King, and he runs Saudi Customs, a merchandise company that specializes in building merchandises and creating merchandises for companies, not just in Malaysia, but around the world as well, right? So today, he's going to be sharing a little bit on how he does prospecting and also B2B sales, right? And I've seen it in action. I've seen how he does his emails and his outreaches, and I thought it was amazing, and that's why I got him here today to share how he does it at Saudi Customs. But something you must know about him as well is that King also delved in a lot of new technology, and is quite a visionary with AI products and also AI solutions that he is bringing on for a lot of companies that he serves. All right, so anyway, King, I think you'll be able to do much better than me, so I'm going to bring you here to the floor and do your stuff, do your thing.
thank you. Okay, are you good here? Good afternoon. Hello, friends. Thank you, Ruben. Big round of applause for Ruben. Thank you so much for Underdog Con. Guys, thank you all for this morning, afternoon. I just want to say that to kick it off, right, I'm super grateful that you guys spend your time to come out today, and I think we're going to be able to learn from each other. So as I speak today, I hope that you could just stay as chill as possible and throw questions if you have to. Stop me on my tracks. Let's have a conversation. Let's learn from each other. I've been given 30 minutes to share something that I've done for 16 years. I still don't know the answer, but I would share as best as I can. Woke up feeling a little bit under the weather this morning. Well, I'm going to give it my best. So I hope you guys can bear with me. And let's have a good time together. Yeah? Let's go. So I'm not going to talk about my business, but I will tell you my story. And my story consists of many short stories. Is that okay that we just go with that? Perfect. But before I begin, I would like to know who I'm speaking to. So I'd just like to see a show of hands. Who are entrepreneurs in the room and who are professionals? Can I see a show of hands for professionals? Okay, thank you. And entrepreneurs? Wow, it's like 50-50. And then for the rest who did not put up their hands, students, I'm guessing. Great. So for entrepreneurs, can I know if you are, is there anybody above 5 years in business? Above 5 years in business, all right. The rest below 5 years, I'm guessing, professionals and entrepreneurs below 5 years? Show of hands, below 5 years? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, great. So here we go. No, this is the first slide. Straight into technical error, right? Okay, so I started my business 16 years ago. I graduated, but while waiting for graduation, an opportunity came up. I could not wait for a job because I needed money. So it didn't come from much, just straight away went into it. This was me at my first bazaar. A friend and I said, hey, let's go sell some t-shirts because no Uniqlo, no H&M, you cannot find good quality, simple blank t-shirts, and I love, simple blank t-shirts. So we started a bazaar at a bazaar called Urbanscapes in 2010, and we sold blank t-shirts. That was how I started my entrepreneurial journey. It was accidental somewhat. It was needful because I needed money. And I was like, okay, let's just go do it, right? So one thing led to another. Customers came back. They said, your quality is not bad. We'd like you to do some printing, some design, and start producing and deliver in batches. So we did it, and before you know it, we had our first office. Continued doing it for a few years, started to put everything I've learned, everything I know into practice, and we got our first publication. After the publication, things went a little crazy. People started to recognize us in Malaysia and slightly beyond. So we expanded our team, and I'm going to jump straight into fulfillment. Long story short, one day, after many days of working at our business, we had a large order, and we had to learn how to fulfill large orders for all around the globe, and these are who we work for. So for 16 years, I've been in the B2B space. My job is really working with corporate clients. A bit of a backstory. Before I started my business, while I was studying, at that time, I joined a corporate training firm. I was that boy that helps you to fix your tables, put your paper on the table. If you guys been for training, you know what I'm talking about, right? Prepare your coffee, get your sandwich for you. Yeah, that's what I used to do. So when I was there, I learned that communication, connection, interpersonal skills, very, very important. I obviously did not know how important it was, but running a business, I realized that it's important in guiding your team, leading your people, instead of bossing them around, and it's also important when you build confidence and trust with clients. So let's go into my first small story. For 16 years, again, I'm not going to delve too much about my business. Doesn't matter. Any business, same rules will apply, right? You want to get these corporate clients, the same thing apply. What worked, what didn't work. So I'm just going to share. 3 skills to master to win high-ticket sales, in my opinion, right? Again, anybody knows anything better, shout out, and then we can exchange and, put it to the test. Now, I've learned that in B2B sales, it's very different from B2C. B2C, you sell the value of the product itself. Let's just say you've got a very, very powerful smartphone. Then you sell the features of the smartphone, right? But in B2B, recognizing that it's not a hard sell is super important. What you're really doing is you're helping the customer buy. And this is very crucial, right? Bear with me as I'm going to share these 3 skills with you before I show you how we automate it and use it for mass B2B marketing. All right, well, I'll get to turning your inbox into income after this. So learning not to hard sell, but being a good host is very important, right? So helping people by, just think of it as hosting. Imagine you're hosting someone to your house, right? You'll think of all 5 senses, the sight, the smell, the touch. I can't remember the other 2. Help. Sight, smell, touch, hearing, and taste. Yeah, thank you. So we had, along the way, we've done all crazy things, like even when we meet our clients, if they come to our office, we make a special drink that is signature to us. And then we put on the aromatherapy, we make sure that the room is cool, all that little things, you see. Because why? We want them to remember us. Stuff like that. What does not work? Yeah, that one. There are so many other examples I can think of, but I thought this was quite funny. Wanting to close the sale there and then is like, it's not possible, right? It's like wanting to get married to your partner on your first date. It's tough, right? So seek first to understand. Something that has worked really well for us, not just for me, but for my team and for all the people who has been with me on the journey, is that initially, perhaps we are very in tune or very naturally will go to the selling way, like, hey, buy lah, you know, this thing is good. Why is it good? Let me tell you 100 reasons why it's good. Yeah? Your stuff is good, my stuff is also good, her stuff is also good, you just keep going on. So initially, it's very common that we gravitate towards that. But slowly what I realize is that if I learn more about my product or my service, I then become a subject matter expert in the customer's eyes. Now, large corporates, they've got a team for everything. They've got a team for everything. Why do they need you? They need you because they have an itch that they cannot scratch. You get me? In other words, they need a subject matter expert to talk about something that they know, but they forgot. You cannot say they don't know, right? So they know, but they forgot. So when I establish myself as a subject matter expert and help them to buy and guide them, I start to realize that even when I don't quite follow up with them, they will come back to me when the need of the matter arise. Everybody okay? All right, let's go. Okay, number 2. Right? Right? Right or wrong? Can you say right? Right. Build genuine connections, because everything else can chat GPT lah. Right? So I think the key thing is, okay, I'll tell you a story of Kak Liza, right? So this brings me back to my teens, right? First job, doing cold call every morning, 9 o'clock, you know. I had to canvass the whole Klang Valley while my colleague canvassed Johor and Southern. I do mid-state and all that, right? So I had to call people every day. I had a file with me. I wrote down who I'm calling, what did I say, or at what time, what day, everything. So there's this very, very nice lady, Puan Liza. So the first time I had a chat with her, I wanted to sell training programs to her boss. But I was very lucky. I somehow learned from my ex-bosses that you don't directly go and talk to the boss. You may be friend with the gatekeeper. So the gatekeeper was Puan Liza. So you can imagine, right? After a few calls, Puan Liza became Kak Liza. And Kak Liza called me her little brother. And then what happened? We have relationship. One day Kak Liza told me this. She said, actually, right, the boss listens to Miss Samantha when it comes to training one. She's the one that you have to convince. Ooh, inside information. I was like, okay, that's what I got to do, right? So then I said, how can I contact Miss Samantha? She said, Miss Samantha only likes to talk at 4 o'clock, and she likes this and that and whatnot. So I went to her at the right time, at the right place, asking her the right questions, and boom, we secured a deal. I'm not sure if it was Infineon or Siemens at the time, but I remembered this. When I appeared one day after closing the sale, the HR wanted to recruit me. They said, can you send your resume? We want to recruit you. Then I said, I'm 18 years old. They said, oh, okay, cannot. I don't have a degree. So it worked, and I took that with me, right? Built the genuine connection with the people that you speak to. Eventually, oh, yeah. B2B is not about 1 email or 2 emails or 1 call, right? Could be 6, could be 12, could be 20. And it's also about the quality of that conversation that you have. So I have team members who doesn't like to talk on the phone or meet you face to face. They just like to text. Yeah, find a B2C product to sell. That will work well, right? For B2B, you gotta show your face somehow. The last one, yeah, use tech to enhance, not replace. I think this is important. I think tech has become something that, as with AI, has become something that when we look at it, we're like, yes, this one can replace what I'm doing. Yes, this one can replace what I'm doing. You are either fearful or you're you're excited, right? I think in this room, I can see all of us, we're very forward people, I would say. That's why we're in a marketing conference, right? You're probably excited about AI and the advancements of technology. But I think we should consider using it to enhance us, to help us, to have like a digital twin, right? So in the past, so what we do is we sell merchandise. We design at the time, we design and we sell merchandise. So every single client has got very curated demands, right? I want it like this, like that, this color, that color. This is not my company profile, logo, language. We have to curate. So one day, I will have to communicate with tens of customers. The only way for me to do that is to hire. We had 16 salespeople across Malaysia and Singapore responding to inquiries for about 7 hours a day with 1 hour lunch break. The rest of the time, and Saturdays and Sundays, too bad. No connection. No connection means it gives the client an opportunity to go somewhere else, right? To go explore, right? So with the use of AI, we can actually solve these problems by helping pre-qualify conversations with customers. All the simple questions that customers used to ask, frequently asked questions, can now be asked into an AI, right? And AI can actually help. I think I see a lot of you nodding, so I think I won't elaborate on that, but we can talk about that later if you like. The point is, it helps to enhance. Now, I want to share this other small story, short story, which is quite funny. I had customers telling me that when I speak with you, I get a sense that even your no sounds like yes. Means somehow I make it palatable for them. But when I speak to your staff, cannot means cannot, and I don't like it. So I realized that most of us may face an issue of consistency in experience. So I felt that perhaps artificial intelligence and tech can help us with that. It could help us to streamline the consistency of conversation to about 80%. So that if your team members get stuck in a particular situation, don't know how to answer, they can potentially ask an AI that you've built for the company, this is our language, this is our culture, this is our ethos, this is our methodology, how should we answer this question? It comes out with it. And then you give the customer that feeling, right? So that was what I did, and today we have less sales personnel, but we're still operating at about 16, 20 manpower output, right? So that's why I put like low LER. So LER for us means labor efficiency ratio. So for every one input, what's the output? So for us, it should be 1 to 6 or 1 to 8. Means I pay you 1,000, you bring back 6,000 or 8,000. I mean, I'm not that cruel, but the point of the matter is that you need to track, right? Because we have KPIs we have to meet, right? Yes. So, yeah. All right. Why did I put this here? Okay. Just gonna show you all a video, and then we talk about it after. Is that okay? Elisha, can you help me to press play? Because I can't do it here. Thank you. Okay, we'll let them sort that out. In the meantime, I want to show you what I just said earlier about the experience, about making it consistent. I think we can now do it 24/7. So top 3 tips just now, right? What are they again? The first one is, sorry? Don't hard sell. Help them buy. Thank you. Second one is, sorry? Connection. Build human connections. And the third one is, use technology to enhance, right? So all 3 put into a system with the right mindset and the right ethos to help you generate leads 24/7. Sounds good? Turning inbox into income. Sounds good? Okay, ask them to work a bit faster so that we can get to that. I can see it playing, but it's not playing, is it? Oh, I go back. Okay, I go forward. And I go forward. Oh, now we need the sound. Ready, set, go.
Before I go for a meeting with a potential customer, the amount of prep work that I do is borderline insane. I'll study the customer, study the market they are in, and understand the nuances prior to making contact. I use a good balance of IQ and EQ to draw the parameters of discussion, to increase my chances of catching their style and wavelength within the first few minutes of interaction. I struggle to replicate this level of detail orientation, and believe that my biggest challenge is replicating the experience I can provide to potential customers. I force myself to believe that others cannot learn this skill, but I was wrong. We now live in a world where this is possible. A couple of years ago, I deep dived into the world of AI and studied it. Today, I am able to have an AI assistant to assist my colleagues to replicate my level of experience when meeting clients. This is not to say that the AI will take over. Our team still needs to be trained, but the impossibility is no longer true.
Agree or disagree? I see, not sure. That's me or that's not me? Actually, it was me. I had a very nice background, so I shot a video, but I spoke like an idiot in front of the camera. So I said, I'm not going to waste the beautiful background, so I had to find a way to edit what I really want to say. So I edited to this. Yeah. I think that, I did it for really because I got something to say, but sometimes I'm not very good at speaking on the spot, right? I think we all, I don't know, we're not professional in that sense, right? And not all Anthony Robbins here, right? So I just did this. But honestly, I felt that we can try to make the experience a little bit more closer to as if we are there. So now, turning inbox into income, right? Sorry, don't read first. Okay, start again. So I said, let's not just forget about the fact that this is an AI-generated video. Let's talk about the level of IQ and EQ put into researching your customer before you go and talk to them. You guys do that, right? We all do that, right? So I think one of the key issues is that when we do B2B sales, you don't know anything about your customer. You don't know anything about your customer, you just go and say, hi, I'm selling this. No genuine connection, right? So I think that's a key issue. And not being able to read the room. Maybe people are not ready to receive, and all you want to do is just tell. Also cannot. And now that you have this skill, but your teammate who is not in this talk does not have this skill, problem again. So the experience not the same, right? So that's what I'm trying to solve. And so I think that when I do a B2B prospecting, since I've been doing it for some time, my process is that I will check them out. I will see what's going on. Is there any happenings that is going on with their lives? When I contact them, I will say, hey, saw that you did this recently. And then I tie it back to what I am trying to sell and explore an opportunity to share my value with you. If you don't like it, I will also allow you to opt out. But hey, I'm just trying to share my value with you. There's nothing wrong with doing that. All of you have value to provide. And so this process is very time consuming. I used to be able to do like 5, 6 research a day, right? Prior to ChatGPT. It's a full-time job, yeah? You all know this, right? But I can make 35 calls a day. That was like my record. And that also like one leg driving, one leg calling, like it's not easy. So it's hard. What about thousands? What about, 24/7? So that's what I'm about to move into. Now, this is an email, just only on April 2nd this month, right? This is an email that my team sends out, right? So I just saw your LinkedIn post about your company X. Sorry, I have to, for education purposes, I have to share, but at the same time, I need to blur a lot of things out, so I hope you don't mind. Right, so very impressed with your AI-powered legal question analysis. Congratulations on the launch, right? So this company is based in Taiwan, so we said as Taiwan's tech advances, have you considered custom merchandise to strengthen your brand presence, right? Now I'm trying to relate it back to what our business does. So based in Malaysia and Singapore, these are who the people we've worked with before. PS, I've noticed, I've noticed you, right? I've noticed you. Your adoption rate has jumped to 31%, making you a leader in the space. Wow, you receive, you're also happy, lah, right? People see you. So this is from my team, right? So the business development manager in Singapore, my teammate, this is my company, sending this out. Want to see the reply? Yeah. Thank you. Barry, the CEO and founder, very interested in learning more about your services. Would you please provide me more information about your company and some customer case studies? To us, this is a win. Fantastic win, right? So, okay, next. Okay, I'm not going to show you what we sent to them, but I'm just going to say it's PwC, and wow, a personalized email for a change, great idea. Good. To me, it's a win. Yeah, to me, it's a win. Good job. Like, thank you to my teammates who worked so hard to make this happen. Oh, so this is just a number. 3,483 personalized emails were sent in 2 weeks. Yeah. And that's the beginning of how we generate the lead, warm the lead up, and then we're using technology to enhance us, but we still need to go in, and we still need to do the work, and we still need to have the ability to get the customer at the right time, at the right place, to say the right things for them to convert. So this, prior to this year, we have been doing it just like this. I lead my team, I meet them every alternate days, and just no AI powered, just human powered, right? But now we use AI to assist us, and this is happening. So here are some of the tools that you can explore and you can use to build something similar. Yeah, so just check them out. YouTube has got, what do you call, like lessons, free lessons you can learn how to build this kind of tools to do the emailing. But yes, so 3,400 of those emails were generated by our system. Another 300 plus were generated by our people. So our people are very, very in touch and in tune with it, because otherwise you won't know if something is going wrong. Yeah, and I think with that, I would like to move into Q&A, because then we can really get into the meat of it. So I'm done my presentation. Thank you very much. Let's go.
All right, cool. King, you going to remain there, or you going to have a seat here? You're good there?
I'm good anyway.
Okay, okay, okay. All right. Let you have the seat here, and then going to ask you a couple of questions.
Yep.
I talk to you like almost every day, so I don't know what to ask you anymore, but I'll leave it here, right? So, right, we have one from Dennis, right? AI may enhance, but may not be accurate to customizable products or services. How do you curb off working hour inquiries?
Thank you so much. I agree with you. It is a lot of, okay. I think that if your product is super simple, like chicken rice, it will not get it wrong. Chicken rice, cucumber, and soy sauce, right? It won't get it wrong. So it boils down to how you display or productize your service. If you're in a very complicated solution-based business, then I'm sorry, man, it's going to be a lot of work. Yeah. But otherwise, you can draw parameters, containers, and there are ways to actually make it very accurate. For us, our business has got over 500 variables, actually. It's a lot of variables. But it can get it right, to the point that it is smart enough to have this endpoint where it tells you, let me connect you with my colleague. Means it sudah tak tahu lah. Just connect you with the colleague. So I train it to be smart enough to say, let me connect you. Yeah.
All right, I hope that answered the question. Let's see if we have more here. Okay, so from Brian, can you share the overall structure of the automation that you mentioned in your presentation earlier? What source are you getting unique updates of each prospects for your automation? So I think what he's asking is like, how do you get the information of all these prospects? Oh, which source that comes from? Oh,
so the AI does the research already now. Yeah, so the source is that the AI is trained to go to the LinkedIn profiles of the prospect to study them, and then cross-reference it with Google, actually, and then make the outreach. So it's accurate up to, in my current small sample size of about 15,000 people, I think, we are about 98% accurate. So it's quite good. Yeah. Now, I want to also mention, it's so important for us. We've been in the business for 16 years, and I think it's because I hold dear to ethics. So we're not doing anything unethical. I was just sharing with you that I have a value to provide. I'm just trying to tell you. So at the end of our outreach, we will say, we have probably met you in an event, or we got your contact through you yourself putting your business and your company out there, because you're doing the same thing as me. As part of a professional outreach, if this is not for you, feel free to just tell me to, stop. And we will just stop. Fair, right? You have a business, you're trying to reach out to me. I have a business, I'm trying to reach out to you. Is it fair? Fair. It's fair. Yeah. So we don't buy like emails from black market and all that. We don't do that. And also our guys go for a lot of BD events. Like today, some of our guys are here. We might talk to each other. I will make a friend with you. I take your contact. If you have my needs, I will exchange my solutions with you. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's go to the next one here. We have one by Boston. You mentioned structured follow-ups, right? How is a follow-up counted as structured? And normally, what's your go-to opening for a follow-up? So there's two questions here, really, right? So maybe you can tackle one by one, right?
Shucks. Later come to me, I'll show you the email, cannot, because I forgot to put in the follow-up part. Boston. Yeah, we settle it later. Yeah, thanks.
You want to share a bit about how's your go-to follow-up? Like what's the generally?
Yeah,
like,
sure.
so
Thanks. I think generally we have found, this is a good question. We have found something that really works, right? We try and error for many years. So sometimes you follow up and say, hey, you might be busy, you missed my email, right? Doesn't work, guys. Doesn't freaking work. So the follow-up is always a statistic. So statistically, we will just suddenly put, did you know, right? Statistically, your company become 100% more successful if you talk to me. Something like that. Okay, you figure out some statistics that you can relate to your industry, right? So the second follow-up is statistics. It's a did you know and a statistics. Now the third follow-up is the power one that we felt works in today's age, right? So people already don't want to reply you. You tell them statistically they will benefit from talking to you, they still don't want, right? So the third one is this. I know you're busy. I'm just going to keep this last outreach to you with an A, B, C selection. A, I'm interested, contact me again. B, contact me within the next 3 months. C, I'm not interested, not right. Thank you for reaching out. That one has the highest response rate. Very, very fun. Because it's so easy, they just reply, C, don't talk to me again. Joking. Some people got put like B, got put A, but more C's lah. But no is also an answer, right? We do sales, we do marketing, we are okay for people to say no. Rather than the person, don't say anything. You want or you don't want? Say no lah, yeah. So
I think that works in a sense, because to share the previous experience, right? So I think I dropped in a lead for business in the US or something, just out of curiosity. And this person actually messaged me on Messenger. It's a bot, basically, right? And then I didn't respond. After 2 days, he messaged, "Are you still in?" And then I didn't respond. And then the third or fourth day, he responded and say, "I'll take you out of the list." And then I feel like, oh shit, what? I don't know. He's I don't know what kind of psychology is that. Yeah, but then I feel like I'm missing something. The FOMO kicks in and it's like, oh, maybe I should go and do something. Yeah. Anyway, I think that works. So the ABC thing, I think there's something
the
that's quite
ABCD
relevant
was,
thing, right?
Thanks for reminding me. Yeah. That was something we discovered a few months ago.
Yeah. And he said like, should I remove you from the list? Anyway, let's go to the next one here. Okay, so I saw the first one here. As the merchandising space is competitive, especially Taobao, how do you get your team to win?
So we recognize that when we started and today, the landscape has changed like 5 times at the least, and plus the pandemic and everything. So that business, the merchandise business, has found our niche. So how to win is to really know who you are, basically. Don't have an identity crisis. Yeah, my team was just saying yesterday, luckily we don't have identity crisis. Otherwise, we'll feel like losers. Everything we do also, China can do better, other people can do better. Then I realized, isn't that in every one of our industry? Like everything that you do, there will be someone else better than you, right? So then just know who you are. Know where we have 17,000, so we've got 8,000 corporate clients, as you saw earlier, that are active with us, 17,000 in history. So not a lot compared to like Cairo Arming, maybe, right? 1 million sales in like 2 minutes kind of thing. But we know who we are. We know what we can do for them. You just keep doing it. Yeah.
I see one my name here, so I want to go for that one. You do your business using emails? I do too. I think so. But Ruben once said, actually earlier, not once, earlier said, that it's better to localize your platform. How do you do your business other than email? So, okay, to give you some context on this one, I shared earlier this morning that emails is my favorite platform, but a lot of Malaysians, they use WhatsApp. So I have to use WhatsApp. I have to meet where my clients are, right? So that's the context to this question. So
cool. Actually, I shared about email, but really, if you look behind the psychology of it, there are, I think, 7 or 8 other ways that happens concurrently. So I also said that our teams goes for meeting, right? Go for networking events or whatnot. That's one. So it's face to face. It's email. It's what else do we do? EDM considered email, a bit different, right?
emails as well, I'll say.
Yeah. So EDMs and email sequencing, I put it as 2 different categories. And then referrals and affiliates, not to forget. So there's actually a few things running at the same time. Yeah. So it's not just emails.
And you have meta ads as well, right?
Oh yeah, then you
Yeah,
have
yeah,
ads. Yeah, then you have social media. Yeah. So
A bunch of things.
a bunch of things coming together. But I think the psychology or the theory behind it is as such. You need to have that 3 skills, and then you apply it in all the places. Yeah.
Right. One of my favorite platforms is emails because it's something that you own, right? You don't own
I
Facebook.
agree, man. I
Yeah.
agree.
So you
Like
always
WhatsApp, I had someone who texted me saying that the WhatsApp had like 600 or something following, all potential clients, all clients. But WhatsApp shut it down. Then how? Yeah, so I think it's a bit scary. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's go above. Okay, so I think that we answered that by Isaac already in the earlier question. That's the recent one. So, well, you run ads, right? You do also outreaches and all kind of stuff.
Oh, the NAN one.
Okay, let's go
the
for the
NAN
NAN
one, just a quick short answer, no. It's tough, man. Just got to spend time to learn, no? Yeah. Maybe use Make if NAN is too complex. But Make also a bit slightly nicer UI, but also, yeah. Have to join forums, talk to people. I built an AI network around myself. So I'm part of the National AI Office team. So there are 210 people in Malaysia right now trying to help the nation grow in the space. So I'm part of that. So I'm quite blessed in the sense that I have resources, maybe talk to them, set up a group chat at the site, we can discuss things. But we don't. I have a different group for that.
all right. So maybe we can do 2 more before we go. Let's go for the quick one. What's your go-to CRM tool that you use? Strongly suggest that we can try out immediately.
Yeah, the go-to CRM tool is HubSpot. Yeah, HubSpot. Yeah.
What if it's too expensive for some people?
Use the free version.
Then you get locked up and then you have to upgrade to HubSpot Premium.
Call Ruben. We tried HubSpot before. There was an Indonesian company called Contact. Anybody heard of it?
Contact.
Contact,
Yes,
yeah,
Contact.
But there's a reason why they're expensive. They are just more stable and better. And Trello, but Flow is a problem. Trello is a bit like...
Kanban board, right?
Yeah, Kanban. Yeah. So Kanban not so powerful for CRM.
Right?
Yeah.
HubSpot
integrates your email, you know.
Yeah.
So if you're email heavy, right, HubSpot makes sense, right?
Yes. So personally to me, helping some people, right? As a marketer, I do believe that HubSpot is also one of the best CRMs out there.
Yeah.
It's just that it's bloody expensive.
Yeah, it's very expensive.
Bloody expensive.
I just want to add, right, that for CRM, it's be careful. Every company I've seen has promised that they could do what HubSpot does.
True
And that's
that.
the problem. Oh, integrate your email with CRM. Can. Nonsense. Huh? You pay them for a year already, next thing you know, cannot. So I still have a subscription with some companies. I just stopped using it. I told my guys, you're not recording me, right? So I told them the subscription is cancelled. Actually, it's not. I paid for the whole year. I said, oh, cancel already, faster, move everything. So,
Anybody on Zoho CRM here?
oh, Zoho's not bad, right?
Not bad,
It's not bad, right? Zoho, good.
I never liked it, so I don't know. I'm sorry.
I think they improved or something I heard recently. Power.
Anyway, that's CRM chat,
Yeah.
yeah? So we leave that for a CRM conference or
Very
something.
complicated how to use these.
Okay, let's
You
go
send
for
business
one
business,
last
right?
one.
Yeah, which
Yep.
one? Your team using any method reach out? No, got it already. If you send your business proposal via email, how do you know if they
Oh,
are exact procurement?
interesting one.
Okay. This is a good one. Okay. Okay, yeah. So, you know the outreach that we did just now, the automated one? We don't send proposals. It's just all trying to build a connection. They are like conversation starters. Because once conversation started, then we will always say, let me connect you with our manager or business dev or regional director, depending on who we're speaking to. From there, only do we send whatever materials, be it a proposal, but nowadays I find proposals a little bit old school. We go with 20-second videos. We go with links to our social accounts, right? And if they still need a proposal, then we send them a proposal. Because sometimes the proposals are needed to be attached to a company, then they can send it for your RFQ and all that kind of thing. So I get it. But the person talking to you does not want to see the proposal. They just want to know, actually, are you cool? Are you going to solve my needs? So we need to find a way to get through to them in the fastest possible way. Truth be told, I'm still trying to figure it out. Once upon a time, I just sent proposals. It used to work, right? So I think it used to work. But today, seems like people's attention span are a bit less. So yeah. How do you know the exact procurement department? I feel like there's a bit deeper in this question, right? So I don't talk to their procurement department. I see you are in procurement, I straight away know you're not my target audience already. So like, it's important to know who your target audience is. Let's just say I change your question to like, how do you know the exact person got the email, right? You don't know. And so you have to try. Sometimes we whack the company few departments at a time. So like few people getting our thing and we build connections with all of them. So the one thing about connection is that, I think you all know this, I'm going to remind us one more time, is that human connection you will never know, yeah? You'll never know. My title is procurement. My title is HR, but maybe my interest is in art. Your interest is in art, but you're an IT guy. But we connect through art. And because of the connection through art, now I'm going to tell you who is going to buy from you is actually marketing. Talk to him, like that. So don't forget that. I think that is what I'm trying to establish today. Yeah, thank you.
All right, so I think we can end the Q&A here. So thank you so much, King, for that. King will still be around here for lunch, so please go and catch up with him and grab him for...
I forgot to share. If we want to connect, I can be found on most platforms on King Kwa. So IG works. You text me today, then I can check, then we can connect.
Or kingkwa.com.
Yeah, but that's a long way. This is just like, you know. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, King. Thanks, man.
Thank you so much.
All right, round of applause to him, please. Okay, so now comes the part where everyone is waiting for. It's our lunchtime, and we'll come back here at 1:45. But just want to let you know that the lunch is from this restaurant called Cassis. It's a fine dining restaurant, said by them, but let's see, right? So please enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back at 1:45. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Jeff, for being here. I have Jeff. Engine Mailer is something that I'm very fond of because I'm very involved in email marketing. Why did you start Engine Mailer, and what was that one problem that you're looking to solve?
The company, the group as a whole, has been around for the last 20 years. So by DNA, we are a digital company. We build websites, we build applications, and email happened to be one of our core strengths. 15 years ago, we started and we service all the large enterprises, right? The CIMBs, insurance companies, the FMCGs and all that stuff. And after a while, we realized that not everyone had that 10 million, 20 million, 50 million emails to send, right? So there are a lot of customer base that wanted to send, 500 emails, 20,000 emails, 200,000 emails, which we could not do because our product was very, very enterprise, on-premise, install base, it's the traditional type of software. So for the longest time, we were the biggest advocates for cloud system. I go and sign up to MailChimp, I go and sign up to MailerLite, go sign up to GetResponse, right? Because we just could not do it. Yeah, about 7-8 years back, we decided that enough, right? We literally send billions of emails from a group standpoint. So why don't we come up with our own SaaS flavor? Our enterprise product was going through a product transformation. We were having from version 4 to version 5. We concurrently use Engine Mailer as a catalyst or incubation project to drive innovation into our core product. But eventually it led to Engine Mailer being this rocket that we've killed off this enterprise product.
When do you see the Engine Mailer became like a product on its own?
I think it took us about 18 months.
18 months.
It took about 18 months, so we started an MVP.
Okay.
Because starting a SaaS is not that easy, right? Building the features is easy, but you got to think about onboarding, you got to think about scale, you got to think about microservices architecture.
Yeah.
So it took about 18 months for us to have a base product. At that point, we were deciding, do we now take this innovation to put into the enterprise product, or do we just take this and fly this
as a
way
load
forward? At that point, I think we made the call because the innovation was so big that we didn't want to deal with upgrading an enterprise product anymore, because the cloud is the way to go.
Yeah,
they say to go, right? So I think that's one. While we address now, we wanted everyone to be able to use Engine Mailer. Naturally, it expanded our audiences. So rather than being a Malaysian company, now we're a global company.
And this was 7-8 years ago.
Yeah, 7-8 years ago.
Oh, amazing.
So this is a very difficult problem for us to solve 7 years back, because we are a product that is in a market that's already very saturated.
Yeah, I mean, you have a million, all that, right?
Fighting companies, billion-dollar companies right there, right? So it's a game of a David and Goliath. How do I fight? Are you confident? Do you know how to send emails? Is it even going to end up into the inbox rather than the spam box? You know, you've got so many things that you need to talk about, right? So we started off with Malaysian companies, and our first MVP was very API-based, like SendGrid, Mailgun, type of services, right? So we went out there and said, hey, shit, that 0.7 years ago, how many people are sending automation emails in Malaysia? It's hardly anything, right?
Yeah.
So we had the platform, but we couldn't find the right customers to even trigger an API.
True.
Today, there's a lot more triggering. After 12, 18 months, then we built the marketing functions. And then we realized that Malaysians like the product. So the market strategy was always Malaysia first. So it's all word of mouth. Call up, they find us, we take part in some event somewhere. But then you go through that whole growth cycle, right? How do you get your first 10 customers? 10 come, 10 go. Okay, because it's just hovering around 10, right? Because either you don't have a certain feature, or your product's a bit slow here, or some issues with customers there. Then you move up to the next scale. How do you get your first 25 customers? Then you go to the first 100 customers, then the 500 customers, then the 2,000 customers. So it's an evolution, right? When we started, we didn't know how to deal with the work. We knew how to deal with Malaysians. Malaysians come, okay, we know lah, out of 20, maybe one spammer. Then when you start applying policies, when you start getting sign-ups from all over the world, different countries out there, there are high-risk countries, mid-risk countries, low-risk countries, we realized that, this country is high risk. Our back-end processes are very automated. So we started having rules. If you're from certain country, I'm just going to ban you. I'm not going to give you your OTP.
Really?
Yeah, if you're Malaysia, I'm going to do this. If you are this, I'm going to do this. Then you start going back to the drawing board. How are we going to be an international company if we are discriminating customers by countries, right? But because we didn't know how to deal with spam. So as we matured, and I think the whole AppSumo thing that we went on it, then we started getting all international customers. The view of the company is you can only have one customer base, and it's a global customer base, and everybody adheres to the same set of policies.
I'm actually very interested in that AppSumo strategy that you did, right? You approach AppSumo or did they approach you, or what's the whole strategy behind it?
AppSumo approached us a couple of years before we went online. But at that point, you go on AppSumo, it's a do or die.
How so?
If your product sucks,
Oh, then you get all the backlash.
you are in big trouble. Out of 5 rating, you end up getting 2 stars and 1.5 stars, your brand is dead. And because, as I said, right, we compete with the giants out there, there are certain things that we cannot go out inferior. You must have a very strong, robust engine. You must have a very strong database engine. Middle of last year, we said, okay, let's go on AppSumo. The most important thing what we wanted from AppSumo was product validation. Yeah, okay, we've got all these hundreds of customers in Malaysia using it.
Yeah.
But if you put it out to the world, is that what people wanted? So I think that was the main reason why I went on AppSumo. So that 2 months of AppSumo, I think, was a real experience for us because the guys really test your product for you. The typing error on your app or one small little function that doesn't work, your website is not updated. They scrutinize you on your product release page. Hey, why was it updated only 2 years ago? Have you got no updates in the last 2 years? What is your roadmap? What is this? What is that? So the learnings were amazing, right? And because the feedback was coming back on a daily basis, they have I think close to 1 million audiences. Everyone had a different request, and all these requests were not double digits. Good thing is the Engine Mailer team were agile, right?
Yeah.
So I think we had 3 or 4 version releases every week because when we get the feedback, rather than writing that, sorry bro, I don't have to,
You released it as a feature.
so the feedback sort of like leveled up our product from a local gameplay to an international gameplay and sort of like set the trajectory for us. If you wanted to go international, these are the expectations. That means customer ticket comes in, I mean, we can't wait for next day to reply anymore, right? Because if we wait 24 hours, then they'll be complaining, your customer support is slow, then they give you a negative review.
Yeah.
So even stuff like, we didn't do around the clock thing yet. In fact, we are putting AI into our product right now to automate customer service. But all we had to do is to send an autoresponder. Instead of saying that, thank you, we have received your request, is that thank you, we received your request and we will get back to you in the next 24 hours. So you sort of like set expectations to the audience, which then reduce the noise and the complaints, right? So I think we got out quite nicely in AppSumo. We got a 4.8, I think, rating out of 5.
Oh, congrats.
We got ourselves into Zapier, we got ourselves into Make,
Yep.
we got ourselves into Pabbly. It was in our roadmap for the longest time. We just didn't know how to do it, right?
Right.
And then one of the AppSumo guys, I think he gave a feedback. He's like, bro, you've got all the APIs.
Why don't you just...
Why don't you just put it up? You can ask ChatGPT how to do this. Yeah. And I'll be like, oh, is it that easy?
So it's like, I'm guessing right now, like it's like a $49 thing, lifetime for certain users, right? How many users do you got from AppSumo?
We got close to 1,000 users. And these are paid customers. And because of AppSumo, right, we had their affiliate networks making product reviews about Engine Mailer. Also, so our YouTube videos all of a sudden became product reviews of Engine Mailer, comparing Engine Mailer to this and that and this and that.
I mean, other people were creating videos about...
Yeah, because they were affiliates of AppSumo.
Yeah.
They were trying to then promote for AppSumo as well, right? So all of a sudden we got reviews, and today reviews is part of our strategy, right? How do we go out to the 1,000 other people that can do reviews for us instead of those that were only done during the campaign, right?
So engine mailer versus brands out there. Why would people choose engine mailer?
Number one is we wanted to combine a marketing service with an API service. The next one is we realized most of these platforms either limit you by the number of subscribers that you can store. Below 2,000 is free, anything more than that you start paying monthly. Or you had real complex, you want this feature, you got to pay more. So we wanted to simplify that model. So we went that, okay, we're going to give everybody a free forever plan. I mean, data storage is so cheap for us. And because of the enterprise business that we used to have that we are very familiar with, one of the biggest problems the customers have is always having a dirty database. So we said, okay, let's solve this problem for everyone because we already know how to solve it. So today, if you import a list in Engine Mailer, you get free unlimited subscribers. Say you got 100,000 names. So as you import the names, we clean off duplicates for you, we clean off bad email formats for you. If I'm giving you unlimited subscribers, it just means that I'm giving you more value, I'm giving you a cheaper alternative. I'm not telling you that we're helping you to send emails. Everybody can send emails.
Yes.
What is your biggest asset? Your biggest asset is your database. So I'm giving you a platform right now where you can house your database and segment them and categorize them and target them for absolutely free. And if you send anything less than 10,000 emails, please go ahead and send them. You know, it's more like it's our way of giving back to the smaller companies as well. And if you send more than 10,000 a month, then you start paying us a $9 plan. So along the lines, we realized that a lot of marketeers don't have the kind of consistent volume to send on a month-on-month standpoint.
Yeah.
Right? So, especially in Asia, right? Chinese New Year, you send Yugo's floor, all right? Seasonal, you send more. Yeah, there's Black Friday, you send more. But some months, you send less, right? So, we give them the flexibility to upgrade and downgrade. That means this month, you can go to 29, you can go to 49. And next month, if you have nothing to send or less than 10,000, you can go back to the free plan and continue to hold your biggest asset, which is your database. That's one of the key reasons why our churn rate and our retention rate for client, our retention is very high, our churn is very low. Because we just let them solve their biggest problem, which is their database.
What is next for Engine Mailer? I know you mentioned AI, right? And how do you see emails evolving over the next, let's say, like the next 3 to 5 years?
The lowest hanging fruit in AI for emails is basically the ability for you to break that barrier on writing content. I mean, take Malaysians for example. Not many marketers, English is not the first language. So all of a sudden now you can have better sublines, you can have better content, and you can use tools to translate, right, from Malay to English.
Yeah,
Right, for you, either like say maybe put one emoji, so the time for you to write content improves. That's number one. I think immediately where that's going to hit to next is, rather than templates for drag and drop, you're just going to go to the AI and then I want a newsletter for Labor Day to run this promotion, and on the back they're actually generating, and there's a whole content architecture for you rather than having to do the templates. I mean, it's not very far away. I mean, we are also starting some R&D to that.
Okay.
But I think we can do it if we don't have to automate it into those editors, right? You can already use different Gen AI tools for captions, your writing, for image generation, got it, right?
Yeah.
And there are some tools that I've seen today that can even, you tell based on a prompt, that come up with a whole landing page structure for you with the content and the image, right? So I think that's where it's headed.
Okay, so thank you, Jeff, for being here. I have Jeff. Engine Mailer is something that I'm very fond of because I'm very involved in email marketing. Why did you start Engine Mailer, and what was that one problem that you're looking to solve?
The company, the group as a whole, has been around for the last 20 years. So by DNA, we are a digital company. We build websites, we build applications, and email happened to be one of our core strengths. 15 years ago, we started and we service all the large enterprises, right? The CIMBs, insurance companies, the FMCGs and all that stuff. And after a while, we realized that not everyone had that 10 million, 20 million, 50 million emails to send, right? So there are a lot of customer base that wanted to send, 500 emails, 20,000 emails, 200,000 emails, which we could not do because our product was very, very enterprise, on-premise, install base, it's the traditional type of software. So for the longest time, we were the biggest advocates for cloud systems. Like, go and sign up to MailChimp, go and sign up to Mailer, go sign up to GetResponse, right? Because we just could not do it. Yeah, about 7-8 years back, we decided that, enough, right? We literally send billions of emails from a group standpoint. So why don't we come up with our own SaaS flavor? Our enterprise product was going through a product transformation. We were having from version 4 to version 5. We concurrently use Engine Mailer as a catalyst or incubation project to drive innovation into our core product. But eventually it led to Engine Mailer being this rocket that we've killed off this enterprise product.
When do you see the Engine Mailer became like a product on its own?
I think it took us about 18 months.
18 months.
It took about 18 months, so we started an MVP.
Okay.
Because starting a SaaS is not that easy, right? Building the features is easy, but you got to think about onboarding, you got to think about scale, you got to think about microservices architecture.
Yeah.
So it took about 18 months for us to have a base product. At that point, we were deciding, do we now take this innovation to put into the enterprise product, or do we just take this and fly this as a way forward? At that point, I think we made the call because the innovation was so big that we didn't want to deal with upgrading an enterprise product anymore, because the cloud is the way to go.
Yeah,
is the way to go, right? So I think that's one. While we address now, we wanted everyone to be able to use Engine Mailer. Naturally, it expanded our audiences. So rather than being a Malaysian company, now we're a global company.
And this was 7-8 years ago.
Yeah, 7-8 years ago.
Oh, amazing.
All right, before we continue, right, I just want to ask everyone here, how was lunch? Great. Okay, everyone feel up? If you feel tired, there's still coffee, so please get some more coffee, yeah? After lunchtime is the worst because you start getting all these insulin hits and then you feel sleepy, right? Okay, but I hope that's not the case today. If that's the case, we have coffee, all right? Okay, so I want to introduce you to our next speaker on stage, on the floor really, and she is Wai Kwan, my friend, that I've met last year, or the year before, I think. And she's an impressive person because, well, her experience is amazing. She was the head of marketing at MES Malaysia, MES, the airline that you know. And as a consultant, as a marketing consultant and biz dev consultant, she consulted with companies like the Chicken Rice Shop. And now I believe she's at consulting for Kampung Cravers, right? So she has a plethora of experience in terms of growing businesses, thinking of ways, strategic ways of growing them, and also, well, I'll let you do the talking then, right, Wai Kwan? So please give a round of applause for Wai Kwan. And Wai Kwan.
Thank you.
Yours.
Yeah. Thanks, Ruben. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, before I begin, maybe just give you a bit of heads up what Ruben has shared, yeah? So my experience is pretty diversified. Started as a marketing or rather account management in various creative agency. Some of those you may also heard before, Dentsu Malaysia, TBWA, and also Bates 141. So the clientele that I used to work, including those very sinful one, alcohol, tobacco, and also some nice one, Mummy Double Decker, Canon camera, so on and so forth. Long story short, then I hop over to Bank, headhunted to Bank as head of marketing in Maybank for consumer banking. Worked on consumer banking for about 4 or 5 years. I got bored and I got headhunted to Khazanah and look after the diversified theme park leisure product, which some of those you may also heard of. Kidzania Kuala Lumpur, Kidzania Singapore, the Saru Coast Water Park, Datai is a luxury resort in Langkawi, the Saru Coast Water Park as well as Els Club. So at that point of time, handled close to about 8 to 10 different portfolio. And after which, I got headhunted to Malaysia Airlines as a head of global marketing that look after Malaysia Airlines, Firefly, and Marswing. Now, 2023, I jump out of corporate world, enough of corporate world, and started journey as an entrepreneur. So much so I can also say that I am a solopreneur. Like many of y'all, I'm actually very amazed, you know, the floor here, there are many of y'all are entrepreneur. If you are at the age of 20, 30s, starting an entrepreneur that you are feeling fearful, what's more? For me, 50 plus, baru want to start this journey. Lagi takut. You got family commitment, you got family, so on and so forth. But put fear aside, all right? Today I'm going to share with you what are the learnings that I have actually put my wealth of knowledge to my client in the last 1 year. And I'm going to share with you some of the case study. How many of you want to listen to a successful case study? Put up your hand. How many want to know and learn the failure that I've done? So between failure and success, which one do you want more? Failure or success? Yeah, same. I also want to know what have you learned, what are the failures, and how do we then bounce, yeah? So today's topic, very interesting. What exactly I'm talking about is how do you disrupt and interrupt your BAU? Do you know what is BAU? Business as usual. All this crap of the corporate jargon, very common, right? KPI, True North, what else? Move the needle, whose needle, and also BAU. Now, next. How many of you have actually read this article published by Marketing and Advertising back in 18 February this year? There are 25 things in 2025, all right? I've just taken out a snapshot of what has been released, but I also want to share with you there are some content here is not included in the 25. So basically what I'm sharing here is, it is actually a mix of actual content published by the article, plus some of those insights and details I've gathered. Let's just deep dive. How many of you agree that print is in the ICU? Right? No more print. So for those who are print, don't worry. You have to pivot and digitalize, yeah? Radio index continue to drop. Billboard is growing. Do you see as you drive along the road how many billboards are mushrooming everywhere? You're bombarded with so many billboards, right? So much, so sometimes I refrain myself from looking at all those outdoor content because I'm so engrossed in my driving, and some of those creative outdoor messagings are so smart in terms of getting your attention. Have you seen the latest outdoor billboard where Wanda come out talking about M. Nasir versus Zeus, the math teacher? Yeah. Okay, the next one I'm going to share with you is cinema scene. Local movies all-time box office overtook Hollywood. This is no joke. And it is actually 5 times more than Hollywood back in 2023. If you look across the cinema entertainment scene now, there are more local productions. Yeah? Data remain underexplored, and also AI is day to day. And on top of that, all of us are looking at instant gratification and reward. Every 10 points in Grab, you want to use it for your 1 ringgit knockoff. Am I right? Every 10 points in your Shopee coins, you want to use it to knock off for 1 ringgit delivery. Am I right? So these are all instant gratification that we're looking at. Next one, aging population and poor parents are on a rise. On an average span of a poor parents, all right, it's about 500 to 700 ringgit on an average, according to ADEX. Do you know what is the average span of aging to send your mom or your parents, you know, to a senior home care? Anybody have a guess? Maybe you haven't reached your age yet, okay? It's between 6,000 to 8,000 on an average for a senior home care. So it's another area where by 2030 to 2025, the aging population in Malaysia will rise up to about 15%. Now we are hovering between 12%. So you look at this, poor parents and aging population are intertwined. I tell you why. Because the more you keep your pets, you don't give birth to new children, that means the aging population is going to be a rise, and because no one is going to look after. So therefore, elderly care is very important. Last but not least, whatever that we do, emotions still sell. Okay, let's deep dive to some of those pain points of many SMEs. Now, these pain points are not just in SME, but in many, many businesses, including some of those corporate link, government, or MNC that I work with. Yeah? Many times we lack of true north. You know what is true north? Which means, do we know our vision, our mission, what exactly is our purpose, what our goal? From there, we can align to our strategy. Cookie cutter approach. You know cookie cutter? You cut, you do, you cut, you do, it's just stamping. So which means you're doing the same thing over and over. Third one, how many agree with me? Data silo. I heard from Derek from the beginning, data silo, interdepartment silo. Everybody is on individual vertical until he flatlined it, therefore he see the changes took place, yeah? So again, autonomy and empowerment, it's very common. Whether you are an owner of a company or you are a head of department in a conglomerate, often enough, you have got trust issue. The minute you empower, the minute you give more things to your subordinate, you are very afraid that the person will take over your job. Very common. I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm not saying it's right, but let's deep dive. Okay, again, cookie cutter approach. If you want to have a different approach, you got to change. If you're having the same people doing the same thing, and can you expect a different result? Unlikely. Let's just look at this video. China, amazing. Come up with this machine. You know, fried egg in a machine. If I am a nasi lemak seller, I would just get someone to buy this machine, save my oil, save people, and faster turnaround time. And I believe within a minute, yeah, probably better than us frying. Maybe can come up to about 20 to 30 eggs and less oil. Okay, I'm going to move. Now, it is important that when I shared, if you're expecting a different result but you're using a cookie cutter approach, ain't going to give you the changes. So the changes take place. There are many formulas in the market, all right? But as a marketeer in the industry for long enough, whether it's coming from the agency to the corporate government-linked company to Malaysia Airlines, so on and so forth, I always anchor into these 4 points because these 4 points give me the real guiding principle for what are the things that we want to do and how we should pivot. And obviously, number one, like I shared, always have your true north. What does true north mean? You must have your vision, your mission, your purpose, your goals, your pillar strategy, your target, your challenge, and mitigation. In many times, we run business, we forgot to see what are our challenges. When you don't see your challenges, that's where you don't know how to mitigate. And I can share with you, as an entrepreneur here or solopreneur here, right, what exactly is my vision and mission? And I can tell you that I want to give back to the SMEs. But what exactly is my goal? I want to be scalable. I do not want to have the same Waikwan here speaking the same thing in the next 5 years. I want to have the many Waikwans standing here sharing the same thing. Do I have a challenge? Yes. Can I mitigate? I don't know. Maybe one day. Yeah? Spot opportunity. Served. There are many segments that we are serving, but there's always certain underserved segments in our business. And how do we then turn these blind spots into a sweet spot, into a business opportunity? And of course, a B2B approaches. Innovate your approach. Drive incremental. How do we then disrupt cleverly? How do we run open innovation and also design thinking? And of course, changes or transformation. Changes can be short spurts. Transformation is a journey, yeah? And having said that, as me, we need to also learn fast and fail fast. Importantly is agile. Let's not forget, we got to be more adaptable, mindset culture, and also calculated risk. Next, I'm going to share with you a real case study. Okay, so like Ruben shared earlier, I was consulting for Malaysia's largest chicken rice chain. And anyone could give a guess. Senang, right? Yeah. They have got 150 over outlets nationwide. And they do have 2 more brands, which is Sepiring and Dubuyo. Now, it is a family-owned business chicken rice shop. Yeah. And back in 2019, the company was acquired by Japanese. So they have gone through a very, very tight and stringent processes and working with the Japanese. How many of you here have worked with Japanese before? Raise your hand. How many of you would agree with me? Working with Japanese is mind-boggling because they are very tight in terms of innovation. You agree? They are, I can call it they are resilient, but they have got very low appetite in changes. Right? But the minute when they execute something, it's almost like flawless. That's Japanese to you. So, now, when it comes to chicken rice, number one, it's owner-based, and they're targeting the local Muslim-friendly market. And if you know the big B, which is the boycott business, yeah, many brands are very careful in their marketing execution, in their messaging, simply because no one wants to telaja into the boycott environment, because that will be very detrimental to the business. No one can afford double-digit drop, am I right? So having said that, the first disruptive movement that Chicken Rice Shop has done is they actually took me in as a plug-in CMO. Why I say plug-in CMO? Because I go in as an individual, the marketing team reports into me, and I have got the opportunity to look at their P&L, their business, their team, their structure. So that gives me a lot more opportunity to look at the business holistically on a broad way and also vertical. Why I say broad and vertical? Broad, which means I can look across all departments. What exactly are the pain points? When I look into vertical, because due to silo, what are the areas that we need to tweak and refine? So I'm going to give you an example of a LTO. How many of y'all know about LTO? Limited time offer. Almost all restaurants will come up with the LTO. If it's not twice or 3 times a year, busu also 2 times a year. Because you know why? LTO is to drive new visitation, drive repeat, and more importantly, to drive higher average check order. If you go in and order the same food, but if you are interested in the LTO, that perhaps the table will increase another 20 ringgit by ordering an LTO. So all F&B has got LTO. Now, having said that, I was there for a year, so I've gone through several LTO campaigns. If you look across, I have got Chinese New Year campaign, I have got Raya campaign, anniversary campaign that is in June, July, and then followed by Merdeka, that is in August and September, and Diwali. And the last one was year-end, which I didn't capture. In Chicken Rice Shop, the way they run LTO, very cookie cutter. Number 1, set this budget. I want to go into YouTube. I want to go into radio. I want to go into POSM, in-store. That's all. All right? And of course, they also do quite a fair bit of digital performance in social media. Now, Chicken Rice Shop, it's a business where 75% of their business is dine-in. Only 10% on the food aggregator, which is a Foodpanda, the GrabFood, and Shopee. The remaining 2% is takeaway and self-collection. Having said that, then the first question is, if I am looking at an upper funnel that is driving upper funnel for top of mind, all right, and also awareness, my first question is, why did we spend X amount in YouTube? How do you measure in terms of the conversion? What's more, if the dine-in is actually 75% to 80% to the outlet? The first question that I asked the team is, what is the penetration rate of customers in Chicken Rice Shop in that particular mall? No one could answer me. And I asked the next question, do we know what is the monthly footfall into the mall? No one can answer me. I said, never mind. I go and call the mall. Or that one have to be very thick skin. You call the mall, you ask, so on and so forth. And after which, I got the number. Now, again, having to spend so much of money on YouTube, is it a worthwhile channel? Yes and no. But the question is it the right channel to spend? That is the biggest question. So the first thing is Chinese New Year. When I joined and I collected all the data, and the first thing I asked is, if YouTube is not giving you the right answer and the right channel, cut it immediately. Take the money, go into somewhere else. So with that is my first interruption. Yeah, small campaign, but small. So what it means here is, the X amount, instead of going to YouTube, I switch it to outdoor. But to convince the CEO to spend on outdoor, it's damn difficult. Analyze paralysis. How many rounds of spreadsheet I have to do just to spend X amount for 12 outdoor billboard. So, having said that, we managed lah. After almost 4 to 5 weeks of battling, of conversation, finally he agreed to go into outdoor. So when he see the outdoor campaign running, right, seeing is believing. He got a lot of calls from his friend. Hey, I saw your billboard. Hey, I saw your brand. Suddenly, woo, everybody talking about my brand, right? But at the same time, because Chicken Rice Shop has been always in the radio fronting. How many of you all listen to ERA? Almost every other month, every other day, you hear Chicken Rice Shop. To them, that channel cannot take away. And I can respect that decision. But it has to have some different level of changes because media has got media fatigueness as well, you know, so therefore you need to know how to plug and play. So having said that, CNY, the first thing is we gain visibility in the outdoor environment. What are my challenges? Adopt changes. What I apply? Interruption. You're still doing the CNY, but I interrupt by repurposing the budget for outdoor. Long story short, I'll come to you the result. It may not give me the best result, although I did my interruption, all right? And then after 60 days of CNY, we go into Raya campaign. But before I go into Raya campaign, I also want to share with you. I was standing at the restaurant outside and as a greeter, and I hear a couple of families. These are Chinese and Muslim. The Muslims say, "Mala apa tu?" Because the LTO was promoting mala ayam. So mala is very Chinese peppercorn. Chinese may know, but not all Malay knows. So as I was standing there, the Malay asked, "Mala apa tu?" Tak nak lah, you know. The Chinese passed by, the Chinese say, "Mala in chicken rice shop, who sick mo? Nice or not? You can trust her." That kind of messaging. So again, I got some insight and I bring this message back to the R&D team. First and foremost, is mala the right ingredient for us to introduce in the LTO? We keep that as an open within the R&D team. Comes Raya. We introduce ayam masak chili api. This campaign is 80 days. So which means the product launch 3 weeks prior to Ramadan, 2 weeks prior to Ramadan and stretch all the way until Raya. One big key learning for us. Again, this is a Turun Padang insights. So when we launch this product in the first, you know, for Ramadan, yeah, the first 4 weeks, right? The first week, right, Muslim don't go out. They will puasa at home because it's a holy month. They want to spend time with their families. That is given, all right? Second week, okay, start to go already. Start to berbuka with their friends. Third week, 4 week, all out to makan. Now, the breakthrough is, or the realization is, after Raya, the LTO is not flying. You know why? Because during the Raya, you do a lot of open house. You have tested the best masak lemak. You have tested the best rendang. Your taste palette is already over fatigue, very high fatigue level of rendang or coconut, so on and so forth. You want to have something that is lighter. So therefore, no matter how I give you, sample to you, you are not going to buy. So again, R&D didn't know, asking why marketing didn't spend enough money, why the LTO is not working. So that's where I look at data, on ground, on site, and also customer sentiment. Moving on. See, this is what I say, the challenge. The ROI measurement, I'm not able to justify. Left hand is not talking to right hand because R&D, operation, marketing are not talking to each other. No one turun padang. Then after that, marketing get blamed. Susah, right? But whatever it is, I did an outdoor campaign, pre and post survey, which I'm going to share with you later. Fast forward, anniversary campaign. I want to launch a multi-channel campaign to drive the performance of this LTO. This LTO has got a very unique product in which they launched chicken chop back in 10 years ago. And Chicken Rice Shop has not brought back this product for many, many years. I said, if the product works, right, why not? That was the first question. The second question is, everybody is tightening up your belt because inflation. Your disposable cash is lesser. So what we do is, I said, the messaging can be bigger value, you pay the same price. That's where the family will come in, yeah? And again, long story short, what we do is we continue with the outdoor presence. We enhance the LTO by introducing chicken chop with the message of size matter and the bottom line increases. And go into the last one, which is Merdeka and Diwali, where it does show the spike, close to 300 ROI for two things. Number one, outdoor, continue. But what we changed this time is packaging. packaging, if let's say some of you all have seen it, it's the same chicken cut, it's the same product, but I just add on aluminium foil. So for customer coming in, apa tu? Oh, it's Sehati Sejiwa. So Sehati Sejiwa as a LTO name, no one understand. Kan? So I tell operation, forget about Sehati Sejiwa. Portuguese chicken nah, that's the product to sell. Immediately, in the restaurant, fly. For operation, they only have got a 1 minute to secure the sales, you know. Don't tell them your creativity of your name and whatnot. Straight to the point, Portuguese chicken. Okay, saya nak jalan. Simple thing, all right? So, having said that, we adopt a different creative approach and the LTO sales improve. This is the answer. I tell you where I failed. Raya and CNY. Number 1, mala chicken didn't work. Product issue. Number 2, Raya. We think that, you know, rendang works. But after Raya, everybody's palate is too drowned with the santan. They want roast chicken only. It didn't work. Third one, anniversary. I never had the data of a LTO last year. But when we launched chicken chop, okay lah, the percentage is about hovering about 1.8 to 2% against the total sales. Where the number increase is Merdeka and Diwali. You see the number? Merdeka, 516%, followed by Diwali, 265%. If I were to coin you a real number, hypothetically, Diwali, assuming on a year-on-year basis, they only secure sales about 90,000. But this time around was 2 million. That was the change. Nothing else. Interrupt and disrupt in a smarter way. Having said that, I'm going to leave this behind. There are also many interruptions that I've done. Number 1, WIP. How many of you run your WIP via WhatsApp and Excel? I saw somebody laughing. Never mind. It's not wrong, but you can structure it better. All right, so because CEOs are very time poor, so when you structure a WIP, just go into 3 fundamental. Leading, lagging, and matters of arising. Leading, that means you need the CEO to make decision. Lagging is things that's ongoing, you don't need his attention. Matters arising, CEO, make decision now. So you can always prioritize your CEO's timing. You ask your CEO, Mr. CEO, how much time do you have? What is my hard stop within an hour? He said, this. Okay, then we bring matters arising upfront, followed by leading. Lagging, you can forget it. So in a way, you manage your CEO's expectation a lot more better. What was the outcome? Priorities set right from the get-go. Number 2, challenge the data assumption. I give an example. In Sepiring, they used to have this dulang. All right, the dulang selling at $79.90. Post-COVID, not many of us are willing to share meal. What's more, this is in dulang. You makan with your hand, and then when you share, and then your chicken is in one big piece, you're expecting to cut. Segan lah Malaysia. You take lah the bigger piece, I take lah smaller piece. I take lah more vegetable, you take lah potato. All this kind of thing. So I said, forget about all this. The data shows you that there are people are ordering, but there is no breakthrough. And I said, since MCO, let's cut that dulang set into half. When you cut the dulang set into half, that means you sell single portion. Single portion have got a choice of itik, salai, and beef. From there, you see the data. You know what sells the most? Itik, salai sells the most. You know why? Hard to find for itik dishes. Again, the sales went up. No big deal. It's just using the data. Just challenge the data constantly. You will see the business breakthrough. And of course, the last one is, you know, they hate me doing that. Standing meeting at the pantry. In chicken rice shop, the way the seating structure is like classroom. Satu row, dua row, tiga row. You know, talk. Susah, right? And the whole office, ada operation, ada IT, macam pasar malam. Oh, you want to talk, right? The whole world can hear you. And on top of that, you're constantly on the phone, right? If your speaker or your earbud has got no sound cancellation, lagi irritating. So I called them off and said, let's have a meeting at the pantry. Because it's standing 1 hour, efficiency and effective. Address what it needs to be addressed, yeah? So having said that, the last one is customer engagement of LTO prior to go live. In the past, they have never engaged customer. The LTO test and run is always within their own people. And again, because they are so used to eating their own LTO, you are not getting enough insights. So, very simple thing. I say, why don't we just bring the entire LTO out in the marketplace and invite people to try? So, in this case, 2 wins. Number 1, you build your KOC, community of consumer, without you realizing. Number 2, you gain popularity because you, as a brand, you value their feedback. That is the biggest gain from a brand standpoint. So what I've done that is on the interruption. For disruption, establish annual business plan. How many of y'all start your business or start your financial year with the annual business plan and review? If you do not have, start now. And always make sure you must have your true north. Prototyping and test, digitization. This is an interesting topic. This is another project that I put forward, but it never took off. It is introducing CRM. How many of y'all believe in CRM? Almost all, right? For a 200 over restaurant chain, and if they have 14 million customers dying in per financial year, if I'm able to get a fraction of 10% of this data, can you imagine how powerful am I in my CRM by having my first party data acquired? I run the entire business case, I did the entire analysis. Did I succeed? No, but that's okay. It's a choice of the CEO. But as a consultant, I want to do what is supposed to be right for the business. Yeah, I disrupt maximum, present all the way to the Japanese, including the board and all those, right? Wee, went down. Oh, why can't kita tak nak jalan? Tak apalah. But when I left, I leave the document behind because it's important when they need to revisit this CRM business model. Another one is important. This is one of the key information that puts stickiness together across all departments. Shared KPI. You must determine your KPI must have T, T-1, and T+1. If your target is 500,000, that's your T. What would be your T-1? Can it be minus 10%? If your T+1, can it be plus 10%? So it depends on your business and what exactly is the growth that you can work towards, yeah? And of course, we need to have our strategic focus and Kaizen concept. Do you know what is Kaizen concept? Improvement. So I put forward a Kaizen concept in the marketing team whereby they are mandated to put in 3 Kaizen concepts. The minute when they score is when the Kaizen concept is operationalized within 3 to 6 months. So that helps to innovate the way of marketing thinking. And the Kaizen concept also have got the other component, including Kaizen concept must integrate with IT or R&D or operation or training. That to help to bring department better, reduce department, interdepartmental silo. And what exactly that I am anchored on? The whole disruption here, it is to drive complementary and supplementary strategy, eventually anchor on a true north, CRM and decision making, and of course is reduce the interdepartment silo. Those are very important. Now, I said, like I shared, we did the outdoor, first introduced in February. It took me 4 weeks to convince them. So what I did a pre-survey lah. All right. Have you all seen the Raya menu content by Chicken Rice Shop? Thank God I got 53% that says yes. Thank goodness. And then 35% says no. And the question to the CEO, what happened if they say no? I said that's where the post-survey comes in. The post-survey, all right. Again, post-survey is 46 did not see. 54% saw that ad. But I have another side which I'm not included here. How many of them have actually seen or not seen? Would you recommend? So the pie itself is only 2% that says no, but the rest are yes. The other one is maybe. So it's an educational level to the CEO. When someone says maybe, it's a good sign because you are in neutral. Neutral, that means very high chance for you to get the person into the positive. It's just like when you're in the survey, if somebody says that no, therefore to win the no to maybe is harder. But if you are in the maybe to the yes, it's higher chance. So after you see this, would you consider Chicken Rice Shop and try the Raya? This is where the win, 77%. Yeah? Maybe, so if I were to conclude the entire survey, actually everybody wants to try. So you may have seen some of this. That's all that I'm sharing. So in a very nutshell, what I'm trying to tell and share with you is there are some exercises that I put forward. It may not fly, but important is persevere, embrace, and keep trying. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I'll help you here. I think the crowd is going to ask you a lot of questions, like one, because you shared a lot of things. So I'll let the crowd do their job, yeah? So now's the time to ask questions because she has a lot of wealth of knowledge that she can share. And Wycon, being the generous person she is happy to share a lot of different things. So I'll give you a few seconds to ask the questions you want to ask. Yeah. So Wycon, while they're writing the questions, right? Yeah. Just want to ask a general question, right? In your work across so many different industries, have you seen marketing change over the past 20, 30 years in Malaysia specifically? And if yes, what way?
Massive change. I started in 1999, entered the marketplace, all right? So where there was no digital. The only digital that we have is perhaps text. And back then, BBM, BlackBerry messaging, so on and so forth, right? So long story short, I was from the environment or era where at the workstation, we share desktop. There's no laptop. We share desktop, And then after that, fast forward, you have got your own desktop. That's like, wow. And today, everybody carry an iPad or your own laptop. But from a marketing standpoint, right, the CRM, the go-to-market, and all those are there. But we don't have AI. We have to craft our own CRM messaging. We have to craft our own text messages. And one learning point I want to share with you, I was working on tobacco. We did a live viewing for F1 Formula in Subang Cafe, all right? We sent out postcard, back then, a postcard, all right? Sent out to postcard. You know what was the major mistake that I did? I did not include the location address. I just put Club 7 at Subang. So the event day itself, click, click, nobody. It was a painful lesson. But if you fast forward today, right, you can just change it, add on, and you can still go live, or you can pause the campaign. So those changes are a painful lesson, but digitalization has helped us to move things quicker and also measure effectiveness and efficiency.
So you're talking about that we can actually break things right now and redo them on the go, right? Yeah, it's not just a one thing and it's gone.
Exactly. Yeah, so back then, there's no room for correction. Now, plenty.
Got it. But one thing I can take away from what you mentioned as well is that, not really nice thing to say, but you have to assume that people are stupid in a way. They to include every fine little detail because they will find every little detail to ask you. For example, how to come to this place, where to park, what to see, and all that. They ask these questions, and I receive questions. I even receive questions on like, what should I wear? So I was like, wear what you want. But you to get to so specific details because it's needed by people these days, I think. Yeah, so
that's correct. Yeah.
All right, let's go for the first one above here. Usually people always say, don't reinvent the wheel. How do you determine where do you start with disruption, and stick. When do you start with? When do you stick with? Keep it simple and short, or some people say stupid, right? So, Kiss, yeah.
So thanks, Isaac, for the question. It's a very, very good question. When I determine, so again, you got to use past years data. If let's say the same data showing you there is no breakthrough in the past 5 years, you got to measure same time, same month. If there's no breakthrough, it's time to interrupt. If you see there's a spike in the sales, then you got to question what has it been done on the particular year. Is that a market sentiment change or is it a consumer behavior change? You got to recall some of this. With those data, put forward into your disruptive strategy to look at what exactly is the laser focus that you need to put forward. So there is no right formula, but importantly is have to use data as a guiding principle.
All right, I hope that answered the question. Let's move on to the next one. If my boss only cares about results, very common with a lot of companies, I think, yeah? How can I deliver them when I don't even have past data to refer to?
Jean, interesting question. How do I approach this if you don't even have past data? Okay, assuming if there is no past data and you want to bring forward some changes, perhaps gather local intel, or you use forward data. What is the market outlook, and how do we then how should we be leap and bounce faster? First mover advantage. So that would be your narrative to your boss. If you are doing the same thing over and over, then you expect the same sales line, there's no spike. So coming back, if you have got no data in the past, then you use future data. Future data, for example, outlook or the trend that's coming. So then you use it as a forecast for an interruption or disruption recommendation in your business.
Okay, did that answer the question? I hope so. Wow. I see the questions coming in, see? Okay, so do you happen to oversee MAS marketing collaboration with Man United? Is that Man United, I think? Yes. Any insights and takeaway to share?
No. During my time, that was in 2019 until 2023, where the 3 digits of marketing budget cut down to 2 digits. So back then, the partnership that I've signed, including Football Association Malaysia, Malaysia Football League, and also JDT. Still within the same arm, but not international to Manchester United yet lah. But obviously the current CMO does way better job than me, you know, secure and seal MU for 3-4 years. But again, the budget will be very, very different versus what I used to have.
All right, thank you, Wai Kwan. How differently, from Kenji, how differently you ran marketing for different businesses? Example, chicken rice shop versus MES. What are the positive/negative takeaways?
First thing first, dress code kena tukar lah. I used to dress my high heel, my corporate and all those kind of thing, right? When I come into chicken rice, I realize I'm overly dressed. Scrap that corporate wear, go into, you know, your jeans, your t-shirt. It's a mindset change. I know I'm going to the SME space. I know I'm going to work with the CEO, all right? So there's a lot of conversation with him. And like it or not, the mindset I have to change. I have to embrace, I have to persevere, I have to keep trying. There's no one right formula, all right? But it's the mindset that I have to switch. Is no longer in a corporate. I give you an example. The company or the client that I am consulting, there is no what you call that, risk indicator. There is no business continuity plan. All right. In a big organization, everybody will have a BCP. But in this client that I advise, there is no BCP. Do I then question? No. So I get all the HOD, sit down together, and I run the whole framework, and I run the workshop, having them to put forward and put down their thoughts. What exactly is your risk indicator in that particular crisis, in this crisis? So you have to work over and beyond, you know. So is that a negative? No, I've learned to pivot myself, speak a different language, and dress differently. So much so sometimes certain words that I use in a corporate, and I realized it is not common word used in SME. I give an example. Low-hanging fruit. Very common. Yeah. To many of us are very common, but may not be in the SME space. And I use the word laser focus. It's a very common word for me too. But they ask, what do you mean by laser focus? So, simple word, but it is not commonly used. So these are all give and take. You know, I think in this case, I also learned their new jargon, raw mat, apa benda tu, raw material. So many new jargon that I'm learning in the client side. So these are all the good things that I've actually picked up as a consultant in the SME space.
So in your experience, you probably work with a lot of young marketers as well, yes. Right? What's wrong with us young marketers and what can we do better? I'm sure there's experiences, right? I consider myself young. Yeah, so what's wrong with us and how can we do better?
Very good question, you caught me here. So the young marketeers have got very little patience, and don't bullshit them. Just tell them what needs to be done, how to get into the result. Best to have that one kind of a formula. You do this, you do this, you do this. Give them some guiding principle and allow them to have the free flow of the work to be done. The minute you micromanage them, right, whoa, it irks them terribly, all right? But young marketeers also have to have the tardiness lah, all right? Don't lah, I say 9 o'clock meeting, you come in at 10 o'clock. Itu lah kena sepak kan? So, and then some young marketeer, for some strange reason, you don't know what is dress code. You know what? They came to office with the short and the torn jeans. Oh my God, which era you come from? You know? So young marketeers also need to learn what exactly is the dress code, so on and so forth, yeah. I'm not saying that young marketeers are not good, you know. They are all good, and you just need to give them room to excel, room to share their point of view, because they want their voices to be heard. But there are also a lot of dinosaur people like me in the working space, right, who does not believe or does not take their feedback constructively. So that group of dinosaurs also need to have a bit of brainwashing lah. You know, if not, how do you have the intergeneration come together? It's a give and take environment, right? Yeah.
Very well said. Okay, let's go to the next one here. I think I like this one. The one from the anonymous one, second one? No, first one, sorry. As someone who's led marketing for a national icon like Malaysia Airlines, what were the key challenges in connecting with Malaysians emotionally?
Oh, this is a question I always think tank with my CEO. I run annual health check for Malaysia Airlines, all right? And there are 3 pain points always come out. Aircraft is old, your price is expensive, but you have got great hospitality. Great hospitality is your emotional connection. But great hospitality is an after fact. You must experience the aircraft. You must be convinced that you purchase the air ticket, baru you dapat the hospitality. Correct? So it is a, how should I put it? It's a catch-22. So my CEO will tell me, no, Wai Kwan, you must market hospitality, how good we are, how bright our smile, not like the 1.8 inches of a Singapore airline cabin crew. Malaysian Airlines smile wider, sweeter. I said, no, that's not the way we sell. Your aircraft and your pricing has to match. Baru, we talk about the hospitality. The hospitality is good as a brand message, but ultimately, you all will still look at the pocket, right? If I'm flying to Japan, if you fly on ABC airline, only cost you 3,000 smaller smile, you can just tutup mata. Versus you pay 8,000 brighter smile, but you're not enough pocket to pay. Sama juga, right? Yeah, so it's a constant challenge, catch-22 between my CEO and me and my CMO lah. So a lot of interesting conversation when I was back in Malaysia Airlines.
Okay, okay. But I do enjoy the hospitality by Malaysia Airlines these days, I must admit. Yeah, I think they have improved so much these few years. Okay, let's go for one more before we close the session. Okay, let's go for the highest water one. How do you manage key management expectations with marketing team effort, assuming you don't have an A team, but management is expecting results? Wow, this kind of question.
Let me stand up.
Yes.
How do you manage key management expectation with marketing team effort? Assuming you don't have an A team, but management is expecting result. Perfect question where I am consulting in this company now. The CEO expecting me to drive double-digit growth, but I don't have an A team for marketing, and very, very lean team, and so much so inexperienced team, correct? So, what do I do? First and foremost, again, go back to the true north, all right? And look at the low-hanging fruits. If the low-hanging fruits are the B2B segment that is going to drive the double-digit growth, right? Laser focus on the B2B, right? And then you use your available budget to work with agile marketing team, whether it is your partner or whether work with the university or the intern, so on and so forth, to increase the workforce at a fractional price of your marketing budget. That will also showcase to the CEO that, look, Mr. CEO, I need people. You cannot expect a handicapped horse to run 100 meters while you don't feed me and my leg is still handicapped, right? Yeah, so that's the dilemma that I'm going through now.
All right, thank you so much, Wai Kwan. I hope she's answered a lot of your questions, and please give her a round of applause. She did so much for us today.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to share a lot of high-level strategic kind of like lessons for us today. And I want to introduce you to the next speaker, who is Richard Moore, who is still outside there. Yeah. So Richard is a friend I've met many, many years ago, ranging from I think 10 to 15 years ago. And he has been a dinosaur in the SEO space. If you're familiar with the SEO space, back then, what we used to do is called keyword stuffing. So if you want to rank for something like how to play the guitar, you create an article, you put how to play the guitar, how to play guitar, how to play guitar inside the article, you would rank, right? And that was the time when he did SEO. And now we have moved into a very different arena of SEO where we have AI in play as well. So this session is going to be a little bit more technical, but he's going to be sharing some case studies on how you can use SEO technically and show a case study of how we can rank your sites using the power of SEO. So I'm going to get Richard to come over in a quick one. He's here. And as he is walking in, please give him a round of applause. Richard is here. Applause, yes.
Sorry, the picture is 10 years ago. COVID, after that no money already, take picture. Okay, so, yeah, thanks. All right, so I think now we're in a section where in marketing, it's either rarely people talk about, or it's the most boring part. It's SEO, it's about dealing with search engine, whether it's ChatGPT or whatnot and stuff like that, right? And I think one of the things how we're going to be hosting this session is very much Q&A based. So if there's any questions in between, just pop it, right? You can just raise your hand, get a mic, just pop it out. Like, I'll try my level best to answer, right, within the session. If not, then I'll go back to my notes and then dig something out after this session and then get back to you. All right, cool with that? Cool. So, yeah, so let's get back to ground zero. I think the first thing that we look at is, when it comes to marketing, you have your organic and your paid channels, and each of them generally will be split into either your social or your search, right? So let's say if it's organic, you have your social channels, you have your search, then search can be something like, say, YouTube, so on and so forth, and you have your paid in each of the components as well. So I think today we'll zoom in a bit on the search portion, right, on the organic side. Then here's one to be like, I think, where it gets something that we answered in one of the promo videos, which is what is the most important factor when it comes to B2B marketers in 2025. But I'd say this is somewhat evergreen it's also a challenge that we encounter quite often, right? Which is, it's your CMS, right? So more often than not, a trouble that a marketer may face is that the CMS cannot support the marketing integrations or activities required. Sometimes because it is a custom built from scratch. So CMS is what is the backbone of your website, right? So if it's too customized, you can't integrate easily with marketing tools, right? Whether it's SEO, whether it's with Meta Ads, Google Tag Manager, so on and so forth. Right? So the first things first is that before considering any marketing on digital, check the CMS. Are they friendly for integrations or not? Right? Because if they are not, then it can be quite expensive to fix it. Right? It may involve a whole website back-end revamp, so on and so forth. Right? Then, yeah, okay, so this is a question where I think Ruben asked as well. So this is a compilation of questions that he have and also some things that we get. One of them is that if I'm a small fry in a competitive niche, then how do I outgun the giants, right? So I think where we see is that the truth is most B2B, they don't really have good SEOs, right? Why? And I think some of our B2B players over here today, they can be spending a lot on Google Ads, on Meta Ads. They can be investing a lot on like on-ground activations and whatnot. But when it comes to SEO, they just somehow hit a bottleneck of why can't they get the organic traffic in, right? It's either they don't do it enough, or they just not sure how to work it, right? So even if you're a small fry, there is always an opportunity to go about it, right? Because, well, most B2B really just don't do enough and build proper SEO to begin with. And even if they win on, say, a primary keyword that your customers may be looking for, there are always fringe keywords or things that you can optimize for you to win, right? A very classic example, if your competitor or the giants are winning in English, in the Malaysian context, you can just have a translated version and win keywords in Malay. Because most B2B, the big ones, they don't localize their SEO, right? So if you're targeting China, put it in Chinese. If you're targeting Spain, put it in Espanol, right? Local language plays a big role. Then I think over here, an example of that is that, we have a case over here where it's a active account. They've been with us for some time. They are on BFSI, so it's banking, finance, and insurance, financial services and insurance. So they are at the cyber security layer. So most B2B at this layer won't think of SEO, right? They will be thinking of, let me go to like trade shows, expo, let me write white papers, so on and so forth. But for them is that they see it as those activities are hard to fight for spot or roles with the big boys. If you need event sponsorship as an example. So they turn to SEO on that. And I think where they find the win in this, right? While there are competitors and the big giants out there, the growth came from very localized content, that's one. And second is a segment of content that, the competitors don't look at, which is grocery. Terminologies that your users are interested in, but not covered by your competitors. So, in essence, if your competitors are big giants like IBM or SQL or whatnot, doesn't mean you can't win it. Because very likely they don't do it properly in the first place, right? Yeah. Then, I think, okay, then AI versus traditional SEO, what's actually working in 2025? Well, to be fair, we don't get to choose. Right? We don't get to choose because they both exist together, right? Traditional search engines like AI and AI search engines, we need to optimize them both, right? So that we get the win. Because I think if we look back into just ourselves, how we search is that we would use ChatGPT for something that is informational, but we may go back very likely to Google or the traditional search engines to make our commercial or transactional activities, right? Well, that's also because ChatGPT, you can't buy from ChatGPT yet, right? So having optimizations on both ends allow you to win better, right? And if the question is, do you need to do something special for the AI search engine? The answer is no. If you do it well enough for the traditional search engines, very likely you are also going to rank and surface up in the AI search engine chats, right? A simple execution on schema, a bit technical, you can speak to your web team, get them to implement it properly, then that should be fine, right? Most of the time. Then, yeah, I think one thing that was asked earlier was, can we rely 100% on AI to churn out with keyword research and content and get them do our SEO? It's a yes and no. Using AI helps you to refine how you develop your content plan, like your text and whatnot, but not vetting it and not checking it may cause the search engines to think that it's a spam because of low quality grammar errors or spelling errors. Then your website's going to go down, right? So it's still working together with human and AI integrated towards it and build that content clusters, all right? Then, yeah, an example of that would be a jewelry one, is that, we have a certain portion of content that is like optimized by the AI, some of them we vetted, right? We insert things like FAQ and whatnot. So in terms of time required to create content pieces, with and without AI, it's about the same. But the depth of content or the richness of a content with AI gets better because you have an assistant to do the research work for you, right? So from there, then we are able to see like, okay, how do we want to win on informational keywords that are on your, I think on the screen is what you see is what we call AI overview from Google, and also on your ChatGPT and so on and so forth, right? To win in these search engines is mainly informational stuff, things that you don't transact yet, at least for now, right? B2B event services, I think over here you get to see that they do get traffic from their AI search engines as well, and depending on where the niche that you fall into, you may also get conversions from there as well, right? Like in the form, like in this case, it will be inquiries, right? So yeah, we don't get to choose. We need to win both sides, right? So everyone talks about AI, how they change SEO, and one thing marketers need to do differently now, I think it would be, we need to put a lot, like even on our site, right? So SEO is not about backlinking and content creation only anymore. There's a lot deeper emphasis on technical SEO, right? How to get the search engines to understand whether it's AI search engine or traditional, to better understand what the website is, because that's a machine-to-machine communication over there, right? So the better they understand what the website is, like your structured data, loading speed, sitemap, like, speak to the website guys. They should and would know about this and how to improve it for your website, and that would then help, like when it comes to in the age of like AI SEO as well, right? So technical SEO and content variation, it's a lot more important nowadays compared to the yesteryears, okay? And yeah, just a brief comparison. You guys want to take pictures or whatnot, that's fine. So this is a comparison, like what potentially are the different ranking factors for the different AI search engines. But most of the time, it still goes back to good technical SEO and good content variation that you have, right? Because what ranks on Google and Bing are likely to rank on AI search engine as well. Because let's be frank, Gemini is owned by Google, right? Copilot is by Microsoft. ChatGPT, well, they still do something similar, because at the end of the day, all these search engines, regardless whether we're looking at traditional, whether it's social, or whether it's AI, right? They fight for our attention in providing the most relevant search result. Because if they're giving us an irrelevant response, we are unlikely to use them again. So the North Star for all search engines are the same, is to provide users with the most relevant answers or response, right? So as long as we use SEO and work towards that North Star, then we are good, right? Again, through technical and content. Then, yeah, a common B2B question. When can I see the SEO ROI, or is there an ROI in this, right? So I think a common thing that happened in the B2B segment is you have a content team, you build content hoping that you get organic traffic, then after a while it's like, it's not really working, right? Then you drop it. Now, a common theme that happens around here is because you have a content team, but they're creating content that people want to view, but they're not creating SEO structured content that is a good fit for both human and machine, right? So when you have your content SEO structured, like the proper H1 headings, your schema is there, your technical is there, right? Then that's where the magic happens, and that's where you start to rank and see your organic traffic coming in, right? And the bad news is that it's a marathon and a sprint along the way, right? So depending on how far you are from your market leader or your competitors, you may need to have a very heavy, strong sprint at the start, and then from there, you can pace down yourself, right? If you're already in the lead, right? Our fastest case in B2B, we've seen results within 3 to 6 months. The longest we've seen is your first sale in 3 years, right? So we have clients where they've been very patient with us. We're thankful for them being patient for 3 years. They only see their first sale on the 3rd year, right? But because of the vertical and the niche, that one sale covered the 3 years of SEO investment, right? So depending on the niche you're at, how competitive is the segment, and how big is the market that you're in, right? That affects how fast you actually get your ROI back, right? So no definite answer. It can be as short as 3 to 6 months or 3 years, all right? So it's really a sprint and a marathon at the same time, right? Okay, then, yeah, an example is that it's a Malaysian event production company. Then they ran the marathon, right? They didn't take, they have sprint but small ones, but it took them about 2 years to really hit where they are today. So yeah, so year 1, focus, take the marathon and run it only in the Malaysian market. Year 2, run it international, right? So it's not, again, it's an emphasis that it can be a long game, right? Then I think one thing that we want to go back and check, I think one of the note that I put over here is that, your SEO as a foundation of your, SEO can be placed as a foundation of all your marketing activities because it contains information of what people are looking for, right? So because of that, it can be used as a reference to create content on your social media channels, whether it's YouTube, videos, or so on and so forth, because it already signals, think of it like your content research, right? If you know what people are looking for, you create content around it, it's a lot easier for you to have that content to be engaged when it's pushed out, right? So this is how we can use SEO not really as a text-based article, but use that as your research center to how to optimize your other channels, whether it's paid or organic or social as well. Yes, and this is also true. SEO makes your ads cheaper. Now, if we look into 2 parts, we break into 2 parts, right? You have your social and you have your search. So for search, you have this thing called Google Ads, right? So Google Ads, one of the key things that they look into bidding is your ad quality or your ad ranking. That means they look into the relevance of your ad and the landing page that you're sending people to. How relevant is it for them? When they click it, they get what they want based on their intent, right? Because going back to the first principle, if they send you to a page that is irrelevant to you, they're going to lose users, right? So if you have a good SEO on your page, on your website, then the likelihood of you winning the bidding is going to be on the lower end as well, right? Because how SEM works is that just because you bid on a higher price doesn't mean you're going to get the top spot, right? So if you have a good SEO as a foundation, it helps to improve your cost per click if you're measuring that, right? Social ads as well. So why so is because if someone who already interacted with you on your website, so we have a case where the client invests in SEO to build fully on their top of funnel. That means the cold audience, right? And they only use social ads for their retargeting, right? That means SEO's job is bringing all the first touch points of people who have not heard of them and whatnot, build the website traffic, and then social ads only work on retargeting. Now, how is that making the whole thing a lot more efficient from a cost or marketing expense perspective? Your social ads is only spent on people who already know you and engage with you and they're already warm towards you. So your conversion rate is higher, your hit rate is a lot higher compared to trying to spray and pray hoping that your top funnel ads are working, right? And the main difference is for you to increase the number of people seeing your ads, you increase your budget, right? So, but for SEO is that if you are able to build up the foundations, the traffic compounds as the longer you go, right? So for the same amount of resource that you invest in SEO, you would get a higher, the ROI would be a lot higher the later years you go, right? Because it builds up on your organic traffic. Then you only need to invest in ads on your, the retargeting side, people who are already warm, right? So this works best with things that requires a very long sales cycle, right? Why? Because if you're running ads, your attribution window is about 7 days. That means someone needs to make the decision to buy in 7 days, right? Am I going to buy a car in 7 days? I don't think so. Am I going to buy a printing machine in 7 days? I don't think so, right? But if I'm already acquainted with the brand, I come in through organic, I've interacted with them, I've seen their website a couple of times, I think I trust them, and when I'm ready to buy, and then the social ads hit me, well, I could transact within 7 days, right? So having this form of marketing structure allows ads to work better because you are catering and taking in consideration what is the attribution window that is available, which is about 7 days, right? So it's either 7 day or you have like 7 days, 1 day view, 1 day click, so on and so forth. But in short, most B2B don't make decision in 7 days unless they are ready to transact or they have known you, right? So that's where SEO comes in as part and parcel of the funnel planning, right? It goes back to the same thing, right? If you see a social ad today, for a car, would you like buy within 7 days? I don't. Maybe you would, but I don't, right? Then here are just some creative ways to do SEO is that if you're a B2B and you go for trade shows, right? Most event management companies or event companies, they're horrible at their SEO, right? If you search for their keyword, it's very easy to rank, it's easy to fight for it. And you as a B2B, as a participant or an exhibitor, right, you can technically fight for the event's keyword, the event name's keyword, right? So let's say we have OGA 2025 coming in September. Very likely they're only optimized for the keyword OGA. No one else is competing for the keyword OGA. So you can actually craft content around it to win the keyword OGA 2025 so that when people are interested to attend, when they're doing their research, they see you in your second or third placing of your search result. And from there, you already add an additional touch point in your marketing for them to know that you are going to be there. Let's do a handshake, right? And if they happen to be on your website and click on it after they see the OGA link, well, retarget them with ads as much as you want. And make them remember you and, well, maybe get them to get an appointment with you even before the event or during the event as a lead call or lead conversation, right? So that's one of the ways to maximize trade show ROI with SEO in mind, right? So if you're going for trade shows, you can optimize for events because event planners, they don't do this, right? And yeah, that's all for today. We're sprinting through. We have 11 minutes and 20 seconds. So any Q&A? Or am I going too fast?
I'll get you a seat here, and we'll open up the Slido channel for every one of you to ask questions. But I do have questions for you as well. So after looking at what you shared, right? Okay, so one big question I have in my mind right now is, in the world of SEO, backlinks, right? Is backlink building still worth it in 2025? And should we pursue it or not?
It's a very sensitive question.
I want to hear from you.
Okay, so on our side, we don't do any backlinks, right? One of the main reasons, some people do, some people don't. Like we are at the camp where we don't. So why we don't do it is because now, one, backlink is no longer a critical factor in how a website or a landing page ranks, right? That's one. Second is that we cannot control the quality of content of the third-party website. So let's say if they are penalized by Google, and let's assume they are a traffic driver to a website, we're going to see a huge dip on the website then, right? So is that a risk that you want to take? Is that ROI worth it? So if you want to see short-term traffic going up, maybe, but if Google penalizes a website, then too bad lah, you go down together with them, right? So on our side, we don't want to take the chance, so we don't do any backlinking for any of our clients. Yeah. And I would recommend that you don't as well, even if you do it on your own, right? Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think that's one, but I'll come to that later on. All right, never mind. Okay, so we go for Kenji's question here. I think it's a question of tools, right? So when it comes to SEO, it's always about tools. Apart from GSC, that's Google Search Console and Google Analytics, what are your favorite tools that you use?
It depends on how deep your pockets are. No joke, right? If you want to go frugal and go cheap, right? On top of GSC and Google Analytics, you have this thing called a Google Keyword Planner. If you're running Google Ads, you have access to that tool that shows the trends, and they give you suggestions as well. If you have a bit more money, you can try things like SEMrush or like, other tools. But for us internally, in-house, we use Ahref a lot, right? It's mid-tier, not too expensive, not too cheap, gives us most of the stuff that we need. But if you are really deep-pocketed and you want to focus like very specific market and you want to have your SEO done even on marketplaces like Amazon, you can try SimilarWeb, but that costs you like 5 figures a month, right? So unless you're already monetizing strongly on Amazon, then let's not touch SimilarWeb. Yeah.
So to drill down a little bit on the tools, right? What is the main purpose you're using the tools for? Is it just mostly keyword research or competitive research, or what else that you normally use it for?
Okay, so it's identifying intent. So knowing the keyword is one thing, right? But what is the intent behind it? Like let's say if someone searched for Underdog Con today, right? We want to use those tools to understand what is the intent behind it. Do they search it because they want to know more about the event, or do they want to buy the event, right? So by knowing the intent, then you can craft your content towards it to suit the keyword that you're targeting, because it all goes back to relevance. So it's about intent identification in the tools. Yeah.
Okay. I saw one question earlier, right? What is one company you think that is doing well in terms of SEO, whether locally or internationally? I saw one question there around.
Locally, yeah. Most of the case study that we showed earlier, they are doing good compared to their competitors. They invest a lot on SEO as well, right?
Which brands? Sorry.
Okay, so you're talking about like international brands. I would go into a sector that I think everyone would know, like skincare. I mean, the guys won't know it, but the ladies might know this. The brand Paula's Choice. They are crazy strong in their SEO. 30% of their global traffic comes from SEO, right? And the SEO is not about branded search. So the traffic don't come from people searching for Paula's Choice. The branded the traffic that they get from SEO, right, is people searching for things like, is niacinamide good for my skin? Can I use alpha-arbutin? Okay, I speak this because I was in skincare. So yeah, chill. Is retinol okay for people who are trying to conceive? Can I use like retinoids? Like what's the difference between retinol and retinoid? They literally built the glossary around active ingredients that hardcore, or we call it like skincare junkies care about, right? And if we compare this to local skincare companies, none of them do it here. They only go on TikTok content or whatnot, right? They try to drive their brand a lot, but they forget that when a consumer already locked in their head a brand, right, it's very hard to shift, right? Which is a reason why, like Paula's Choice, if you compare to a lot of other local ones, Paula's Choice is not cheap, my friend. Like, I mean, I use them, right? I cannot con by them as well. Dude, their retinol is like 400 ml. The local brands are like what, 100? Dude, trust me, like even if they're the same quality, right, I would still go for Paula's Choice. Why? I feel that they know their product well because they have that glossary and they interact enough with their website, right? But the local brands, too bad. They are on TikTok. I'm not. So I'm not gonna know them, right? And if I go on the say Watsons or the aisle and do my research, I see this brand, I want to research what it's good for. I can't find them online, so I'm like, is this a hit and run brand, right? But it's different from Paula's Choice. Any active ingredient that you search, very likely they're top 5, right? So yeah, I would give that as a comparison. So too bad for the guys, right? Yeah.
All right, I think this is a quick one, right? You mentioned about the CMS. I think we covered this before in our talk, right? WordPress.
WordPress is good. If you're on e-commerce, Shopify is good. I think the key thing is go for mainstream things that has a lot of integration and plugins done. Try to avoid custom unless you have a freaking good tech team behind you. All right? Yeah.
Okay, let's go on to the next ones. Let's see the most voted ones here. May I know what is the top 3 KPIs you would suggest for internal content creation team that is doing SEO content?
I only got one. understand the business and the business objectives, translate that into a marketing objective, then translate it into marketing activities to drive the business objective. So all these three are your KPIs, right? So it's not creating content for the sake of creating content, right? When you create content, is what is a keyword or intent I'm targeting? Does that move my marketing needle? If that marketing needle is moved, does it move any of my top priority in my business objectives, right? Because what's the point of having 100,000 traffic a month, but I'm getting 0 leads, right? So I don't know about others, but I veer away from vanity metrics. I go closer towards the business objectives. Because if I don't have the revenue, I can't pay for the content creators. That's why business objective comes first, then marketing objective, then the marketing activities. I will build it this way in these 3 layers. And we do that for all our clients, yeah.
Okay, let's go to the next one here. The big one down here. How do you fight for keywords locally when they are dominated by international brands and have perfected them? How do you win localizing the keywords? You want to answer that one?
Okay, as big as an international company may be, right? Let's take the context of Malaysia. Most of the international companies, they don't localize their language. Malaysia is 60% Malay. Our national language is Malay. Our search volume would be in Malay. If you put Malay and Chinese into your language, translated content, you can win the international players, no doubt. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go next one then. Okay, so I saw one on okay, the first one there. If an industry has very low search volume, very common, right? Or most keywords are branded, how do you justify doing SEO and how do you measure it's working?
We have the client where they have to wait 3 years for the first sale because their average search volume is 40 for the industry. Globally 40, not Malaysia 40. So how we go about that is that we create, so we look into questions, like the specific product only has about 40 search volume globally a month, right? But where we look into is that what are the questions that people may ask related to the product? What are the things that people may ask related to the business? And what are the things that people would be relevant for the industry? So we may go on a relatively wide scope to improve the chances of discovery, right? So it's thinking about like a consumer journey, right? Like it goes back to consumer journey. How can someone who is relevant discover you? If they can't discover you by your product because you're so niche, can they discover you through at the business level? Can they discover you through industry level? So it's taking steps back on that, right? So they are in oil and gas. So like event is one of the ways we actually help them to break the egg. So we help them to put content on which trade show they are going to, so that people see that, oh, this company is going for this trade show. Yeah, let me check them out. Right? Like, yeah, so low search volume, you still have ways to play around it. It's a matter of, it's a bit subjective, like how creative you get around it. Yeah, there's many ways to skin a cat. I mean, but you get it.
Okay. I saw one quite good question here from Kenji. Not good, but relevant, right? So ROI for SEO is usually low at the start and requires time to bear fruits. How do you maintain the motivation to keep going? I think this is very common for a lot of business owners because maybe we thought SEO is a great strategy, right? We embark on it and then 2-3 months down, no results yet. How do you maintain that motivation, or how you maintain like, okay, the fruit is at the end of that labor?
Okay, so depending on the industry you're in, right? Some can get faster results, some are slower. But from a budgeting perspective, like friend-to-friend conversation, have that mental preparation to burn for 2 years, right? So think of it like when you start think of it like you're starting a new business, right? You don't expect your first sale, if you're a greenhorn, you get the sales in the first month. So it's about helping you building the new market. So ensure that your other marketing channels are already giving you that particular result or sales or whatnot that you're having, right? And cover a portion of it and run it through SEO. But although you're prepared mentally to wait for 2 years, let's say, right? You still have metrics that you want to monitor, like, are we getting traffic from the relevant keywords, right? Because then you will know, are we targeting the right intent? So let's say if you're getting, let's say you're in a burning phase now, and then you see that you have a lot of people coming in from, let's say your Malaysian company, traffic coming in from Denmark. You can test it by going to a trade show in Denmark and see if people, when they're there, they go, hey, I know you from your website. Then you know that there's some form of ROI, but the only thing stopping them from transacting with you is maybe it's a trust factor because I don't know this Malaysia company scam or not, right? Sometimes you need to be there face to face and then the transaction happens. But at least SEO allows you to know where this traffic is coming from for you to make that bet. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to end this with one last question, right? Personally for me, okay? So the question is, what is one thing everyone here in the audience can do after they go home in terms of SEO after the conference, apart from reaching out to you for a free audit lah? What can they do? What's one thing they can do?
Go back to the drawing board, look at your business objectives for the year, or maybe the next 2 years. Then from there, look into what are the marketing channels that you have, right? What do you want to achieve in each of them, right? If there's anything that requires market research or market intelligence, SEO can play a role in it. You can learn how to do the keyword research and whatnot. If organic traffic, if your ad spend is going up because there's a lot more advertisers coming into the segment and bid for it, right? It's also a signal for SEO to be taken care, to take care of things for, because it helps you to build the brand search or the, what you call that, like how Paula's Choice does it, like from the ingredient level, right? If you run ads on niacinamide, dude, no one's gonna click, right? But if it's organic search, people are gonna come in and you can retarget them. So review is your industry of such nature where people look for things that are product detail level rather at the product level, right? But if you, okay, so I think it's tough for me to say what you need to think of for SEO, but let me give you one that would rule out SEO from your marketing activities. If you cannot wait for 8 to 12 months, right, scrap it. It's a marathon, right? It's a marathon. So ensure that you have the budget to really see how do you want to prepare the next 8 to 12 months. Then SEO can be a direct consideration. Otherwise, work on the other channels to get that revenue in first. Because at the end of the day, business is about P&L, right? So get your revenue in, prepare the funds to build the channel, right? If you don't have the funds now, don't dab in it, because when you don't have the funds, you get impatient, and then it's not going to be a nice conversation with everyone. Yeah.
All right, so hope that was helpful. So please give Richard a round of applause. Thank you again for your time. And
thanks
for sharing. All right, so we're going to take a break right now, and we're going to come back here at 3:45 for the last session. And this is a session you don't want to miss because, you know, you have these goodie bags and you have these snacks inside them. Yeah, the next speaker is the founder of that very snack you have tried. Who has tried the snack? Wow, I heard someone bought hundreds and hundreds over of snacks today. So he's going to be sharing how he built that brand up and how he partners with people like Pokemon, I believe. But I'll leave it to him later on. His name is Zach, and we'll see him back here at 3:45. So see you then. All right, thank you.
Biggest problems the customers have is always having a dirty database. So we said, okay, let's solve this problem for everyone because we already know how to solve it. So today, if you import a list in Engine Mailer, you get free unlimited subscribers. So you got 100,000 names. So as you import the names, we clean off duplicates for you. We clean off back email formats for you. If I'm giving you unlimited subscribers, it just means that I'm giving you more value. I'm giving you a cheaper alternative. I'm not telling you that we're helping you to send emails. Everybody can send emails. Yes. What is your biggest asset? Your biggest asset is your database.
I'm actually very interested in that AppSumo strategy that you did, right? You approach AppSumo, or did they approach you, or what's the whole strategy behind it?
AppSumo approached us a couple of years before we went online. But at that point, you know, you go on AppSumo, it's a do or die.
How so?
If your product sucks,
Oh, then you get all the backlash.
you are in big trouble. Out of 5 rating, you end up getting 2 stars and 1.5 stars, your brand is dead. And because, as I said, right, when we compete with the giants out there, there are certain things that we cannot go out inferior. You must have a very strong, robust engine. You must have a very strong database engine. Middle of last year, we said, okay, let's go on AppSumo. The most important thing what we wanted from AppSumo was product validation. Yeah, okay, we've got all these hundreds of customers in Malaysia using it. Yeah, but if you put it out to the world, is that what people wanted? So I think that was the main reason why I went on AppSumo. So that 2 months of AppSumo, I think, was a real experience for us, because the guys really trajectory for us. If you wanted to go international, these are the expectations. That means customer ticket comes in, I mean, we can't wait for next day to reply anymore, right? Because if we wait 24 hours, then they'll be complaining, you know, your customer support is slow, then they give you a negative review.
Yeah.
So even stuff like, we didn't do around. In fact, we are putting AI into our product right now. They are automate customer service. But all we have to do is to send an autoresponder. Instead of saying that, thank you, we have received your request, is that thank you, we received your request and we will get back to you in the next 24 hours. So you sort of like set expectations to the audience, which then reduce the noise and the complaints, right? So I think we got out quite nicely in that.
Cool, thanks.
All right, how is everyone feeling right now? Still okay? Still following through? Or a bit too tired for the day? Because I saved the best for the last, and that's Zach, right? So he's the proud sponsor of all the snacks that you have, so please give it up for him. Thank you, Zach.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll let Zach do his introduction. I think he's a very approachable guy. If you've seen him around, probably some of you have spoken to him. But Zach is the founder of the Kettle Gourmet, and he's from Singapore, right? And he's going to share with us his partnership strategy to growing the brand to what it is today. And I've read that the Kettle Gourmet wants to go and become the next Nestle. Yeah. All right, let's go, Zach.
All right, thanks, Ruben. Right, hi everyone, I'm Zach. Yeah, I know it's a last speaker already, so bear with me. I'll make sure I add a lot of value to all of you. Okay, yeah, so this is my company, the Kettle Gourmet, founded just before COVID actually. We're a pre-COVID company. 2019, I incorporated this in Singapore, right? This is my final year upon graduation, was in SMU, so didn't really want to work anymore. So I didn't really want to work, so I just started it. So zero work experience, but we just figured everything out from scratch, and here we are today, yeah. So these are all our brands. So we actually have more than what you see outside, more than what's in the goodie bag. We actually have a lot of brands out there. So as you can see, one of our strengths is branding, right? So I think in terms of competitors-wise, we are one of the best ones in branding, yeah. Okay, so what we call big hairy audacious goal is to be the Nestle of Asia. Yeah, I know it's a big goal, but I think we'll get there. I believe we'll get there. So our core values are all very movie quotes to infinity and beyond. With great power comes great responsibility. Yeah. So really, we just want to spread the joy of snacking. Yeah, we just want to turn snacking into a very interesting experience. So yeah, about myself, I started this while in SMU, final year, didn't want to work anymore, just bored of studies. So started this in Singapore. You know, it's very strict, so you can only do illegal, make it illegally at home, and then it was a lot of constraints lah. So we was very slow, right? Fast forward to today, we're actually exporting to over 11 countries already. So we sell in containers all around Asia. Right, now we have 12 brands, as you saw earlier. So factory is at Shah Alam, and office is at Subang. So I frequent KL quite a bit lah. Yeah, so started growing Team Malaysia last year, and we've been growing. Now it's about 8 to 9 people already. So we're still hiring because of the growth, cannot keep up. Yeah, so now to me it's kind of like a lifestyle business already. So I merge my travels together while growing the business. So it's really fun. Yeah, so I started with this, right? This is the what we call the Crazy Asian Flavor Series. We were the first one to pioneer nasi lemak popcorn. Have you all tried it? How? Okay, it's in the goodie bag if for those of you who haven't tried it. Yeah, so then we came up with Kaya, which won a lot of awards. And then there is, where is Pulut Hitam as well. We got 2 star out of 3 star in the Great Taste Award. Kaya got 3 stars. So this is competition held in Brussels. Yeah, that is also ours, that mayonnaise one. Yeah. So chili crab as well. So we want to bring a taste of Singapore and Malaysia to all over the world. Yeah. So I think one key takeaway is, find a very USP, very strong USP, and then really go deep, right? Next, our next brand is Corn Stick. I believe this is also in your goodie bag. Fun fact, very cool statistics. Every 9 seconds we sell 1 stick around the world. Yeah, pretty cool. So now it's in. Thank you. So it's in 11 countries already lah. So pretty cool. I believe we just entered Don Donkey in Malaysia, which is like Mid Valley. Very hard to get in, the Japanese one. And then we're also in Aeon. We are also I can't remember. I'll check later. So this is another one. We want to fight with Twisties. The zigzag corn. We want to just come up with something different. Offer our distributors something different lah. So we just thought, okay, let's try. Let's whack. Crispy cones as well. This is the corn snack. Yeah, in Singapore, outside Hai Di Lao, when you're waiting, right, they'll give you all this. Yeah, so in Singapore, we actually do that. Tortilla chips as well. Cereals are not launched yet. Peanuts as well. So you notice everything. My requirement for my designers and branding is you must stand out on the supermarket shelves because it's ultra competitive. We're in a brutally red ocean. So what must you do to stand out? So really, we really whack. We're launching this very soon. I think this will be a hit in Malaysia. So this is the brownies, like brownie crisps. Yeah. Jelly from Singapore. It's a very cool branding. We just thought, go something different. Seaweed. So we hired 3 random actors, right? And then just do a very weird pose. And then we just whack. So we're going to try it. We're launching very soon already. Yeah. Cookies. This one also launching soon in Malaysia. So it's single size. I think they call it lava melts lah. They got the liquid inside. Popcorn. So we started another popcorn brand to compete with ourselves. Long story, but it's a fun. Okay, we're going to launch as well another corn stick brand, a healthier version to also compete with ourselves. I'll share more later. Yeah. And then this is my own pet project lah. I'm helping the kids in Cambodia. So it's our first non-F&B hand soap. So it's more of social work here and there lah. But very hard to do just social. So there has to be some profits element as well. Yeah. So today I think Ruben asked me to share, what is, just come out with your all B2B strategies, okay? So those in white are my strategies, what works for me, okay? So my advice is take what works for you and just pick one and apply, right? Don't need to whack all, just choose one and most importantly, execute on it. So that's my advice for all of you, okay? I will go through all of them with very cool examples. I'll cover some misconceptions about B2B and I got some bonus hidden gems from another network called EO. Okay, so my first strategy is licensing. So I bought the Pokemon license in 2022. Very cool, right? Yeah. So I was a fan of this lah. So I grew up playing this. So I chose the starter 3 Pokemon, and then it was crazy. So I bought it for I think about 40K USD for 1 year. First day was about 120 plus K, already 3x just in Singapore sales. So my first strategy is licensing. Licensing works for us, right? So one way to really stand out B2B wise is, do consider licensing. So whatever works, keep repeating. So next year I did SpongeBob SquarePants. So same thing, right? Don't change, don't get kiang. This year Minions, right? So just whatever you do, just repeat. Whatever you find works, yeah. So this year I'm talking to BTS, but I think this is what we send for proposal lah. But I think they will reject because it's damn hard to get and it's a lot of money. I don't know if you got enough budget to do it, but we'll see. Yeah. So strategy. Yeah. So really brand association. So because of that, people are like, oh, this guy not bad. Work with Pokemon, must be quite legit, right? But actually I was way smaller than them lah. But people don't need to know ma. So because of that, we get into a lot of channels. Right, so we got into there's a Pokemon Center, it's a retail shop in Singapore. There is a lot of licensing stores like Minions. We're entering Minions Land in our USS in Singapore. So all these are channels, right? Because once you get into channels, then you can build a relation, you can sell more of your other brands to the channels, right? So licensing and branding was just an excuse to enter the channels. So remember that. Yeah, so this is our flywheel as well. So flywheel is a very powerful concept. Once you figure your flywheel, you can scale to, just Google flywheel, right? Then you can see. So ours is, so we sell unique premium snacks. Then we do it through acquiring a lot of license like Pokemon. And because of that, we can enter more channels. And because of that, with the money and revenue, we can R&D more and then create more brands and create more unique snacks. So it's a really powerful strategy. So once you figure your flywheel out, I think you can scale to 100 million easily. So as a CEO, now my job is every week I will see, okay, which part of my flywheel should I fix? Because it's always broken. It's not a perfect wheel, right? There's some part, okay, this week R&D very weak, so I will just chung R&D. Yeah, so go figure your flywheel out. It's by Jim Collins. The book is called Good to Great. Yeah, just write it down somewhere. Okay, number two, strategy. Number two, gifting. Okay, so it's quite funny because we accidentally entered the gifting market without even knowing, right? Why? Because we found out one day that a lot of people who bought our products, right, they were not consuming it. They were just buying it to give away. So if you go to our booth outside, you will see the birthday box and all that, right? People, they just buy, right, to give away. So it's like, what do I do? It's sales, but my target audience, I still don't know who is it. The person who buys isn't it. So it's a very interesting strategy, lah. So usually it's a fixed budget, like Christmas gift exchange, $25. Okay, I just buy it and just change, just for the sake of doing it. So it's quite a different. So we thought, okay, how can we craft gifts, for every occasion? So if you talk about B2B, right? So start looking into gifts, because a lot of corporates will need to buy just for the sake of buying, and then they give away, right? Just to show face or whatever. So I thought this was a very good strategy. So for us, same thing. So inside is actually popcorn, but we just changed the sleeve. Understand? So Chinese New Year, we have the mahjong gift set. It's just the sleeve, but inside is still the same SKU, right? At Christmas, we just changed the sleeve. So this, we save a lot of money because of packaging, right? So same thing, Raya, same thing, it's all popcorn, right? So we just take out the sleeve, slot in the new sleeve. Yeah, so that's how we do it for gifting. So fun fact, no surprises, for licensing, it's also all sleeves. Inside is popcorn. But for licensing, there's a different packaging. Inside, the rest is all same packaging. Yeah, so this is one way you can consolidate your SKUs. Yeah. Okay, strategy number 3 is PR. So do invest in PR. If I could start my journey all over again, I would have started with PR. So in Singapore, okay, I don't know about Malaysia, at least for Singapore, it's very small, right? There's only like Channel News Asia, Straits Times. Once you are in, right, the whole Singapore will know about you already. So I made a very bold decision, just whack. When I started my business, just whack. So just tell my story, just go and tell a very wayang story. I started less than $100 now. So, yeah, so it's how you tell the story. So that's the power of storytelling. So you have to really, it's not easy, Like they're like, hey, tonight go radio, okay? Okay, just go. So you gotta really, then there's no rehearsal. No, they don't give you your script beforehand. Really just whack one. So you cannot say anything stupid. Singapore very strict, right? So you have to give politically correct answer. And then also, just tell your story. And then Singapore, okay, wow, cool. Gotta check it out. Gotta try. And then it works. So I just milked it, Like just go every channel, every radio station, just trash talk, and then just brought my mom in just for a shot. She has nothing to do with the business, but might as well. Yeah, it's a front page of Sunday Times for those of you. Yeah. So back in 2019, the year I first started, if you just Google Zack Chua or you Google Kettle Gourmet, wow, we flood Google. Free SEO, don't even need SEO. Okay, next one is telling a story. So I always show this to my team whenever I hire them. So this is what I call a vivid vision. Check it out, Google Vivid Vision by, I think it's Cameron Harrell, something like that. So basically he says that, always communicate your vision, tell your story to your team. So I always tell my team, okay, this is where we plan to be in 3 years. So this one I got the inspiration of, there was a project, those Sunway project. They're selling some warehouse. Then they did a dissection. I thought, hey, that's so cool. Let's steal the idea. So I asked my designer to put, okay, so first floor warehouse and retail, second floor office, third floor, whatever, just hang out. So usually I tell a story to everyone, like my suppliers, my internal. So we all know where we are going in 3 years. I think this is very powerful because sometimes you communicate your vision, but the other party may not be able to understand it. So even for hiring, this is a pro tip. When I hire, I will describe them. I say, hey, guys, look, I'm going to be this, okay? You're going to be here, you're going to be seated here. Do you see yourself joining me in this journey for the next 3 years? Then I look at them, how they respond. That usually, I filter out the talents from there. Yeah, this is a pro tip. Next strategy, we do a lot of trade shows. Those of you happen to be in Thailand, end of next month, we have a trade show at Bangkok. It's a food show for those of you in this industry. So same thing other competitors, the booth, right, is like plain white with some poster of their logo, right? Ours, we just spoil market, we just print a full color. So the branding will just win the whole game, just by having colored background, right? Just, spoil the whole market. Next is sampling. So now, the good thing about food is you sample, right? Like me putting it in a goodie bag is also a form of sampling, right? If you like it, okay, let's talk price. If you don't like, then never mind, too bad. So usually my job right now, I just fly around the world and I just give out samples to distributors. Yeah, so for something to think about, what if you're a service business, what can I productize myself and then put it as a sample to give out everyone? Free trial, I think is because you got to put in your credit card. So you got to think about how to productize your services. Product is even easier. Just cut a very small piece and then give a piece of yourself. Yeah. Retail. So so retail is one of our nightmares because in Singapore rental is very expensive. So we don't have our own store. I don't want to pay rent, right? So I just work with people who pays rent, supermarkets, or there's some concept stores in Singapore. Yeah, so we participate here and there So a lot of trade shows and branding. Even our truck is also quite colorful. Fun fact, you have to pay tax. You all know not? You decorate your own logo, you commercialize your own truck, you just got to pay tax. Yeah, so anyway. We're also in Muji, for those of you. Yep. So, because of all this retail, we get to enter all these places. These are mainly in Singapore, right? For international, is that side. I think this list is outdated. I believe we are more now. Okay, strategy 7, invest in AI. I think one of the coolest things I've done this year was to invest in an AI guy. So he managed to build our whole internal systems until such that everyone is very aligned. Because I run the Singapore office, there's Malaysia office, there's an Indo virtual team there, there's a Philippine VA. So how do you align your team, right? I think everyone needs a dashboard of any sorts to align. So like we have a daily huddle. Every morning, 9 a.m., everyone will report what they're doing and everything. Then the AI will email me automatically at 10 a.m. So I know at one point of time the pulse of my entire business. Right? So if you all want to try, just use like Google Sheet, right? It's free. So you can just do something like that. Then get a VA to email you every day. Just manual, save money. Right? So I think it's very important for CEOs to know what's going on in their business. Yeah. And then also we managed to link with all the Shopee, all the e-com platforms. So at any one point of time, I know like today, what's my sales, which product sells the most and everything. So I think AI is the way to go because it will displace a lot of like people. Your whole team will you will do a lot of job rotation. You'll replace a lot of jobs. So start looking at AI. One more thing I always do is what I call quiet philanthropy. So we just donate anonymously to random orphanages all around the world. So this one is in Lombok, which is Indonesia. I think it's very good. Like, just give back from time to time. Yeah. Okay, strategy number 9, what I call stealing and then pre-sales. This one is one of my trade secret, but I'll just share with you all, okay? So we steal a lot of ideas, right? Our ideas are not original, right? I'll openly share with you. So this is a brand in Japan. I think I see some head nods in the audience. So this is a very famous brand in Japan, 1960s. So I asked I went to Osaka, I saw, I bought some of these. I'm like, so how do we, I think it's cute, how do we follow a design like that? So we just brainstorm, but we don't steal the exact, that's really IP infringement, right? Yeah, don't do that. So we come out with the name, right? And then we come with the character, right? It's quite different already, right? Popu, because it's like popcorn in Japan or something like that, right? And then after that, we retired Popa, rhymes with Opa, right? So it's okay, I like it. Then come up with the colors. That's how we do it. Can you see? Then come up with colors. Just trial and error, different background colors. And then ta-da, that's our final product. Yeah, very nice, right? It's stolen. But it's different. They can't find me, right? Yeah, this is going to sell in Malaysia very soon, so just take note. Yeah, and so this is another one. So this is what I call pre-sales. This is the most powerful technique I use. So I'm going to do a cookie. Just now I showed you all the lava melts, right? The cookie. So we start with this concept. We come up with a few concepts. Okay, one, then there's some is like this kind. These are not finalized designs. These are just ideas we steal from the internet or Pinterest, right? Just take this, take this, take this, take this, then you put all together. Okay, then from there I tell my design team, which one you think will work in line with my brand. So I chose that one, Crumbliss, right? Then we go on. So we just try out with all different characters. Okay, then you try wacky monsters. Then you try, I don't know what's that. So a lot of try and error. Then we come out with this few. So which one you prefer, right? For me, I chose option 1A lah, or 1B lah, but I think it's 1A. Okay, then we go on, go deeper, right? Or this is pastel color for like, you know, those older people, they like pastel color. Then it's for the loud colors for younger people. So we just try. Then this is how we conclude lah. I chose this. Then next thing we do is we come out with all the nutritional and all the other stuff you put inside the packaging lah. And then the color, what is it called? The palette. So, by the way, we don't even have a single product yet lah. These are just stolen, but we modify into our version. We don't even know what flavor we are launching, but we know what. So let's say there's a strawberry flavor, we'll use this, and then we will follow the Pantone accordingly on the print. Yeah, so it's a lot of pre-work done before the actual product. Okay, then logo, same thing. The copywriting, then come out with the, what is this called? I think banner, web page. So usually it's one big design, hero product, and then after that we slowly cut off. This can be a social media post and everything. Yeah, damn spoil market, right? You know. And then so amazing. My branding team is amazing. I don't know how they come out with all this. Then we come out with a box as well. So it's like we want to sell in bundle, right? Then they do origami until they manage to crack the code. No, they can do like a box, like a tissue box that fold upward. I still don't know how they do it. Then I send these slides to distributors. So it's like, hey, you want to buy? By the way, I still have no product. I said, you want to buy or not? I have this fits into this, fits into one container. Yeah, so just by this, I already close a few containers without a product. Yeah. So I still this strategy. Thank you. Yeah, so they're like, okay, try one container because it's a low ticket item. Yeah, so it's a cool strategy. So we do a lot of pre-sales. So once they order, then I quickly rush, hey, let's go find a cookie. Let's go print faster print. Yeah. Because customers may have different requirement. They're like, yeah, I don't want this. So we just follow the customer. So it's very customer-centric, profit-driven. Yeah. Okay, and then, so some misconceptions. We cannot think like, a lot of us like, hey, let's do B2B, higher revenue, right? Lazier, just serve one client. Actually, it's not true. I realize it's a whole new ball game. You get a lot of less margins. Yeah. So the takeaway is there's no fixed answer. It depends on your business. But then again, for my industry, B2B is made out of B2C. One auntie will come and buy, very nice, come back next day and buy 100 for her office. Right? So we cannot disregard the single B2C lady, right? So for me, I think it's build both concurrently. So don't forget your B2C as well. I know this is a B2B event, but you got to remember your B2C as well. Invest in your team and invest in your brand. I think branding will really work. Like really, branding, once you brand yourself, right, just add colors, spoil market, do something different, people will come to you. People will definitely come to you. All our trade shows, we are the loudest in the whole show. And our booth is one of the cheapest. We are under the Singapore Pavilion because we got subsidy. So we never do our own booth. Ours is a park under the Singapore one, but we're the loudest. Yeah, okay, how much time do I have? I just added this in case I got enough time. Okay, so same thing. This one is totally not marketing, but it's just like in general business advice. Okay, just take what you want, pick one and apply. Don't have to take picture of everything. Believe me, you cannot apply all one. There's too many. Okay, I'm from this organization called Entrepreneurs Organization. So I do a lot of sharing in the organization. So I just stole the slides and then did it from here. Slides was done by today, by the way. I submitted the slides today. So, okay, so in a lot of businesses, we face two value of deaths, right? This one, take note. This one is very important, right? Usually, ignore the 1 million. It's just an arbitrary figure. Usually, when you are below 1 million, right, we tend to focus outwards, which is only natural. You keep selling, bring in more sales. But usually a lot of companies will fail halfway because their internal cannot support all the sales you are bringing in. So that's the first valley of death. The other one is after the 1 million, it's the same thing. Sorry, the other one is the other way around. That means after you sell, your team, you build your team already, but after that you got no sales. Then you overhire. So a lot of startups, they will fall into these two categories. So you got to be very careful. It's always a constant balance. Yeah, you got to watch your cash flow. Get your foundations right. It'll pay off later. Okay, next. Okay, Big Five. So I always have this with my team. You can be Big Five personal or Big Five business. Let me explain. So build your life around Big Five priorities. So this story, I follow Robin Sharma. You all should follow. So this guy is amazing, right? Write a lot of amazing books. So he went to Africa on a tour, and then the guy just said, hey, let me just take you around the Big Five, because he had no time already. So he just chose the main attraction of the Africa safari, and then that was it. So he just thought, what if I to do it on my life? What if I just focus on the Big Five every year, right? Basically, it's just small daily acts of wins that will lead to stunning results at the end of the year. So my team, we have a Big Five, and then my personal, I have a Big Five as well. Yeah. So can you imagine how your year will look like? So yeah. So I think just knowing your Big Five is quite important. Yeah, flywheel. That's the one I just was talking about. Lucky is here. So build your flywheel. Figure it out. This book, just go and torrent whatever. Just download and then just read. Right? Jim Collins, Good to Great. Next one is culture fix. So this is on culture. How to build a team culture. So one of the ideas from the books which I applied, this is my office in Subang. So we built a wall. So remember my B-hack to be the Nestle of Asia, and then the core values are there. So we just show that a journey up the mountain. So this is how you communicate your mission, vision, values to your team. I think it's a very good idea as you grow your team. There's a lot of cool ideas in this book. Really amazing. There's another book called Outsiders. Basically, a CEO's role basically is capital allocation. Yeah. So daring to kill, I can't remember. Daring to kill low return projects and doubling down on high yielding projects. Just take note. Focus on the right thing. Yeah. So it's, as a CEO, it's just how you allocate your resources. That's all. That's all. Hone your craft. I don't know. Yeah. This just take picture. 2 books. Okay. Can't remember. Okay, showing up. I think basically you all know you all showed up today, so I don't need to explain. Just show up. Okay, travel a lot. Do solo trips. I think every time you travel alone, you gain a lot. So I was a digital nomad when I first started. So this was a cafe tower in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. Each one is one cafe. So I was hopping there a lot, and then doing a lot of work online . So I think traveling is very powerful. You all should travel more. Travel alone as well. Yeah. So, there's this documentary on Netflix. Just go and watch, right? Inside Bill. So Bill Gates actually does Think Week twice a year. Let me just read. So every year he will just take time away from technology and spend time reading alone in the woods. So basically he focuses on the world problems. But for us, right, no need to be Bill Gates. Just focus on your important but not urgent things. So you all got this Eisenhower matrix. There's this important but not urgent. That's all the things we tend to put off. Now is a good time to do it there. Yeah. So it's a very, very cool tip. I try and do Think Week as well. This one, Robin Sharma. You all have to get it, man. It's an amazing book. So same thing, same idea . Basically, have a solo environment for you to do great work. And great ideas are achieved in solitude. Geniuses loves isolation. Okay, just take a picture of that book and read. Okay, so usually every year I will send feedback to ask my close friends about me as a business owner or as a person. This one I stole this idea from EO. They teach us. So they use this template. Say, hey, give me my honest feedback. Then those who care will really reply. Yeah. So you can see. I think it's very important to keep yourself in check. There's a website called futureme.org as well. So that one is to write letters to yourself in future. Very cool. So they will auto email you your letter from 6 months before when you wrote to yourself. I thought it's very cool. So but a bit crazy talk to yourself, but it works. It works. Yeah. Die with Zero is another book. I subscribe to this movement. I'm very hardcore. Die with Zero. Basically, this author states that you have to amortize your life until on your deathbed you have $0. Because if you die and then you got money in the bank, then you have overworked in your life. Correct or not? Then you work for nothing. in the extra access funds. So the key is to how do you start spending such that on your deathbed is zero. Yeah, so this guy just say buy experience lah. You know, because a lot of us we work until very old. Then after that got money, but you can't go skydiving, but you're old already. You're gonna die, right? So how do you balance? So this guy says just keep buying experience, and then slowly amortize. Because when you're older, you spend lesser actually, so you don't need as much as you think. Yeah. Very cool movie on Netflix. 12 Fail, basically about never giving up lah. It's a Indian movie, pretty cool. Yeah. Yep. 10 courses like this, and then this is the last slide. Thank you.
All right, Zach. I'm gonna get you to sit here.
All right.
And I told you I'll save the best for the last, right? You would agree.
Is it the best? Is it okay?
Yeah, of course. Okay, so don't worry, all the slides will be sent to you. So all the speakers, the slides from all the speakers will be inside the online community, and you can download them from the online community, yeah, including the recording from all the talks. Okay, so I have Zach here. Thank you. I'm sure the questions start rolling inside. So go ahead. We're going to spend another 10 minutes on this, more or less, plus or minus, to answer questions you might have. Right. Okay, there we go. Right? Oh, God.
Oh, wow. So funnily, from the book Die with Zero, go read it first. The thing is, you don't have to, unless you tell me you are zero, you worry for your next meal, right? Then that cannot really. But usually, you don't need a lot to travel. Like you go Thailand, all this, right? It's actually very cheap. You go to Laos, you go to Myanmar, all these third world countries, it's actually cheaper than you think. And you don't need a lot to experience that nomad lifestyle. Yeah.
Now this is when I know people's brains are like fried already for today, right?
Come.
So when will you make a bak kut teh flavor snack?
Good question. Okay, so you're not the first one. So fun fact, when we started, why we went viral, we had Bailey's popcorn. Yes, alcohol. Yeah. Then after that, we went halal. So we cannot do anything. So we cannot do bak kut teh, we cannot do all this. Yeah. But maybe next time I'll create a non-halal brand. I don't know. Maybe.
You know, one of the rules in marketing is that if you can't be first, you create a new category and be first in it.
Yeah.
Do you follow that very, very well?
Yes, I should do that. Good idea. So I think the good news is all sorts of these flavors, right? They are all, like the nasi lemak you all ate, right? It's just powder. So food tech has advanced so greatly nowadays. It's like you want whatever flavor, right? It can be in powder. You know what Cai Po Neng, right? Also can be in flavor, right? All the random dishes, right? Can be in powder. So that's the power of food tech. So actually not hard lah. Bak kut teh probably just put powder. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what kind of question is that, but what is one thing so great that you haven't copied yet?
A lot of things to steal. A lot of great ideas. The more you travel, right? The more, why did I think of that? I should have done that. So all these are all trial and error. Like our box, right? The sleeve idea was because last time we used to print like the box of the design of the box on the box itself. But then we realized after you finish, then you got to wait for one whole year for the next Chinese New Year. So why don't you just do sleeves? So it's all trial and error. Yeah. So the more you expose yourself to the world, the more ideas you will have, the more you can steal. So you're never ending. I haven't finished the world yet, but so there's a lot more ideas I can steal. Yeah.
Okay, the questions are getting more and more ridiculous.
No, that's fine. I love it. Go.
Why do you put an aircon in the wall where your goals are? I saw one there.
What thing?
Why do you put an aircon in the middle of the wall with your goals?
No, the unit came with the aircon. This is Empire, Subang, Soho. Please go and ask them.
Okay, let's go next one. This is a quick one, right? Let's go for the more serious one, okay? Of course, Malaysia better lah.
Yeah. Food, Malaysia is better. I'm very honest one.
From a Singaporean, yeah?
I'm not kissing ass. It's really very nice. Why make Nestle your competitor? No, I don't make them a competitor. They are the benchmark. I want to be the Nestle of Asia. They're not competitor.
Okay, then something more serious here.
Okay.
So you said your
Wow, so many. You're so on.
Yeah.
Other speaker, no one there. You're.
Okay, then let's go for the lowest one here. How do you start a company with a small team? And how do you delegate your tasks effectively? Maybe tell us a bit about how your team is structured around, right?
Sure. Okay,
Numbers, or then what's
Got it. So Team Malaysia was started last year only. So we grew until about 7 or 8 people already. So I started with hiring the CEO first. So the difference between Singapore and Malaysia, Singapore is severe labor shortage and it's very expensive. For context, a fresh grad in Singapore is 3.5K SGD. That's 10K. I can't, yeah, it just doesn't make sense. So Malaysia, on the other hand, also is oversupply. So I just thought, there's an arbitrage here. You can do something. So the original goal was to hire in, like most companies, they hire in Malaysia to support Singapore. But after that, we realized there's a market in Malaysia itself. So there are buyers interested. So why not let's just grow the team in Singapore as well? Yeah. How do you recruit? Oh, it's a very good question. So this one is a never-ending problem. The more people you have, the more problems you have, right? It's a reality. So what we do is our hiring process, right? We are very strict now. So we use this website called testgorilla.com. Please take it down. Why you know what's that, right? Yeah. So we put until very long. We put like 45 minutes. Then you got to answer like primary school mathematics question, everything, because it's so ridiculous. Why? Because we want to filter out those who are not serious, right? They were like anyhow spam. Those are the worst because they don't even know what they're applying. So you got to do a lot of things. You got to upload a video of a video selfie introducing yourself. So the barrier is very high. And then problem solving. For me, I look at problem solving. That's why I give all the maths questions. I think 99%, or maybe not, 80% of problem solving is the ability to understand the problem. A lot of people don't understand the problem. That's why they cannot solve the problem. So we give very complex mathematics questions that you have to solve. And so it's a natural filter. And then after that, my CEO, his name is Leon, he will go through the next round with the candidates who fit our criteria. So by the time reach me, the third round, actually all okay already. I'm just there to listen for any red flags. Yeah. So I think filter your hiring process have to really filter until solid, right? Because it's very expensive to make the wrong hire. Not just money, your time also. You go invest, you train the guy, then he allow, yeah. Yeah.
All right, let's go for this one. When you still started this business, how did you stand out from competitors besides just excellent branding?
Oh, good question. It's the flavor. We're the first one with nasi lemak popcorn. All right? We are the first one with Bailey's popcorn back then. We are the first one with all the very unique flavors. So I think for snacks, for me, I hang on to my USP, I hang on to the branding, I hang on to the price. I think these three will make a difference in my market. For products, if you are service, you got to find your USP and really go deep. Be the only guy or the first guy who blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Okay. You want to do some big one here? I noticed
some have
here.
pointed out your ideas and existing one. So I think the fact that I modify it, it really becomes mine already. You think about it. I never infringe any copyright, right? In the Japanese example, there's no copyright infringement. But ideas, my point I'm trying to make is you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You just need to find someone who is doing it better and then think of how you can do it better than him. That's all. No need to go and start your own. Just follow. Repeat what works. Can already. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, right? Like great artists steal, right?
Yeah, just steal.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay, so how do you engage B2B sales and how important is your supply chain management? This is two questions. We can tackle one by one, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
So ours is sampling. For food, it's very easy. Right, I let you try. You like or not? You like, then okay, we talk price. Then they'll negotiate, then back and forth, then log in, settle. Right? So for us, it's easy. My closing rate is 90+%. Because imagine now you're a buyer. I come to you with 15 brands, or is it 13 brands? Sure, we'll close one because there's something you need in your portfolio. So you build a moat, you see. So as you grow, then you add more product. Let's say I know a buyer looking for, I don't know, sandwiches. Then I'll add sandwiches snack into my portfolio. So it gets more and more powerful. So next time, a distributor will only need to work with one guy with many, many snacks. Rather than go and find individual buyers. More people, more problem, right? Yeah. Supply chain management for snacks, not that big of an issue, other than the fact that raw material price has always been increasing, right? The butter went up 30%, and then cardboard boxes, something you all don't think about, like cardboard, your carton box also went up in price. So supply chain, this is only the things where we're affected. Sustainability, to be honest, we don't. We use plastic. Yeah. The only alternative is glass. Use glass jar because popcorn will a lot hong if you take out. So you got to put in a glass jar, airtight. No, it's too expensive. No one will buy.
Okay.
Yeah, we tried. There's no way.
If I follow on that question, right, I know this is not a right conference for that, right? But do you believe that, or do you feel that sustainability, right, the talks around sustainability is more something that can be done by bigger companies, not the smaller guys? Because the smaller guys just don't have the resource to do it.
Yes and no. I think it also depends on the intent of a lot of MNCs, right? They just do this CSR department, right, just to get the award or get the carbon credit offset.
Yeah.
So I think it depends on intention even more than the actual lah. But yes, you need to run a business first, profit come first, then you do good. If you pure social enterprise also, then you have a challenge of sustaining.
True.
So it's always a juggle.
All right, some personal questions here. Besides F&B, what other businesses would you like to pursue?
I don't know, man. I'm having a lot of fun now, to be honest. So now I just travel around the world and I just give. I'm like the export manager in my company now. So I just give out samples and then talk to people. Yeah. I guess I'm quite interested in AI as well. I think AI is just mind blowing. Saw a guy out there did a whole video on AI, just using AI. So I just thought, wow, this will disrupt everything. So there's no point learning now. You know what I mean? There's no point being hardworking now because AI will kill it anyway. So you'll be efficient, you'll be on top of AI, so that when the time comes to strike, then you have the first mover's advantage. Yeah. So I would tap on helping SMEs by automating using AI. Yeah, I think that's a very cool space to be in because I know there's going to be a lot of traditional business, the uncle one, right, who just got no time or effort to study AI.
Yeah. True. Okay, we can do maybe two more. From Brian, I think this is a good one. Where's Brian? Brian went missing. Okay, so how do you launch every new brand? Mind sharing the overall launch campaign, D2C campaign?
Sure.
Yeah, how do you launch a brand?
So now it's very customer centric. If I know a customer is looking for this product, I will quickly go and find. Then do just now that whole step, go and brand first. Present to customer, hey, you want or you want not. Then you want, then I give you you must buy one container. Okay, then I go and print. So now today is very customer centric. But don't forget, so sometimes people ask me, hey, you like how you focus, right? So it's always a challenge between going wide and going deep, right? A lot of brand. Last time I used to start with popcorn, so I went deep first. But then along the way, I lost out on a lot of opportunities. So I thought, hey, let's try both. So I went with corn stick. Turned out to be a hit. Then I tried licensing. Turned out to be a hit. So I use it now. It's a mode that I'm building. So now, let's say I enter Pokemon Center, I can push my other products to the Pokemon Center. So it's very depend. This question very hard to answer. Depend on your business. Yeah.
Okay. Comes with licensing. This one? Have you thought about developing your own IP?
So IP is only if there's a high demand. Everyone knows about your brand. Then they are willing to pay you a license fee. But the thing is, truthfully, my brand is not that well known yet around the world. Like Pokemon, everyone knows because they invest a lot of marketing dollars in the cartoon, in the game and everything. So those are hundreds of millions of dollars spent first. Then later, now they are slowly making it back. So not anytime soon. My reality is, as much as I want to, no one will license this kind of brands.
Got it. Makes sense. Okay, so maybe we can take one more, right? Let's see. Maybe one from Y Kwan here, right? Our previous speaker. So what's your take on OEM white label or collaboration product in your near future?
I think OEM is a very smart strategy to start. Like, if you are starting, don't go and manufacture because you got to deal with all the crap behind the scenes, all the workers, it's a headache, right? So start with white label first to test your product. If it works out right, then you can slowly move upstream, which is what happened to us. We were quite lucky because the factory during COVID almost went down. It was an OEM first, so we got some shares inside, bought some shares, yeah. So ours was opportunistic, but OEM is the way to go for a start. Yeah. So there are a lot of stories like Wang Laoji, the China red color can, their OEM factory, because of their success, they went to kick them out or they screw them over by doing their own brand also. So the world is quite brutal out there, so you got to be careful.
Okay, so I'm going to end this with one question here.
Yep.
If there's a B2B marketing mistake that you have made, right, and we should avoid, right, what would it be?
Wow, a lot.
The one biggest one. Let's go like focus down. Yeah.
Okay, so for us export, right, when a buyer comes to us, they're actually very interested already, but they seem not interested to get a lower price. So back then I just thought, okay, I'll give you a good price. But actually I could have made, so I left a lot of money on the table. Yeah, so that's the biggest B2B marketing mistake I made. I left a few $100,000 on the table just by giving in to the psychology. Yeah, so I think if a guy approaches you, I think he's very interested. Yeah.
True, especially for the ladies.
Yeah, so really just whack your price and just don't give in. They're like, how so expensive? Yes, it's expensive. Stop. You want, you take. You don't want, you don't want. Yeah.
All right, so that's Zach, everyone. So give him a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You all like the snacks, okay, go and get the booth. Thank you, sell a bit. The booth is there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Zach. Thank you, Zach. This is fun one, right? Thank you so much. All right, so we have come to the end of the session today. So thank you again for staying until 4:30 on a Friday. We still will be here up to all the way to 5. So please go ahead and continue networking until late if you want to. And I hope you enjoyed the event so much. We will be sending over a feedback form for you to share some thoughts and also your feedback toward the overall events and what you love about it and what you don't like about it. But other than that, I hope to see you all in the next edition. So thank you so much, and thank you for everything today. Bye. Oh, my guys want to take a photo here. So let's take a photo from in front, is it? Okay, thank you. Just a minute.
Hi guys, I'm Shane, I'm the photographer. So I would like you guys to just squeeze in a little bit because it's a bit too wide. It's a tight space. Let's take your time, squeeze in a little, just try to leave no gaps in between lah. Okay, my cut off is sorry. I can't see you in frame, so. Okay, maybe the front row. Some of the front row can go to the row behind because the front row is the longest one right now. Yes. Okay.
you